Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were.
देश की पहली स्लीपर वंदे भारत ट्रेन के लिए बंगाल के आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, वंदे भारत के साथ ही आज बंगाल को 4 और नई अमृत भारत एक्सप्रेस ट्रेनें भी मिली है। इससे पूरे उत्तर बंगाल की कनेक्टिविटी बेहतर होने वाली है। इससे यहां के किसानों, यहां के नौजवानों को लाभ होगा, यहां टूरिज्म को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, देश के प्रधान सेवक के रूप में मैं बंगाल के लोगों की पूरी ईमानदारी से, पूरी निष्ठा से सेवा का प्रयास कर रहा हूं। मैं चाहता हूं बंगाल के हर बेघर के पास उसका अपना पक्का घर हो। यहां की लाखों बहनों को नल से जल मिले। जो असली हकदार है उन्हें मुफ्त राशन मिले। जो योजनाएं केंद्र सरकार ने गरीबों के लिए शुरू की है, मैं चाहता हूं उनका पूरा लाभ आपको मिले। आप उसके हकदार हैं। लेकिन साथियों, ऐसा नहीं हो रहा है। यहां की टीएमसी सरकार बहुत ही निर्दयी है, बहुत ही निर्मम है। केंद्र सरकार गरीबों के लिए जो पैसा भेजती है, उस पैसे को यहां टीएमसी के लोग लूट लेते हैं। टीएमसी के लोग बंगाल के मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों के दुश्मन बने हुए हैं, उन्हें आपकी तकलीफ की कोई चिंता नहीं है। वो तो अपनी तिजोरियां भरने में जुटे हुए हैं। साथियों, मैं चाहता हूं बाकी देश की तरह बंगाल के गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज मिले। यहां आयुष्मान भारत योजना लागू हो, लेकिन आज बंगाल देश का एकमात्र ऐसा राज्य है जहां 5 लाख रुपया वाली मुफ्त सारवार की योजना, आयुष्मान योजना लागू नहीं होने दी गई। बीते कुछ सालों में आयुष्मान योजना के तहत देश के करोड़ों गरीबों ने अपना मुफ्त इलाज कराया है, लेकिन टीएमसी वाले बंगाल में मेरे किसी भी भाई बहन को आयुष्मान योजना का लाभ नहीं लेने देते। ऐसी पत्थर दिल सरकार, ऐसी निर्मम सरकार, ऐसी सरकार की बंगाल से विदाई जरूरी है। ये सरकार जानी चाहिए कि नहीं जानी चाहिए? ये निर्मम सरकार जानी चाहिए कि नहीं जानी चाहिए? साथियों, केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार देश में पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना चला रही है। लाखों परिवारों ने इसका फायदा उठाते हुए अपनी छत पर सोलर प्लांट लगाए हैं। केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार ने इसके लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए जारी किए हैं। मैं चाहता हूं पश्चिम बंगाल के लाखों परिवारों को भी ये मुफ्त बिजली योजना का लाभ मिलना चाहिए। आपके घर का बिजली बिल भी 0 हो जाए, लेकिन गरीब का भला करने वाले ऐसे सारे कामों को यहां की टीएमसी निर्मम सरकार आगे नहीं बढ़ने देती। आप मुझे बताइए, ये मुफ्त बिजली योजना का लाभ आपको मिलना चाहिए कि नहीं मिलना चाहिए? बंगाल को मिलना चाहिए कि नहीं मिलना चाहिए? यहां के हर नागरिक को लाभ मिलना चाहिए कि नहीं मिलना चाहिए? हर परिवार को लाभ मिलना चाहिए कि नहीं मिलना चाहिए? तो इसमें रुकावट कौन है? रुकावट कौन है? रुकावट कौन है? उनको हटाएंगे कि नहीं हटाएंगे? उनको हटाएंगे कि नहीं हटाएंगे? बंगाल के लोगों का तभी भला होगा जब यहां रुकावट डालने वाली टीएमसी सरकार नहीं, उन्नयन वाली बीजेपी सरकार होगी। भाई और बहनों, मैं आज मालदा में आपसे आपकी पीड़ा, आपके दुख को भी साझा करने आया हूं। जो आप महसूस करते रहे हैं, मैं उसके साथ जुड़ने के लिए आया हूं। यहां न फैक्ट्रियां लग रही हैं, न किसानों को कोई सुविधा मिल रही है। मालदा, मुर्शिदाबाद से नौजवानों को रोजी रोटी के लिए पलायन करना पड़ता है। यहां रेशम किसानों की सूद लेने वाला कोई नहीं है। यहां के आम किसान बेहाल है। आम किसान बताते हैं कि इस बार उनको अपनी लागत तक वापस नहीं मिल पाई। ये इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि टीएमसी सरकार ने यहां आम से जुड़े उद्योग बढ़ाने के लिए ठीक से काम नहीं किया। यहां आम की प्रोसेसिंग को लेकर कोई बड़ी सोच नहीं दिखाई। और तो और जो आपके हक के पैसे थे वो भी आपको नहीं दिए। साथियों, मालदा, उस पर टीएमसी की दुर्नीति, टीएमसी के भ्रष्टाचार की दोहरी मार पड़ रही है। गंगा जी और फुलहर नदियों के कटाव के कारण हर साल सैकड़ों घर नदी में समा जाते हैं। यहां के लाखों लोग टीएमसी सरकार से गुहार लगा रहे हैं कि नदियों के किनारे पक्की सुरक्षा दीवार लगाई जाए। लेकिन हर बार जब बाढ़ आती है तबाही लाती है। तो टीएमसी वाले आपको बाढ़ में बेहाल रहने के लिए छोड़ देते हैं। बाढ़ राहत के नाम पर कैसा कैसा खेल हुआ है वो मुझसे ज्यादा आप लोग जानते हैं। मैं कुछ दिन पहले ही मीडिया में यहां मालदा में बाढ़ राहत की सीएजी रिपोर्ट देख रहा था। सीएजी रिपोर्ट इस देश में बहुत महत्वपूर्ण दस्तावेज होता है। आपको बाढ़ राहत का पैसा नहीं दिया गया, लेकिन टीएमसी के चहेतों के खाते में 40-40 बार बाढ़ राहत का पैसा भेजा गया। कितने ही ऐसे लोगों को लाखों रुपए बांट दिए गए जो इसके हकदार नहीं थे। यानी जिन पर संकट आया उनको कुछ नहीं मिला, और जो टीएमसी के समर्थक थे उन लोगों ने बाढ़ जैसे संकट में भी गरीब पीड़ितों का पैसा लूट लिया। मैं आज मालदा की धरती से डंके की चोट पर कह रहा हूं, बंगाल में भाजपा की सरकार बनते ही टीएमसी के ऐसे सारे काले कारनामे बंद किए जाएंगे। और यहां गंगा जी, महानंदा और फुलहर पर बाढ़ से सुरक्षा के लिए पुख्ता इंतजाम किए जाएंगे। साथियों, आज मैं आपको बंगाल के तेज विकास का विश्वास दिलाने आया हूं। आप यहां भाजपा सरकार बनाइए। हम मालदा का, पश्चिम बंगाल का वो पुराना गौरव फिर लौटाएंगे। जो इंग्लिश बाजार में दिखता था, कालिया चक में दिखता था, साथियों, यहां जब भाजपा आएगी तो हम मालदा के किसानों और नौजवानों के लिए नए नए अवसर लेकर के आएंगे। भाजपा सरकार मालदा की मैंगो इकोनॉमी को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाएगी। अभी केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार भंडारण और कोल्ड स्टोरेज जैसा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने के लिए करीब करीब 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए की व्यवस्था की जा रही है। यहां सरकार बनने के बाद हम बंगाल में भी कोल्ड स्टोरेज जैसी सुविधाएं और बढ़ाएंगे। हम यहां के नौजवानों के लिए फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर में अवसर बढ़ाएंगे। साथियों, रेशम और जूट के धागे ये हमारी विरासत का हिस्सा है। रेशम किसानों के विकास के लिए केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार करोड़ों रुपयों की योजना चला रही है। जूट किसानों को, जूट इंडस्ट्री को भी ताकत मिले, इसके लिए भी केंद्र सरकार, केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार हर संभव प्रयास कर रही है। बीते 11 वर्षों में जूट के समर्थन मूल्य में अभूतपूर्व वृद्धि की गई है। 2014 से पहले जब टीएमसी वाले दिल्ली में केंद्र की सरकार चलवाते थे, दिल्ली की वो सरकार के वो हिस्सेदार थे, तब तक जूट का समर्थन मूल्य 2400 रुपये था। आज ये 5,500 रुपये से भी अधिक है, यानी डबल हो चुका है। भाजपा की केंद्र सरकार के प्रयासों के कारण जूट किसानों को ज्यादा पैसा भी मिला है। 2014 से पहले के 10 वर्षों में जूट किसानों को 400 करोड़ रुपए ही मिले थे। जब ये टीएमसी वाले दिल्ली सरकार में बैठे थे ना, तब की मैं बात करता हूं। जबकि बीते 11 वर्षों में जूट किसानों को भाजपा सरकार ने 1300 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक दिए हैं। यानी भाजपा सरकार ने जूट किसानों को 3 गुना ज्यादा पैसे दिए हैं। साथियों, यहां आप भाजपा सरकार बनाइए, जूट किसानों और जूट उद्योग दोनों को इससे भी कहीं अधिक फायदा होगा, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, बंगाल के सामने एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती घुसपैठ की है। आप देखिए, दुनिया के जो विकसित देश है, समृद्ध देश है, जहां पैसों की कोई कमी नहीं है, वो भी अपने यहां से घुसपैठियों को निकाल रहे हैं। पश्चिम बंगाल में भी बहुत जरूरी है कि घुसपैठियों को बाहर किया जाए। ये घुसपैठियों को बाहर निकालना चाहिए कि नहीं निकालना चाहिए? एक एक को वापस भेजना चाहिए कि नहीं भेजना चाहिए? लेकिन टीएमसी सरकार के रहते ये संभव है क्या? ये टीएमसी वाले करेंगे क्या? आपके हकों की रक्षा करेंगे क्या? आपकी जमीन की रक्षा करेंगे क्या? आपकी बहन बेटियों की रक्षा करेंगे क्या? ये घुसपैठियों को कभी भी निकालेंगे क्या? निकालना चाहिए कि नहीं निकालना चाहिए? कौन निकालेगा? कौन निकालेगा? कौन निकालेगा? कौन निकालेगा? कौन निकालेगा? साथियों, टीएमसी के नेता, टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट सालों से यहां घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है। जो घुसपैठिए हैं वो गरीब का हक छीनते हैं, नौजवानों का काम छीनते हैं, बहनों बेटियों पर अत्याचार करते हैं और देश में आतंक और अन्य अपराधों को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। साथियों, पश्चिम बंगाल के अनेक क्षेत्रों में आबादी का संतुलन भी बिगड़ रहा है। यहां के लोग मुझे बताते हैं कि कई जगह तो बोलचाल भी बदलने लगी है। कई जगह भाषा और बोली में फर्क आ रहा है। घुसपैठियों की आबादी बढ़ने से बीते वर्षों में मालदा, मुर्शिदाबाद सहित पश्चिम बंगाल के अनेक क्षेत्रों में दंगे भी बढ़ने लगे हैं। आपको घुसपैठियों और यहां के सत्ताधारी लोगों के इस गठजोड़ को तोड़ना ही होगा। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, भाजपा सरकार बनते ही घुसपैठ और घुसपैठियों पर बड़ा एक्शन लिया जाएगा। साथियों, मैं एक और बात पूरी गंभीरता से कह रहा हूं और इस बात को ध्यान से सुनिए। ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। जो हमारे शरणार्थी है, जो मतुआ नाम शूद्र समुदाय के लोग हैं, जो पड़ोसी देशों में धर्म के आधार पर होने वाली हिंसा से बचने के लिए यहां आए हैं, उन्हें डरने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है। ऐसे साथियों को संविधान ने भारत में रहने का हक दिया है। मोदी ने सीएए के माध्यम से शरणार्थियों को पूरी सुरक्षा दी है। यहां बनने जा रही भाजपा सरकार मतवा, नामशूद्र, शरणार्थियों की बस्तियों में विकास के काम को और गति देगी। साथियों, बंगाल में परिवर्तन लाने की यहां के युवा साथियों और यहां की माताओं बहनों की बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। अभी हमने कल ही देखा है, एक महिला पत्रकार के साथ टीएमसी के गुंडों ने कितनी अभद्रता की है। टीएमसी के राज में स्कूल, कॉलेज और यूनिवर्सिटी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है। यहां शासन प्रशासन में निर्ममता ऐसी है कि बेटियों की कोई सुनवाई नहीं होती। पीड़ितों को बात बात पर कोर्ट जाना पड़ता है। साथियों, इस स्थिति को बदलना होगा। ये काम कौन करेगा? ये काम कौन करेगा? ये काम कौन करेगा? ये काम आपका एक वोट करेगा। आपके वोट की ताकत है जो इन सारे कामों को पूरा करेगी। कमल छाप पर पड़ा आपका एक एक वोट पश्चिम बंगाल के पुराने गौरव को फिर लौटाएगा। और साथियों, मैं आज भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता से कहूंगा, टीएमसी की गुंडागिर्दी अब बहुत दिन चलने वाली नहीं है। टीएमसी की गुंडागिर्दी का भी अंत होगा और गरीबों को डराने धमकाने वाली टीएमसी की राजनीति भी समाप्त होगी। साथियों, ये हम सबके लिए गौरव का समय है। इसी समय वंदे मातरम के 150 साल पूरे हुए हैं। हमें वंदे मातरम की स्पिरिट को जगाना है। ऋषितुल्य बंकिम चंद्र चट्टोपाध्याय जी की प्रेरणा से बंगाल को विकास की नई ऊंचाई पर ले जाना है। मेरे साथ बोलिए, दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके बोलिए, वंदे 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 वंदे। भारत माता की, भारत माता की। यहां बहुत सारे साथी बढ़िया बढ़िया चित्र बना करके लाए हैं। मैं जरा एसपीजी के लोगों से कहूंगा ये सब कलेक्ट कर लीजिए और जिसने अपने चित्र के पीछे अपना नाम लिखा होगा, पता लिखा होगा, मैं उनको जरूर धन्यवाद पत्र भेजूंगा। तो जरा एसपीजी के लोग इन सारी चीजों को ले लीजिए। जो आप मेहनत करके चित्र बना करके लाए हैं, मैं आपकी इस मेहनत का सम्मान करता हूं। मैं आपकी कला को प्रणाम करता हूं। जो भी है सब कलेक्ट कर लीजिए। बोलिए भारत माता की, भारत माता की। ये माता जी देखिए, एक बहन ले आई है, ले लो भाई। देखिए, उनको निराश मत कीजिए। फोटोग्राफर ले लो उसको। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases.
Free run to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains and highways are blocked. Stone pelting reported in Bengal's Beldanga. BJP takes on Mamata government for promoting violence amid Beldanga. Calls out a law and order situation in the state. Political violence in Bengal over SIR. A BDO office vandalized, SIR forms torn and burnt. BJP flags infiltration crisis on Bengal Karnataka train route to Railway Ministry, says the national security being compromised. Big boost to Indian defence. Proposal to acquire 114 Rafale jets cleared. Congress MLA fool Singh justifies a rape, uses caste slurs to target women. No word from Congress top brass on MLA's shameful remark. Rahul Gandhi is seen with Fool Singh in Madhya Pradesh. AIADMK releases manifesto for Tamil Nadu elections, announces a monthly allowance of 2,000 rupees to every head of family. All right, viewers, welcome. This is Republic and you're watching me, Ishta Mitra. Now, there are two pictures emerging from West Bengal. On one side, you have Prime Minister Modi in Malda attacking TMC government over allowing infiltrators to go on rampage. And on the other side, you have Murshidabad violence. We're looking at Bildanga, several incidents breaking out, highways, railways getting blocked by people in West Bengal. Now, viewers, we're looking at protesters are blocking railway tracks and major highways. And this on the day that Prime Minister Modi is visiting the state. In fact, he delivered a scathing attack against the government. We're getting you visuals, in fact, of violent incidents are breaking out. Remember, this also includes a critical route which links Murshidabad to Siliguri and the strategic Chicken's Neck corridor. Rail services, in fact, have been halted after a ruthless mob lay on tracks, blocked railway gates and pelted stones. The BJP has accused the TMC government and Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee of allowing this mob rule, alleging that police maintained only a skeletal presence and failed to act decisively even after nearly 48 hours of unrest. In fact, we also have BJP reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
NH-12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH-12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही। और इतना ही नहीं, आप सब हमारे बंधु हैं। You are the fourth pillar of democracy. If we are a pillar of democracy as the legislature, you are one of the pillars of democracy to uphold. NH-12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH-12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही। और इतना ही नहीं, आप सब हमारे बंधु हैं। You are the fourth pillar of democracy. If we are a pillar of democracy as the legislature, you are one of the pillars of democracy to uphold.
Viewers, in fact, Prime Minister Modi also spoke on the violence escalating in Malda a short while ago. Let's listen into what he has said. In fact, we'll get your reaction from Prime Minister.
यहाँ की टीएमसी सरकार बहुत ही निर्दयी है, बहुत ही निर्मम है। केंद्र सरकार गरीबों के लिए जो पैसा बेचती है, उस पैसे को यहां टीएमसी के लोग लूट लेते हैं। टीएमसी के लोग बंगाल के मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों के दुश्मन बने हुए हैं। उन्हें आपकी तकलीफ की कोई चिंता नहीं है। वो तो अपनी तिजोरियां भरने में जुटे हुए हैं। यहां की टीएमसी सरकार बहुत ही निर्दयी है, बहुत ही निर्मम है। केंद्र सरकार गरीबों के लिए जो पैसा बेचती है, उस पैसे को यहां टीएमसी के लोग लूट लेते हैं। टीएमसी के लोग बंगाल के मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों के दुश्मन बने हुए हैं। उन्हें आपकी तकलीफ की कोई चिंता नहीं है, वो तो अपनी तिजोरियां भरने में जुटे हुए हैं.
And now, in fact, viewers, we have some concerning visuals coming to light. Look, in fact, what is happening here. You can see how some minor boys are bringing in sacks of stones and then using it to block the railway track. And this, in fact, in front of this is a train that is blocked, as you can see on your screen. Here's a picture of the man, in fact, who was killed the day before yesterday.
দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ এরা বুঝতে পারছো, দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয়, এরা জানে। এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাথর লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে। এই যে ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে। বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো, সবাই বেরিয়ে চলে এসো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য। দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ এরা বুঝতে পারছো, দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয়, এরা জানে। এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাথর লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে। এই যে ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে। বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো, সবাই বেরিয়ে চলে এসো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য। দেশের ভবিষ্যৎ এরা বুঝতে পারছো, দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয়, এরা জানে। এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাথর লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে। এই যে ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে। বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো, সবাই বেরিয়ে চলে এসো।
And viewers, this is what the situation in Bengal currently stands at. You're looking at visuals. Railway track is blocked. National Highway 12 is blocked as well, and miscreants are going on a rampage. And this is happening at a time when Mamata Banerjee's police is acting as a mute spectator to these violent incidents. Now we are shifting focus. Republic has questioned Congress MLA Phul Singh over his controversial remarks justifying rape. Earlier, he made these remarks linking the crime of rape with caste and religious interpretations. Referring to scheduled caste and scheduled tribe and even other women from backward classes, he said that he suggested, in fact, that women from these sections are not disproportionately, in fact, are not beautiful and therefore should be targeted. These are beliefs that he said, in fact, earlier. The comments have now sparked outrage. What he said, that the theory of rape is that if a man, regardless of his mental state, is walking down the road and sees a beautiful woman, it can distract his mind and then incident like this can happen. Let's listen in to that confrontation, in fact, by Republic.
कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत में करूंगा। सर, आपका स्टेटमेंट हमने सुना जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं कि खूबसूरत लड़की देखकर मन विचलित होता है, रेप हो सकता है। इस पे झूठ ये आपने नहीं बोला? नहीं, आपका स्टेटमेंट है, वीडियो है।
मैंने बोला तो कर, सेंस क्या है?
क्या सेंस है उसका?
2 वर्ष की बच्ची के साथ जो रेप होता है, क्या कारण है? कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है, कैसा कि कहीं कोई आदमी अकेले में कोई लड़की खूबसूरत उसे मिल जाए और लड़की वो सिरफिरा हो तो उसको वो छेड़ सकता है।
धर्म से जोड़ने आपने कहा कि शेड्यूल कास्ट की लड़कियों से रेप से तीरथ मिलता है। सर, आपने कहा आपका वीडियो कि तीरथ जाने का मौका मिलता है।
हरिमोहन झा साहब ने अपनी किताब में लिखा है, इसको मैंने
मोहन झा वाले बयान पे आप कायम हैं? माफी नहीं मांगी आपको? आपने जो किताब की बात की, क्या धर्म?
हरिमोहन झा फिलोसफी के एचओडी हैं।
अच्छा, आप ये बताएं, 2 बच्चियों के बाप हैं, आप पिता हैं, आप माफी मांगेंगे इस बयान पर?
अरे आप बार बार कर रहे हैं। जब मैंने कोई
महिलाओं का एक बड़ा ये वोट बैंक की वजह से आपने बयान दिया?
नहीं,
वोट बैंक का बयान
नहीं, महिलाओं की इज्जत के लिए। सम्मान्य, सब सम्मान्य।
Now, viewers, you heard the Congress MLA showing absolutely no signs of remorse and guilt, and in fact, brazenly standing by his comments. Now, take a look at this picture. The very rape backer, in fact, was seen earlier today with Rahul Gandhi in Bhopal. And in fact, Rahul or any of the top Congress brass, they have issued absolutely no statement on these controversial remarks. So the question is, does Rahul Gandhi endorse this? Is his silence an indication that an elected politician like a fool saying can get away by making such shameful comments? Those are the questions being asked at this moment. All right, my colleague Satya Vijay is now joining me on this. Satya Vijay, हमने देखा कि एक बहुत ही controversial, racist, sickening remark कांग्रेस एमएलए फूल सिंह ने दिया, और उसके बाद वो दिखते हैं राहुल गांधी के साथ ओपनली, एंड कांग्रेस के किसी भी कोई लीडर से एक स्टेटमेंट तक नहीं आता उस कंट्रोवर्शियल रिमार्क को कंडेम करते हुए।
यह बिल्कुल बड़े ताजुब की बात है। कांग्रेस से ही विधायक हैं फूल सिंह बरैया, और उनका जो स्टेटमेंट आया है वो काफी शर्मनाक है, क्योंकि उन्होंने जो बयान दिया, एक जनप्रतिनिधि, इतनी बड़ी पार्टी का नेता अगर ये बयान देता है कि खूबसूरत लड़की को देखकर मन विचलित हो सकता है, रेप हो सकता है, इसके अलावा वो ये बयान देता है कि शेड्यूल कास्ट की महिलाओं के साथ जो रेप करते हैं उनको तीर्थ का पुण्य मिलता है, इस तरह का स्टेटमेंट दिया। पता नहीं क्या सोच के कांग्रेस विधायक ये स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं। और दूसरी सबसे बड़ी ताजुब की आती है कि राहुल गांधी आज इंदौर आए थे। इंदौर में फूल सिंह बरैया एयरपोर्ट पर उन्हें रिसीव करने पहुंचते, जो तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे हैं उसमें फूल सिंह बरैया उनके साथ हैं। इसके बाद भी कांग्रेस आला कमान ने, ना राहुल गांधी ने, ना प्रदेश की बॉडी ने, किसी ने अब तक कोई संज्ञान नहीं लिया है। हालांकि हमने बार बार फूल सिंह बरैया से पूछा कि आप माफी मांगेंगे, आप अपने बयान पर कायम हैं, तो इस पर उनका वही बेशर्मी भरा जवाब था जिसमें वो कहते हैं कि वो अपने बयान पर कायम है क्योंकि उन्होंने एक जगह पढ़ा था और उसके आधार पर उन्होंने बोला। दूसरी बात, उन्होंने माफी मांगने से भी इनकार कर दिया। हमने कई बार उन्हें कन्फ्रंट किया, उनसे पूछा कि आप कैसे एक रेप की घटना को जात में, धर्म में बांट सकते हैं, तो इसमें वो कहते नजर आए कि वो महिलाओं के सम्मान में खड़े हैं। किस तरह का सम्मान वो कर रहे हैं ये तो समझ में उनके बयान से आ जाता है, लेकिन काफी शर्मनाक बयान है। मुख्यमंत्री मोहन यादव ने भी कांग्रेस के जो नेता हैं, नेता प्रतिपक्ष हैं अभी लोकसभा में, राहुल गांधी, उनसे कहा कि आज वो इंदौर में हैं, फूल सिंह बरैया उनके साथ दिख रहे हैं, इसके बाद भी क्या वो पार्टी से इन्हें निष्कासित करेंगे? लेकिन कोई प्रतिक्रिया कांग्रेस की तरफ से अब तक नहीं आ रही है। ऐसे में यही मान सकते हैं कि शायद कांग्रेस भी फूल सिंह बरैया के बयान से सहमत है, तभी उन पर कोई कार्रवाई होती फिलहाल नहीं दिख रही है।
जी बिल्कुल, कि जैसे कि आपने बताया कि जब आपने उन्हें कन्फ्रंट भी किया तो उनके चेहरे पर कोई झिझक, कोई शर्म नहीं, बल्कि वो अपने स्टेटमेंट को आकर जस्टिफाई करते हैं। तो इस समय पॉलिटिकल रिएक्शंस फ्रॉम बीजेपी एंड अदर साइड्स, वो इस समय क्या कह रहे हैं इस पर? All right, in fact, before I get a reaction from you, let's also listen into the confrontation you had with Phul Singh.
कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत में करूंगा। सर, आपका स्टेटमेंट हमने सुना जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं कि खूबसूरत लड़की देखकर मन विचलित होता है, रेप हो सकता है। इस पे
झूठ
ये आपने नहीं बोला?
नहीं,
आपका स्टेटमेंट है, वीडियो
है। मैंने बोला तो कर, सेंस क्या है?
क्या सेंस है उसका?
2 वर्ष की बच्ची के साथ जो रेप होता है, क्या कारण है? कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है, कैसा कि कहीं कोई आदमी अकेले में कोई लड़की खूबसूरत उसे मिल जाए और लड़की वो सिरफिरा हो तो उसको वो छेड़ सकता है।
धर्म से जोड़ने आपने कहा कि शेड्यूल कास्ट की लड़कियों से रेप से तीर्थ मिलता है। सर, आपने कहा आपका वीडियो कि तीर्थ जाने का मौका मिलता है।
हरिमोहन झा साहब ने अपनी किताब में लिखा है, इसको मैंने
मोहन झा वाले बयान पे आप कायम हैं? माफी नहीं मांगी आपको?
आपने जो किताब की बात की,
क्या धर्म
हरिमोहन झा फिलोसफी के एचओडी हैं।
अच्छा, आप ये बताएं, 2 बच्चियों के बाप हैं, आप पिता हैं, आप माफी मांगेंगे इस बयान पर?
अरे आप बार बार कर रहे हैं। जब मैंने कोई
महिलाओं का एक बड़ा ये वोट बैंक वैसे आपने बयान
नहीं
वोट बैंक का बयान नहीं।
नहीं, महिलाओं की इज्जत के लिए। सम्मानीय, सब सम्मानीय, सम्मानीय, सब सम्मानीय।
And now we are shifting focus after Cyclone Ditwa shattered road connectivity in Sri Lanka. The Indian Army has now stepped in once again, building not just bridges of steel but also bridges of hope. The third Bailey Bridge is now operational, reconnecting Kandy and Nuwara Eliya after weeks of isolation. And this is India's humanitarian diplomacy in action. Take a look.
Steel, sweat and speed. The Indian Army in action. A 120-foot Bailey Bridge built at KM 15 on Sri Lanka's B492 highway. This connects Kandy to Nuwara Eliya, a route cut off for over a month after Cyclone Ditwa. Army engineers racing against time to restore a lifeline. This is the third bridge built by India in Sri Lanka. Earlier bridges were constructed in Jaffna and Kandy. Roads reopened, movement restored, life resumes. For residents, this means access to hospitals, food and markets. This is part of Operation Sagar Bandhu, India's humanitarian response to the cyclone. Disaster relief in action.
बेली ब्रिज एक मॉडुलर और रीलोकेटेबल टाइप का ब्रिज है, जिसे जरूरत के अनुसार टेम्पररी या परमानेंट तौर पर बनाया जा सकता है। इस साइट पर इस बेली ब्रिज को लंबे समय तक इस्तेमाल करने के हिसाब से कंस्ट्रक्ट किया गया है। इसी वजह से रैपिड हार्डनिंग कंक्रीट से मजबूत बियरिंग पैड्स बनाए गए हैं और हर प्रकार की सेफ्टी का पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। अगर भविष्य में यदि यहाँ परमानेंट ब्रिज बनाने की जरूरत पड़ती है तो इस बेली ब्रिज को आसानी से डीलॉन्च कर किसी अन्य स्थान पर रिलोकेट और रिकंस्ट्रक्ट किया जा सकता है।
A bridge that carries more than traffic, it carries trust. Connectivity restored after weeks of isolation. This is regional solidarity on ground. India and Sri Lanka shoulder to shoulder in crisis, a reflection of India's neighborhood first policy and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. From disaster to recovery, from disruption to resilience, the Indian Army builds bridges not just of steel but of friendship.
All right, viewers, we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, how under Mamta's watch, mobs have been given a free hand to block highways and railway tracks in the state.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So I mean, if they
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you. There's controversy erupting over musician A.R. Rahman's remark that is being read as a communal remark, a divisive remark, as he has spoken on work from Hindi film industry has slowed down for him in the recent years. We'll get you more on that, but first the headlines.
सालों से यहाँ घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi attacks Mamata government, says TMC government using infiltrators as voters in Bengal. Free run to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains, highways blocked. Stone pelting reported in Bengal's Beladanga. BJP takes on Mamata government for promoting violence amid Beladanga violence, calls out law and order situation in Bengal. Political violence in Bengal over SIR. BDO office vandalized, SIR forms torn and burnt. BJP flags infiltration crisis on Bengal Karnataka train route to Railway Ministry, says national security being compromised. Big boost to Indian defence, proposal to acquire 114 Rafale jets cleared. Congress MLA Pool Singh justifies rape, uses casteist slurs to target women. No word from Congress top brass on MLA's shameful remark. Rahul seen with Pool Singh in Madhya Pradesh. Viewers, we have a breaking news coming in right now. In the latest development in Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle, Priya Kapoor has initiated criminal defamation proceedings against sister-in-law Mandira Kapoor and another, alleging a sustained campaign of false statements, insinuations and public attacks made against her across digital platforms, media interviews and podcasts. The complaint filed before the Additional Chief Judicial Magistrate states that certain statements and interviews circulated through podcasts, social media platforms and republished media content are false and defamatory and have caused harm to her reputation. And the matter was heard today before the Additional Chief Judicial Magistrate, Patiala House Court, and the complaint has been now registered. So it's this is another lawsuit. Is Priya Kapoor, the widow of Sanjay Kapoor, who has filed this case. My colleague and executive editor for legal affairs, Rhythm, joins us on the broadcast from Rhythm. Well, this is a criminal defamation lawsuit that has been filed by filed against Mandira Kapoor. Tell us more details, please.
Let's tell our viewers that a 30,000 crore inheritance battle is not going to die down easily. First, we saw Karishma Kapoor coming to the Delhi High Court and her children coming to the High Court looking for the value, what they rightly believe belongs to them, in the deceased Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance. We all saw a slew of social media, Twitter handles which showed how there were allegedly now call data records that showed that possibly Priya Sachdeva was not where she had suggested she would be on 21st March 2024 when that will had allegedly been signed, something she had said on oath. This is something that we are now being told by sources that's going to be placed before the Delhi High Court. These are all allegations that we are seeing. This is one set of allegations. Today we are seeing Priya Sachdeva say that she's going to file a criminal defamation suit against Mandira, who's spoken out and given some statements against her. Let's also tell our viewers at the same time, Rani Kapoor, the mother of Mandira Kapoor and Sanjay Kapoor, has also spoken out against Priya Sachdeva in the Delhi High Court in an affidavit and said that the will seems to be allegedly forged according to her. I am placing on record all the different viewpoints. Priya Sachdeva, meanwhile, in affidavits has stated that the will is not forged, it was signed before her, and everything therefore has been bequeathed to her. We really have to see what the Delhi High Court bench of Justice Jyoti Singh is going to decide in the matter. All the sides have been heard. We've seen Rajiv Nair appear senior advocate for Priya Sachdeva. We've seen Mahesh Jethmalani appear for Karishma Kapoor's children. It's a high-drawn battle. We're going to see allegations, counter-allegations, suits, counter-suits. So I think this is just one more step ahead where we are seeing the sister come into the battle here because she's been making statements here, and now Priya Sachdeva trying to drag her to the courts. The larger picture, it's a 30,000 crore inheritance battle. To be very frank to all the sides, it could have been settled sensibly out of court, but I think all the players wanted a big chunk of the 30,000 crore inheritance, and therefore it's in the courts of the country. We really have to see which side comes out a winner in the High Court, but my bets are drawn. Whichever side wins in the High Court, the other side is going to go to the top court of the country. So this is a battle that's not going to be ending too quickly.
Right, many thanks, Vidham, for joining us with that detail. Those details coming in on that story coming in on the legal battle over Sanjay Kapoor's impromptu. And we were now shifting focus to Bengal, where violence and large-scale disruption has been reported in Murshidabad district, particularly in Beldaga, during Prime Minister's visit to the state, as protesters blocked the railway tracks and major highways, including the critical route that links Murshidabad to Siliguri and the strategic Chicken's Neck corridor. Railway services were halted after a ruthless mob lay on tracks, blocked railway gates and pelted stones. The BJP has accused the Trinamool Congress government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of allowing the mob rule, alleging that police maintained only skeletal presence and failed to act decisively even after nearly 48 hours of unrest. The protests were reportedly sparked by a local issue but escalated into widespread law and order challenges, prompting claims of administrative failure, which the state government has denied. In fact, take a look, viewers, we see that how the minor boys, there are minors also, who are bringing in sacks of stones and using it to block the railway track. In front of this is a train that is blocked. We'll just show you that picture of the man. We'll just show you who was killed day before yesterday. And that is being cited as the reason for outrage. But what we've seen that this was absolute breakdown of law and order and anarchy.
দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরা বুঝতে পারছো দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাশে লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো সবাই বেড়ে নেওয়া চলেছো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরা বুঝতে পারছো দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাশে লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো সবাই বেড়ে নেওয়া চলেছো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরা বুঝতে পারছো দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাশে লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো সবাই বেড়ে নেওয়া চলেছো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরা বুঝতে পারছো দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাশে লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো সবাই বেড়ে নেওয়া চলেছো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরা বুঝতে পারছো দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে এই ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাশে লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো সবাই বেড়ে নেওয়া চলেছো রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য
Now, viewers, let us help you understand why is this such a alarming situation. This is the map of India. We'll just show and zoom in and show the Siliguri corridor. Now, all that was happening right now was happening very, very close to Chicken's Neck. That is the Siliguri corridor. Now, this is in Bengal. This is Siliguri. You can see that on top is Sikkim. This is Siliguri. This is state of West Bengal. And the Chicken's Neck is a 20 to 22 kilometer narrow strip that in fact connects northeast with India, the rest of India, from Bengal onwards. It's very crucial for movement. This is Beldanga. So this is Kolkata, this is Beldanga, where this was the epicenter of the violence. Beldanga, the riot-like situation that is happening in Beldanga, we just showed you the visuals of. And this is Siliguri. This is the Chicken's Neck. You can see the distance is not very far from there, and the highway has been blocked. We're not just saying that it's a premonition. The highway leading up to the Chicken's Neck, the corridor, the narrowest strip that connects India, mainland India to northeast, has been blocked, which of course is very important for movement, for security movement, for logistical movement, and to secure this area. And this is of course an alarming situation, and that is why this is threatening the Siliguri corridor. Meanwhile, viewers, we also have the Prime Minister today in Malda sharply criticizing the TMC over infiltration issue. Listen in.
यहाँ की टीएमसी सरकार बहुत ही निर्दयी है, बहुत ही निर्मम है। केंद्र सरकार गरीबों के लिए जो पैसा भेजती है, उस पैसे को यहां टीएमसी के लोग लूट लेते हैं। टीएमसी के लोग बंगाल के मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों के दुश्मन बने हुए हैं। उन्हें आपकी तकलीफ की कोई चिंता नहीं है, वो तो अपनी तिजोरियां भरने में जुटे हुए हैं।
NH12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही। और इतना ही नहीं, आप सब हमारे बंधु हैं। You are the fourth pillar of democracy. If we are a pillar of democracy as the legislature, you are one of the pillars of democracy to uphold. NH-12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH-12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही। और इतना ही नहीं, आप सब हमारे बंधु हैं। You are the fourth pillar of democracy. If we are a pillar of democracy as the legislature, you are one of the pillars of democracy to uphold.
Shifting focus to stories from across the globe now. Troops from various European countries, including France, Germany, Norway, and Sweden, are arriving in Greenland with the aim to enhance the island's security. Now, this follows discussions between Denmark, Greenland, and the United States, which reflected a fundamental disagreement between the Trump administration and European allies. Now, the big question is the European Union country ready for war? Watch this report.
France and Europeans must continue to be present wherever their interests are threatened. France has decided to join the exercise that was scheduled and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner as part of Arctic Endurance.
The European Union's recent military move in Greenland comes after Trump has multiple times threatened to encroach on and take over control of Greenland.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
In total, the EU has deployed around 35 military personnel. Germany contributed 13 personnel, while France sent 15 soldiers.
France has decided to join the exercise that was scheduled and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner as part of Arctic Endurance. An initial team of French military personnel is already on site and will be reinforced in the coming days with land, air, and sea resources. I thank the Chiefs of Staff of the armies for organizing this quickly in coordination with Danish partners and respond to the very concrete requests that were made. This is the role that France must play, to be available and adapt after assessing the threat and stand with a sovereign nation to protect its territory.
Meanwhile, the White House reportedly downplayed the European Union's military presence in Greenland.
Caroline, what about Greenland? You reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all.
What is clear is that Greenland can count on us politically. What is clear is that Greenland can count on us politically, economically, and financially. And when it comes to its security, the discussions on Arctic security are first and foremost a core issue of NATO. But I also want to emphasize that it is the Arctic and Arctic security, both topics, are core topics for the European Union and matter enormously for us. This is, among others, the reason why we double down on investments and supporting Greenland. You might have seen in the draft budget, we have doubled the amount of financial support to Greenland.
And after Cyclone Ditwa shattered road connectivity in Sri Lanka, the Indian Army has stepped in once again, building not just bridges of steel, but bridges of hope. A third Bailey Bridge is now operational, reconnecting Kandy and Nuwara area after weeks of isolation. And this is India's humanitarian diplomacy in the region that is in action.
Steel, sweat and speed. The Indian Army in action. 120-foot Bailey Bridge built at KM15 on Sri Lanka's B492 highway. This connects Kandy to Nuwara area, a route cut off for over a month after Cyclone Ditwa. Army engineers racing against time to restore a lifeline. This is the third bridge built by India in Sri Lanka. Earlier bridges were constructed in Jaffna and Kandy. Roads reopened, movement restored, life resumes. For residents, this means access to hospitals, food and markets. This is part of Operation Sagar Bandhu, India's humanitarian response to the cyclone. Disaster relief in action.
बेली ब्रिज एक मॉडुलर और रीलोकेटेबल टाइप का ब्रिज है, जिसे जरूरत के अनुसार टेम्पररी या परमानेंट तौर पर बनाया जा सकता है। इस साइट पर इस बेली ब्रिज को लंबे समय तक इस्तेमाल करने के हिसाब से कंस्ट्रक्ट किया गया है। इसी वजह से रैपिड हार्डनिंग कंक्रीट से मजबूत बियरिंग पैड्स बनाए गए हैं और हर प्रकार की सेफ्टी का पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। अगर भविष्य में यदि यहाँ परमानेंट ब्रिज बनाने की जरूरत पड़ती है तो इस बेली ब्रिज को आसानी से डीलॉन्च कर किसी अन्य स्थान पर रिलोकेट और रिकंस्ट्रक्ट किया जा सकता है।
A bridge that carries more than traffic, it carries trust. Connectivity restored after weeks of isolation. This is regional solidarity on ground. India and Sri Lanka shoulder to shoulder in crisis, a reflection of India's neighborhood first policy and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. From disaster to recovery, from disruption to resilience, the Indian Army builds bridges not just of steel but of friendship.
And the 2026 BMC elections in Mumbai have triggered fears of resort politics, with sources claiming the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction planning to sequester its 29 winning corporators at a hotel in Bandra for the next 2 to 3 days to thwart potential poaching attempts by Uddhav Thakere's Shiv Sena, that is the UBT. The BJP Shinde alliance secured a clear majority with 118 seats in the 227-member House, surpassing the 114 mark needed for control and ending nearly 3 decades of Thakre dominance. Meanwhile, the opposition bloc Shiv Sena UBT had 65 plus MNS 6, Congress 24 plus 1 NCP SP, 2 Samajwadi Party totals around 98 seats, with speculation that AIMIM's 8 seats could be courted for support, potentially narrowing the effective majority dynamics amid horse trading concerns as parties gear up to elect the mayor and form the administration. In fact, so resort politics is something that is not new in Maharashtra, and now with the saffron sweep in BMC polls, historic victory, resort politics. There are fears of resort politics in Maharashtra yet again, and henceforth there are precautionary measures that are being taken by Shinde Sena, that is the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Amrit is joining us on the broadcast for more. Amrit, हमें बताएं कि क्या कुछ चल रहा है, कहीं ना कहीं सुगबुगाहट है कि उद्धव सेना कहीं ना कहीं कुछ जो है एमएलएस की शिंदे सेना से उनको पोच करने की कोशिश कर सकती है, और इसी के मद्देनज़र कहीं ना कहीं कुछ होटल कुछ लोगों को जो है होटल में भेजा जा रहा है।
बिल्कुल सही आपने कहा, सूत्रों के हवाले से कई जानकारी यहाँ पर निकलकर सामने आ रही है। अब आप याद कीजिए 2022 का वो वक्त जब जून में शिंदे जो है वो कई नेताओं को लेकर गुवाहाटी गए थे, और उसके बाद जुलाई में उन्होंने अपना एक अलग गुट बना लिया था। और इस वक्त हम आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं, सीधे तौर पर ये तस्वीरें आप देखिए यहाँ पर क्या स्थिति है होटल ताज के सामने की। कहा जा रहा है कि शिंदे गुट के जो नेता हैं उन्हें यहाँ पर लेकर आया गया है, और इसके बाद
यहाँ पर क्योंकि एक कश्मकश की स्थिति भी है, न सिर्फ मुंबई बल्कि ठाणे को लेकर भी सियासत हो रही है। सूत्रों के हवाले से ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि इस मामले में महापौर जो हो मुंबई में वो बीजेपी का बनाया जाए, यहाँ पर समर्थन मिल जाएगा, लेकिन ठाणे में शिंदे गुट के किसी को महापौर बनाया जाए और वहाँ पर बीजेपी सपोर्ट कर दे। तो इस मामले को लेकर यहाँ पर एक सियासत हो रही है। देखिए आप, ये हम तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं और यहीं पर तमाम जो नगर सेवक हैं उन्हें लेकर आने की बात कही जा रही है। सूत्रों के हवाले से कई चीज़ें यहाँ पर निकल कर सामने आ रही है। अब एक एक पहलू अगर हम समझे तो ये बेहद खास होगा। देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं आपको ये बताऊँ कि मुंबई में बीजेपी के पास 89 नगर सेवक हैं और शिवसेना के पास 29 है, तो मुंबई को लेकर सियासत है। दूसरा, ठाणे में बीजेपी के पास 28 हैं और शिवसेना शिंदे गुट जो है उनके पास 75 है, तो ये दोनों मिलाकर भी बहुमत में है। तो यहाँ पर कहा जा रहा है कि ठाणे में आप हमारा बना दीजिए, मुंबई में हम आपको समर्थन कर देंगे। अब इस बीच कई सियासी चीजें हैं जो निकलकर सामने आई हैं। शिंदे गुट के नगर सेवकों और नेताओं ने ये भी इच्छा जताई है कि मुंबई में 2.5 साल के लिए महापौर पद दिया जाए। बाला साहब ठाकरे की जन्म शताब्दी के अवसर पर यहाँ शिवसेना महापौर बैठे, ऐसी मांग की जा रही है और इस मुद्दे पर बीजेपी और शिवसेना के नेताओं के बीच चर्चा चल रही है। ये सूत्रों के हवाले से खबर है। अब बड़ी बात यह है कि अभी सारी चीजें उड़ाती आ रही हैं, लेकिन आप गौर कीजिए कि 2017 में 82 सीटों पर सिमटने वाली बीजेपी इस बार एक शानदार उन्होंने प्रदर्शन किया, लेकिन इस बीच आप देखें कि शिंदे गुट की शिवसेना का भी प्रदर्शन अच्छा रहा है और इसी को लेकर यहाँ पर एक बार्गेनिंग की स्थिति आप कहें या आप देखें कि किस तरीके से ये चीज़ें चल रही हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें बेहद ख़ास है। और इन सब को अगर आप समेट कर समझने की कोशिश करें तो एक मोल भाव भी है मुंबई वर्सेस ठाणे को लेकर। एक मोल भाव की स्थिति यहाँ पर ये भी है कि 2.5 साल के लिए महापौर का पद दिया जाए, महापौर और उप महापौर। ये मसला है कि भाई आप महापौर आपकी पार्टी से होंगे तो उप महापौर दूसरी पार्टी से हो जाएंगे। जो दोनों पार्टियां हैं, शिवसेना शिंदे गुट और बीजेपी, तो ये एक मुंबई को लेकर है। दूसरी एक खबर सामने आई सूत्रों के हवाले से, ये कहा जा रहा है कि आप मुंबई में अपना महापौर बनाइए, उप महापौर शिंदे गुट के होंगे और ठाणे में शिंदे गुट से महापौर बनाया जाए और उप महापौर बीजेपी से बनाया जाए। तो तमाम चीजें चल रही है। एक हिंदी में कहा जाता है जुमला खुल्ला खेल फरुखाबादी। तो एक तस्वीर ये निकलकर सामने आ रही है यहाँ पर। और इन सब के बीच एक बार जरा मैं आपको सामने की भी तस्वीर दिखाऊं। बिल्कुल सामने यहाँ से ये जो नज़ारा दिखता है वो बेहद खास है। और आप देखें कि सामने में यहाँ पर जो है वो व्यू जो है, तो इस वजह से यहाँ पर रखा जा रहा है रिसोर्ट पॉलिटिक्स की।
Right. Many thanks, Amrit, for joining us. Viewers, that's all the time we have right now on this edition of Live and Breaking, but we'll be right back with more updates coming in. Now, we also tell you what's happening in West Bengal, and that remains one of our top focus stories. There's a free run yet again being witnessed, given to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains and highways blocked, stone pelting reported in Bengal's Beldanga. And BJP takes on Mamata government for promoting violence amid Beladanga. Violence holds out law and order situation in Bengal.
MDH की देगी मिर्च, देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ। हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range mission, dropped 14 massive ordnance penetrators, also known
Thank you for staying with us this Saturday evening. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. There is complete collapse of law and order in Mamata Banerjee's West Bengal. Ladies and gentlemen, frame by frame, we'll tell you the timeline of how miscreants carefully planned and orchestrated this entire conspiracy of bringing the railways in Murshidabad to a standstill. And what's even more shocking, viewers, is that 48 hours have passed since the violence first broke out. But the Bengal police were not there. They did not take any swift action. And what we see right now is a complete breakdown for any sort of democracy, whatever of it is left in Bengal. We'll get you that and a lot more, but first, the headlines at 4:30. Mobs in Bengal target Chicken's Neck route. Miscreants block key highways in Murshidabad. Free run to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains and highways blocked. Stone pelting reported in Beldanga.
टीएमसी के नेता सालों से यहां घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi attacks Mamata government, says TMC using infiltrators as voters in West Bengal. Political violence in Bengal over SIR BDO office vandalized, forms torn and burnt. BJP flags infiltration crisis in West Bengal. Karnataka train route to Railway Ministry, says national security being compromised. Congress MLA Pool Singh makes controversial remarks, justifies rape. No word from party top brass on MLA's shameful remark. Rahul Gandhi seen with Phul Singh in Madhya Pradesh. Another lawsuit filed in Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle. Priya Sachdev sues sister-in-law Mandira Kapoor. Big boost to Indian defence. Proposal to acquire 114 Rafale jets cleared. Viewers, Republic TV has questioned Congress MLA Phul Singh over his controversial remarks justifying rape. Earlier today, he made this remark linking the crime of rape with caste and religious interpretations, referring to scheduled castes, scheduled tribes and other backward classes, that is OBC communities. This MLA suggested that women from these sections are disproportionately targeted due to what he described as a distorted belief system rooted in ancient texts. This comment has now sparked outrage. The comment which has particularly sparked outrage was when he said that the theory of rape is that if a man, regardless of his mental state, is walking down the road and sees a beautiful girl, it can distract his mind and make him rape a woman. When confronted by Republic TV's Satya Vijay, watch how he brazenly stands by his statement.
कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत में करूंगा। सर, आपका स्टेटमेंट हमने सुना जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं कि खूबसूरत लड़की देखकर मन विचलित होता है, रेप हो सकता है। इस पे
झूठ झूठ झूठ
ये आपने नहीं बोला?
नहीं,
आपका स्टेटमेंट है, वीडियो
है। मैंने बोला तो कर, सेंस क्या है?
क्या सेंस है उसका?
2 वर्ष की बच्ची के साथ जो रेप होता है, क्या कारण है? कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है, कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है। कैसा? कि कहीं कोई आदमी अकेले में कोई लड़की खूबसूरत उसे मिल जाए और लड़की को सिरफिरा हो तो उसको वो छेड़ सकता है।
धर्म से जोड़े आपने कहा कि शेड्यूल कास्ट की लड़कियों से रेप से तीरथ मिलता है, तीरथ मिलता है। सर, आपने कहा आपका वीडियो कि तीरथ जाने का मौका मिलता है।
हरिमोहन झा साहब ने अपनी किताब में लिखा है, इसको
हरिमोहन झा वाले बयान पे आप कायम हैं? माफी नहीं मांगी? आपको आपने जो किताब की बात की, क्या धर्म
हरिमोहन झा फिलॉसफी के एचओडी हैं।
अच्छा, आप ये 2 बच्चियों के बाप हैं, आप पिता हैं, आप माफी मांगेंगे इस बयान पर?
अरे आप बार बार कर रहे हैं। जब मैंने कोई
महिलाओं का एक बड़ा ये वोट बैंक वैसे आपने बयान दिया?
नहीं,
वोट बैंक का बयान नहीं।
नहीं, महिलाओं की इज्जत के लिए,
इस तरीके के
सम्मानीय, सब सम्मानीय।
Viewers, now you hear him brazenly stand by his statement. In fact, when questioned by Republic's Satya Vijay, he's trying to find some sense into the statement that he made earlier this morning. There's no remorse on his face and clearly he does not seemingly wish to apologize. Now take a look at this very picture, which is now on your screens. This rape backer MLA was earlier today seen with Rahul Gandhi in Bhopal. Rahul or any of the top Congress leaders for that matter are yet to issue a statement on this controversy. Though the question really is, does Rahul Gandhi endorse this? Is his silence an indication that elected politicians like Phul Singh can get away by making shameful remarks like that? And not just that, stand tall and justify later as to why he made that statement. Let me go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who joins us live from Bhopal. Satya Vijay, इनके चेहरे पे कोई भी ऐसे सॉरी फील करने वाली बात थी नहीं, इन्होंने जस्टिफाई की है अपनी स्टेटमेंट और राहुल गांधी से ये मिले भी थे। क्या आप कुछ सवाल राहुल गांधी पे भी आप के सामने भी आप रख पाए थे जब आपने इनको कन्फ्रंट किया कि क्यों कांग्रेस की तरफ से अभी तक कोई बयान नहीं आया है इस कमेंट के ऊपर?
जी देखिए, कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया के चेहरे पे भी कोई न शर्म थी, ना उनको किसी चीज का गिल्टी था, ना ही उन्हें कोई पश्चाताप था, बल्कि वो अपने बयान को न्याय संगत यानी कि अपने बयान को जस्टिफाई करते नजर आए। वहीं दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस पूरी पार्टी की ही बात कर ले तो किसी को कोई मलाल मुझे नहीं लगता था, क्योंकि आज सुबह की हम तस्वीर दिखा रहे हैं, जब एयरपोर्ट पर राहुल गांधी उतरे थे उस समय फूल सिंह बरैया उनके साथ थे। राहुल गांधी को ही सोच लेना था कि वो इंदौर आ रहे हैं, उनकी कांग्रेस पार्टी के विधायक जो हैं वो इस तरह से महिलाओं को लेकर इतना विवादास्पद, इतना शर्मनाक बयान देते हैं, इसके बाद भी उनके साथ फोटो सेशन करा रहे हैं। किसी ने कोई सवाल नहीं किया, जबकि बीजेपी काफी हमलावर है। बीजेपी कह रही है, मोहन यादव खुद मुख्यमंत्री कह रहे हैं कि राहुल गांधी से फूल सिंह बरैया मिले तो उनका निष्कासन क्यों नहीं हुआ, पार्टी से उन्हें क्यों नहीं निकाला, क्योंकि ये देश की आधी आबादी का अपमान है। क्यों महिलाओं को लेकर जिस तरह से उन्होंने कहा कि खूबसूरत दिखती है तो मन विचलित हो सकता है, रेप हो सकता है, तीर्थ स्थान जो तीर्थ का पुण्य है उससे कंपेयर कर दिया, इस तरह का घिनौना बयान मैं से कहूंगा जो फूल सिंह बरैया ने दिया। और इसके बाद भी कांग्रेस पार्टी के सबसे बड़े नेता राहुल गांधी उनके साथ वो फोटो खिंचा रहे हैं, उनसे सवाल जवाब तो नहीं किया गया। हमने फूल सिंह बरैया से पूछा कि आप अपने बयान पर कायम हैं, माफी मांगेंगे, आपको कोई पश्चाताप है, पछतावा है, उस पर उन्होंने कुछ भी नहीं बोला। उन्होंने बल्कि एक राइटर का हवाला देते हुए अपनी बात को जस्टिफाई करते दिखे। हमने उनसे पूछा कांग्रेस पार्टी का क्या स्टैंड है, बोले नहीं इसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं, ये मेरी बात है और मैं अपनी बात इस तरह से रख रहा हूं। मतलब कोई मलाल उन्हें नहीं था। और लेकिन महिलाओं में गुस्सा है, लोगों में गुस्सा है। बीजेपी तो जाहिर सी बात है कांग्रेस के चाल चरित्र चेहरे पर सवाल खड़े करती है, तो बीजेपी सवाल खड़े कर भी रही है कि ये बयान नहीं बल्कि एक विकृत मानसिकता है और इस पर कांग्रेस को एक्शन लेना चाहिए। लेकिन एक्शन होता अभी तक दिखा नहीं है। मतलब ये माना जाए कि कांग्रेस पार्टी फूल सिंह बरैया के साथ है, शायद इसीलिए अभी तक उनकी तरफ से, कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से ना कोई नोटिस ना कोई सवाल जवाब किया गया।
जी बिल्कुल सत्य विजय, हमें दिख रहा है कि क्यों कैसे इस कांग्रेस एमएलए की तरफ से कोई भी पछतावा नहीं है और राहुल गांधी जी की तरफ से भी अभी तक कोई बयान नहीं आया है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस एंड गिविंग अस दोस details. Let's move on to the next big story that we're tracking this hour, viewers. It's a big impact of Republic's relentless coverage showing how the threat of illegal Bangladeshi immigrants infiltrating in India is expanding, not just in one state but across the domain. The BJP has written a letter to the Railway Ministry, specifically to the Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, flagging an infiltration threat through unchecked movement of illegal immigrants on routes between West Bengal and Karnataka, warning of potential national security risks. The party has claimed that infiltrators are misusing identity documents obtained through fraudulent means to bypass security checks, Bengaluru essentially emerging as a major hub for these illegal settlers. Now, citing police crackdowns, this letter that has been written by the Karnataka BJP unit has alleged that many such settlers were found using invalid IDs while pointing to systemic scrutiny gaps caused by the heavy volume of passengers that makes it difficult for the Railway Protection Force to conduct thorough verification, effectively creating what it described as a green corridor for unauthorized entry. On your screens, the details of what the BJP has essentially highlighted in its letter. Let me go across to my colleague Sri Lakshmi, who joins us live from the Bengaluru newsroom with more details. Sri Lakshmi, do tell us what is it that prompted the BJP to flag this to the Union Railway Ministry, because this is not something that is very new. Republic TV's coverage and Republic Kannada, in fact, has also sort of headlined this entire coverage of exposing how the infiltration network operates in Bengaluru.
Yes, as you very rightly pointed out, Iona, we Republic Kannada team has followed this story up since several months, and we have come up with several expose of these Bangla illegal immigrants, and we have shown that how these illegal migrants from Bangla come all the way from West Bengal, claiming that they're from West Bengal and from parts of Northeast, and how are they going to get these fake identity cards like Aadhaar card, voter card and all. And they come and reside here in Bengaluru in workers' colonies. And they have been provided all these facilities like electricity and all the other protection. This is very weird that Bengaluru authorities are allowing them, even though they know that through our several reports, even though they know that these are illegal migrants, they are allowing them to stay over here. Republic Kannada has come up with repeated stories and a series of repeated coverage on this issue. So in the wake of this coverage, Karnataka Legislative Assembly Council Leader of Opposition Chalwadi Narayan Swamy has written a letter to Union Railway Minister Ashwin Vaishnavji and also to V. Somanna, who is Railway Minister for State, saying that immediate attention needs to be given to this issue since they are in a huge number. People claim that these Bangla immigrants are in lakhs and lakhs of numbers here in Bengaluru. And this letter, parts of this letter says currently 15 to 17 weekly and daily train services are there from West Bengal to Bengaluru, which has been, heavily exploited and misused for these immigrants, especially across the international border from Bangla. They're using this, and key issues for consideration now is misuse of identity documents, and they have made Bengaluru as their destination, a safe destination, and illegal settlers. There are colonies have been formed for these illegal settlers, and they are reportedly residing in the guise of being migrants from West Bengal and Northeast migrants. They are also getting involved in several works over here. So immediate attention needs to be given for this issue in the wake of a national security angle. Back to you.
Right, Sri Lakshmi, thank you very much for joining us and giving us this very crucial details, story that Republic TV has tracked very closely for you viewers. For the moment, let's shift focus to everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. A 19-hour curfew has been imposed in Jalna and Ambad in light of the Dhangar community protest in Maharashtra. A heavy police force has been deployed near the Mukteshwar Dwar area. Forces remain on high alert. The Rajasthan eligibility examination for Teachers 2026 began today in Udaipur, where candidates arrived early to the exam center and faced rigorous security checks. This year, the candidates will be given an additional 10 minutes to cross-check their answers marked in the booklet. A thick layer of smog engulfs the national capital, raising concerns of visibility. Restrictions have been reimposed under GRAP 3 as the air quality deteriorates further in the city. A bull ran amok, which created panic in the crowd gathered to welcome Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin at the Jallikattu event in Alanganallur. Sources say that it was actually a Jallikattu bull and no one dared to stop the bull. The police had put up iron barricades to stop it, but it was of no use. Some people suffered minor injuries due to its aggression. Okay, viewers, in a striking and candid public statement following her high-profile Washington visit, Venezuela's opposition leader Maria Machado and Nobel Peace Prize laureate has openly expressed her long-held ambition to become president. She has declared that she believes that she will be elected when the right time comes as the president of the Venezuela and the first woman president of the country. This bold confession came amid the chaotic post-Maduro transition, where US-backed interim leadership under Delcy Rodriguez has sidelined her despite the opposition's claims to the 2024 electoral mandate.
There's a mission, and we are going to turn Venezuela into that land of grace, and I believe I will be elected when the right time comes as president of Venezuela, the first woman president.
In a bold public statement about seizing Venezuela's presidency, Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Corina Machado has suggested an overthrow of the current government in Venezuela.
I am profoundly confident that we will have an orderly transition. This is a complex phase we are right now. Some of the dirty work is being done by them. But then the result of a stable transition will be a proud Venezuela who is going to be the best ally the United States has ever had in the Americas. And that's why I'm here, and that's why what I convey to the President of the United States, but also with a huge task in front of us to prepare with all our teams around the world and in Venezuela to take over government when the right time arrives.
While openly expressing her ambition for regime change and her desire to become president, she spared no effort in harshly criticizing or villainizing the current acting president, Delcy Rodriguez.
And I want to insist on this. Delcy Rodriguez, yes, she's a communist. She is the main ally and representation of the Russian regime, the Chinese and the Iranians. But that's not the Venezuelan people, and that's not the armed forces as well.
At a press conference, Machado was seen making a strong effort to convince Venezuelans that choosing her instead of Rodriguez would be the righteous decision.
This has nothing to do with a tension or decision between Delcy Rodriguez and myself. This is about the cartel and justice. This is about a criminal structure that is the regime and the mandate of the Venezuelan people. That's what's at stake at this moment. I'm just one member of a huge movement of millions of Venezuelans that have decided and are committed to be free.
In her determined struggle to solidify her claim to Venezuela's presidency, Maria Corina Machado went to great lengths, even presenting her Nobel Peace Prize medal to Donald Trump as a gesture to court his favor.
I presented the President of the United States the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize. The people of Bolivar are giving back to the heir of Washington a medal, in this case the medal of the Nobel Peace Prize, as a recognition for his unique commitment with our freedom.
While Machado's Nobel Peace Prize bait worked like a charm on Trump.
Well, she offered it to me. I thought it was very nice. She said, you know, you've ended 8 wars, and nobody deserves this prize more than in history than you do. And I thought it was a very nice gesture. And by the way, I think she's a very fine woman, and we'll be talking again.
Okay, viewers, we cut across live to visuals that are now coming in from Copenhagen, that is the capital city of Denmark, where hundreds of people are rallying in front of the Copenhagen City Hall in support of Greenland against the aggressive stance of the United States administration and Donald Trump threatening to acquire Greenland by force if necessary. Remember, viewers, this has been a point of contention over the last 2 weeks between the Trump administration and the European Union after the US and the Republican Party essentially made an indication that post-Maduro's capture was necessary for the US to what he calls acquire Greenland for national security purposes. Now, Denmark and several other European leaders have shown strong support, solidarity with Greenland, saying that the country belongs to the people of Greenland and not to anybody else, while Trump parallelly has essentially threatened more tariffs on nations that opposes its stance on Greenland. Live visuals that we are getting in from Denmark. Over there, you can see people holding up banners saying no means no. So over there, waving the flag. And these are hundreds of supporters of Greenland that have now gathered in front of the City Hall in Denmark, calling out the US's aggressive stance and Trump's relentless approach to acquire Greenland. Now, viewers, a number of European leaders have essentially written a consolidated letter hitting back at the United States President Donald Trump, repeated calls for the US takeover of Greenland, as this comes as a major showdown post Washington's military attack on Venezuela, the capture of Nicolas Maduro. Several European leaders, including French President Emmanuel Macron, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, and United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer, had issued a statement earlier saying that Greenland belongs to its people and not to any other nation that may be essentially trying to bully the country. And separately, viewers, Denmark's Prime Minister had also warned that any bid by the US to take over Greenland would result in the end of the NATO military alliance. This comes as Donald Trump had essentially called on the NATO to lead the US's operation in acquiring Greenland. Trump has repeatedly said that any country that comes forward to oppose its stance on Greenland would be imposed with more tariffs. None of the European Union countries not essentially buying what Trump has to say, viewers, but he maintains that Greenland should come under the jurisdiction of the US, and his latest threat came just days after the Venezuela capture. And viewers, we'll slip into a short break on that note, but we'll stay and cover the live visuals that are coming in from Denmark in just a short while.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So I mean, if
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S. B-2 stealth bombers, which flew a secretive and historic long-range.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for being with us this Saturday evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking at 5 p.m. with me, Oyana Mitra. We'll break down what has been happening in West Bengal's Murshidabad for you just months ahead of the elections. There is yet again a complete breakdown of law and order, all under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Zero action from the Bengal police. That and a lot more for you, but first the headlines. Mobs in West Bengal target Chicken's Neck route. Miscreants block key highways. Free run to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains and highways blocked. Stone pelting reported in Murshidabad's Beldanga district.
BMC के नेता सालों से यहां घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है.
Prime Minister Modi attacks TMC government, says Mamata Banerjee using infiltrators as voters ahead of the elections. Political violence in Bengal over SIR, BDO office vandalized, forms torn apart and burnt. BJP flags infiltration crisis on Bengal-Karnataka train route to Railway Ministry, says national security being compromised. Congress MLA Phul Singh makes controversial remark, justifies rape. Later defense statement. No word from Congress top brass on MLA's shameful remark. Rahul Gandhi seen with Phul Singh in Madhya Pradesh. Another lawsuit filed in Sanjay Kapoor's inheritance battle. Priya Sachdev sues sister-in-law Mandira Kapoor. It's a big boost to Indian defence. Proposal to acquire 114 Rafale jets cleared. All right, viewers, violence and large-scale disruption were reported in parts of West Bengal's Murshidabad district, particularly in Beldanga during the Prime Minister's visit to the state earlier today. He was campaigning in Malda. Now, in Murshidabad, protesters blocked railway tracks and major highways, including the critical route that links Murshidabad to Siliguri and the strategic Chicken's Neck corridor. Rail services were halted after a ruthless mob lay down on the tracks, blocked railway gates and pelted stones. The BJP has accused the Trinamool Congress government and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee of allowing mob rule, claiming that police maintained only a skeletal presence and failed to act decisively even after nearly 48 hours of unrest. On your screens now, viewers, the two window visuals showing how the railway tracks were blocked, National Highway 12 and National Highway 34 blocked by these miscreants. Just about 48 hours ago, the first instance of violence was reported. But when asked in a press conference yesterday, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee washed her hands off, completely shunned responsibility from the matter, saying there is not much that can be done in this situation. Now, these protests were reportedly sparked by a local issue but escalated into a widespread law and order challenge, prompting claims of administrative failure, which the state government has blatantly denied. All right, before we move on to show you more, viewers,
and her administration are doing this type of job. They are completely patronize the criminal, the goons, and supporting the anti-national forces. For that reason, this type of hooliganism, incident, a lawlessness are happening in everyday MD hours.
That was the statement, the first statement that was coming in from West Bengal Leader of Opposition Shubhendu Adhikari, essentially questioning the state of law and order in West Bengal under Mamata Banerjee. Now, what has happened in Bengal over the last 48 hours, viewers, is that small issue, a local issue over the killing of a migrant worker quickly escalated. There were mobs that were essentially gathered near these two very critical highways that essentially lead up to India's Chicken's Neck corridor. And these mobs, they pelted stones, they targeted railway officials, they blocked trains from passing through that route. They completely took over the area of Beldanga. And what we saw over there was a complete breakdown of law and order. In fact, now on your screens, viewers, is a visual that was exclusively accessed by Republic Bangla. In this visual, you see young boys, small minor boys, bringing in sacks and sacks of stones. Look at that, viewers. You see young boys bringing in sacks and sacks of stones, placing it on the railway tracks, essentially blocking the routes. They are being endorsed by the locals over there. Nobody is taking any action. The Bengal police turned absolute mute spectators to the entire situation. And you can see over there, while attempts are being made to stop the transport network in North Bengal, in Murshidabad over there, you can see a train has been halted, and there is a pole that has been put up with the picture of the migrant worker who was killed in Jharkhand.
দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরাই বুঝতে পারছো, এই যে দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে। এই যে ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাথর লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে। এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে। বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো, সবাই বেরিয়ে চলে রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য। দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরাই বুঝতে পারছো, এই যে দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে। এই যে ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাথর লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে। এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে। বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো, সবাই বেরিয়ে চলে রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য। দেশের ভবিষ্যতে এরা বুঝতে পারছো, এই যে দেখছো ট্রেন ওরা কিরকম অবরোধ করতে হয় এরা জানে। এই যে ছোট ছোট ছেলেবেলাই বস্তা বস্তা করে পাশে লেগে রেল লাইন কিরকম আটকে রেখে দিয়েছে। এই যে এই ভাইটা পরশুদিনকে মেরে গলায় দড়ি দিয়ে এই যে রাস্তায় ফেলে রেখে গেছে। বুঝতে পারলে তোমরা বেশি বেশি করে শেয়ার করো, সবাই বেড়ে নেওয়া চলেছে রাস্তা অবরোধ করার জন্য।
Our viewers, meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi, who was earlier today in Malda, he has sharply criticized the TMC government over the infiltration issue. He has said that the Mamata government is converting infiltrators into their vote bank in West Bengal. Listen in.
यहाँ की टीएमसी सरकार बहुत ही निर्दयी है, बहुत ही निर्मम है। केंद्र सरकार गरीबों के लिए जो पैसा भेजती है, उस पैसे को यहां टीएमसी के लोग लूट लेते हैं। टीएमसी के लोग बंगाल के मेरे गरीब भाई बहनों के दुश्मन बने हुए हैं। उन्हें आपकी तकलीफ की कोई चिंता नहीं है, वो तो अपनी तिजोरियां भरने में जुटे हुए हैं।
NH-12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH-12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही। और इतना ही नहीं, आप सब हमारे बंधु हैं। यू आर द फोर्थ पिलर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी। इफ वी आर अ पिलर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी एज द लेजिस्लेचर, you are one of the pillars of democracy to uphold.
All right, let's go across to my colleague Kishalay, who joins us on the phone line. Kishalay, it is absolutely appalling how a chief minister, a sitting chief minister, elected chief minister of a state can so brazenly dismiss what is happening in her state. I mean, the least that you could expect was for her to visit the site, to take stock of the situation. But all that we've heard from Mamata Banerjee so far, Kishalay, is that there is nothing that can be done in this situation, essentially giving a complete free run to these mobs.
Well, yesterday, Mamata Banerjee made a shocking comment saying that today's Friday, they assemble here, and if they do it, what can I do? It's not really in my hand. That is what she said yesterday. Today, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to Bengal and he has expressed his anguish over the situation, as you rightly pointed out, and we have seen how the situation in Bengal is dire, out of hand, completely chaotic, and how law and order situation is collapsing in Murshidabad and adjoining areas. Now, I'll give you some updates. About 30 people have been arrested by the police in this case, but the local people are saying, people of Bengal are saying that the way in which parts of Murshidabad was completely cut off from the rest of the country, how national highway was blocked, how the railway was blocked. Arresting near 30 people is not really enough. Things need to be done. Situation needs to be under control. Additional police forces have been sent to Murshidabad. The chief minister has said yesterday that I cannot really do anything about it. She is also the police minister. People of Bengal are asking the chief minister as well as the police minister, Mamata Banerjee, why she is not accepting her failure in controlling the situation. And not only that, not only accepting her failure, but saying in open press conference that today is Friday, I cannot do anything about it. They assembled today is something that has shocked the people of the Bengal to the core. On the other hand, situation is not really under control as of yet. Till now, parts of National Highway 12 is blocked. Railway is affected. Parts of Murshidabad, Beldanga is burning till now. Beldanga, especially the most affected area, is still now. Parts of Beldanga are under the control of these goons, these miscreants. On the other hand, about 30 people have been arrested till now. The police is saying that they are doing more to arrest the suspected accused who have caused such disruption of railways and national highway. But people of Bengal are saying this is not enough.
Right. All right, Kishale, thank you very much for joining us and giving us those very crucial details about what's happening in West Bengal. Viewers, we'll keep a close watch on that story for you. Let's now move on to a big exclusive that we are getting in. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has now spoken to Republic on the BMC, the Maharashtra local body poll results. Asaduddin Owaisi, viewers, their party AIMIM had won 125 seats more than Sharad Pawar and Raj Thackeray. So Owaisi has now essentially, while speaking to Republic, has questioned the Thackerays over their political stance and asked them to introspect about their standing and political relevance in the state of Maharashtra. Listen into that full conversation.
Well, I must thank the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Taala for granting us this huge success. I must also thank my state president Imtiaz Jalil Sahab, Mufti Ismail Sahab, MLA of Malegaon and Waris Pathan, Mr. Yusuf Punjani, and all the important leaders and members who have worked very hard to achieve this success. And it was a very collective effort in which even our party leader in the assembly, Akbaruddin Owaisi, along with 5 MLAs of Telangana, Akhtar Ali Maan Sahab and Adil Hassan from Bihar, and the Delhi unit. So everyone was there campaigning with our MLCs of Rahmat and Riazul Afandi. So all in all, all of us worked hard, and I'm thankful to the people also for having voted for us. I'm extremely grateful to them for reposing confidence in us, and I hope that inshallah our elected municipal corporators will live up to the expectations of the people, and will work very hard to bring development in their respective wards.
So your party has performed better than MNS, Sharad Pawar's party, and even MNS. So how do you look at it, and how are you looking at their party not being able to perform well in the BMC as well?
I cannot speak for other parties, but I'm thankful to the people of Mumbai, especially the people of Cheetah Camp and the assembly constituency of Shivaji Mankun Gowandi, wherein out of 8 wards under the leadership of Atiq and with special focus attention by our MLA Ahmed Balala, we had won 6 wards, which included a Dalit municipal corporator as well. So we should have won some more, but we'll ensure that this continues, and we'll improve our party's prospects in other areas as well.
So for the BJP Shiv Sena together who won this BMC, how do you look at this? Because the Thackerays had a very strong hold in the BMC for very long years, and how do you see the win of BMC and Sena, and did the Thackerays lose their charm, or how do you look at this?
People have given their verdict. We should respect the people's verdict, and I am of the opinion it is wrong to write off anyone. It is the people who decide who should stay relevant, who should not stay relevant. So that is all I can say about it.
All right, viewers, after Cyclone Ditwa shattered road connectivity in Sri Lanka, the Indian Army has stepped in once again, building not just bridges of steel, but bridges of hope. A third Bailey Bridge is now operational, reconnecting Kandy and Nuwara area after weeks of isolation. This is part of India's humanitarian diplomacy in action.
Steel, sweat and speed. The Indian Army in action. 120-foot Bailey Bridge built at KM 15 on Sri Lanka's B492 highway. This connects Kandy to Nuwara area, a route cut off for over a month after Cyclone Ditwa. Army engineers racing against time to restore a lifeline. This is the third bridge built by India in Sri Lanka. Earlier bridges were constructed in Jaffna and Kandy. Roads reopened. Movement restored, life resumes. For residents, this means access to hospitals, food and markets. This is part of Operation Sagar Bandhu, India's humanitarian response to the cyclone. Disaster relief in action.
बेली ब्रिज एक मॉडुलर और रीलोकेटेबल टाइप का ब्रिज है, जिसे जरूरत के अनुसार टेम्पररी या परमानेंट तौर पर बनाया जा सकता है। इस साइट पर इस बेली ब्रिज को लंबे समय तक इस्तेमाल करने के हिसाब से कंस्ट्रक्ट किया गया है। इसी वजह से रैपिड हार्डनिंग कंक्रीट से मजबूत बियरिंग पैड्स बनाए गए हैं और हर प्रकार की सेफ्टी का पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। अगर भविष्य में यदि यहाँ परमानेंट ब्रिज बनाने की जरूरत पड़ती है तो इस बेली ब्रिज को आसानी से डीलॉन्च कर किसी अन्य स्थान पर रिलोकेट और रिकंस्ट्रक्ट किया जा सकता है।
A bridge that carries more than traffic, it carries trust. Connectivity restored after weeks of isolation. This is regional solidarity on ground. India and Sri Lanka shoulder to shoulder in crisis, a reflection of India's neighborhood first policy and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. From disaster to recovery, from disruption to resilience, the Indian Army builds bridges not just of steel but of friendship.
All right, within barely a day of Maharashtra having completed its municipal corporation elections and the BJP Shiv Sena Shinde faction having emerged victorious, Shinde faction, fearing defections to the party's UBT faction, has now resorted to having its winning candidates stay at a hotel in Bandra for over 3 days. Resort politics back in Maharashtra. Viewers, take a look at what's happening.
In the aftermath of the BJP's landmark victory in Maharashtra's municipal corporation elections, ally Shinde Sena, taking the combined number of Mahayuti past the majority mark, is set to house all its winning candidates at a hotel in Mumbai. This move warranted by the fear of poaching. This is as the Shinde camp is worried about a possible attempt by the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena to lure away corporations. Sources further claim that the Shinde camp plans to keep its candidates together at the hotel for the next 3 days, a preemptive move to prevent or deter any defections.
इस वक्त हम मुंबई में हैं और होटल ताज के सामने हैं। आप यहाँ पर सूत्रों के हवाले से जो खबर सामने आ रही है वो महाराष्ट्र की सियासत को और दिलचस्प बना रही है। अभी हाल ही में चुनावी नतीजे फाइनल हुए हैं और उसके बाद कहा जा रहा है कि तमाम जो नगर सेवक हैं उन्हें एकनाथ शिंदे की पार्टी यहाँ लेकर आ सकती है और उसके बाद यहीं से खुल्ला खेल फर्रुखाबादी शुरू होने वाला है।
All of this as the BJP Shiv Sena have consolidated a victory in Maharashtra, ending the 25-year-old reign of Uddhav Sena over the state.
Okay, now we move on to everything else that is making news across the country at this hour. This is Bharat in 1 minute for you. A 19-hour curfew has been imposed in Jalna and Ambad in the light of the Thangar community protest in Maharashtra. A heavy police force has been deployed near the Mukteshwar Dwar area. Forces remain on high alert. The Rajasthan eligibility examination for teachers 2026 began today in Udaipur, where candidates arrived early to the exam centre and faced rigorous security checks. This year, the candidates will be given an additional 10 minutes to cross-check their answers marked in the booklet. A thick layer of smog engulfed the national capital, raising concerns of visibility. This morning, restrictions have been reimposed under GRAP 3 as the air quality deteriorated further in the city. A bull ran amok, which created panic in the crowd gathered to welcome Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin at a Jallikattu event. Sources say that it was actually a Jallikattu bull and no one dared to stop the bull. Police had put up iron barricades to stop it, but it was of no use. Some people reportedly suffered minor injuries due to its aggression. And on to some international news of the hour. Viewers, troops from various European countries, including France, Germany, Norway and Sweden, are arriving in Greenland with the aim to enhance the island's security. This follows discussions between Denmark, Greenland and the United States, which reflected a fundamental disagreement between the Trump administration and European allies. But the big question is the EU ready for war?
France and Europeans must continue to be present wherever their interests are threatened. France has decided to join the exercise that was scheduled and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner as part of Arctic Endurance.
The European Union's recent military move in Greenland comes after Trump has multiple times threatened to encroach on and take over control of Greenland.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. I would like to make a deal, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
In total, the EU has deployed around 35 military personnel. Germany contributed 13 personnel, while France sent 15 soldiers.
France has decided to join the exercise that was scheduled and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner as part of Arctic Endurance. An initial team of French military personnel is already on site and will be reinforced in the coming days with land, air, and sea resources. I thank the Chiefs of Staff of the armies for organizing this quickly in coordination with Danish partners and respond to the very concrete requests that were made. This is the role that France must play, to be available and adapt after assessing the threat and stand with a sovereign nation to protect its territory.
Meanwhile, the White House reportedly downplayed the European Union's military presence in Greenland.
One follow-up on Greenland, you reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process, nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all.
What is clear is that Greenland can count on us politically. What is clear is that Greenland can count on us politically, economically and financially. And when it comes to its security, the discussions on Arctic security are first and foremost a core issue of NATO. But I also want to emphasize that it is the Arctic and Arctic security, both topics, are core topics for the European Union and matter enormously for us. This is, among others, the reason why we double down on investments and supporting Greenland. You might have seen in the draft budget, we have doubled the amount of financial support to Greenland.
All right, viewers, it's time for us to move into a very short commercial break, but do stay on with us because we are tracking the story from West Bengal very, very closely, where mobs have been given a complete free run under the Mamata Banerjee government in Murshidabad. Stay with us.
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
झुमका तेरा झुमका
नॉट देयर मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा
तेरा झुमका मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, we picked three, two domestic and one from foreign affairs. First up, ever wondered how the markets reacted to Moody's downgrades of India in the early years of liberalization? Those ratings agencies acted as a Damocles sword on our economy and a geopolitical weapon to control India's march to progress, as also that of the developing world. Now, India is hitting back with a rating system of its own. We take a look. Second, has Donald Trump overplayed the tariff card? As he completes 1 year in office as President of the United States during his second term, what lessons we have from the trade data? And finally, a battle of narratives in which we focused on the Nehru in JNU last week takes us to Somnath this episode. How Prime Minister Modi is setting things right, as in from left of center to right of center, as a national mission. Let's get going. More people searched for the Somnath temple on Google this week than all of the last 20 years. That's the kind of impact Prime Minister Narendra Modi's brainwave of marking 1,000 years of the attack on the temple by Mahmud of Ghazni as Swabhiman Parv, festival of self-respect, had on the masses. The historical site, sacred to a great mass of Hindus, saw repeated attacks and reconstructions over the millennia. And the Swabhiman Parv marked major recorded attack in 1026 by Mahmud. Now, nobody denies the historicity of those attacks. After Mahmud destroyed the temple built by the Solanki king Mularaj in 1026 Common Era, there was another round of demolition that Somnath faced at the hands of Alaf Khan, a general of Alauddin Khilji in 1299. Subsequently, Muzaffar Khan, a governor of Gujarat, desecrated the same temple in 1394. Sultan Mahmud Begra in 1459 And then, during the Mughal reign of Aurangzeb, Somnath was ordered demolished thrice in 1669, 1702 and 1706, by which time it was almost turned into a mosque. This repeated destruction should ideally be seen as evidence of kind of repeated reconstruction that was done by the Hindus over all these years and centuries. But that's where history writing comes into play. Last episode, I narrated how JNU became a left bastion by design and not default. India's first Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru, willed the intellectual spaces of India, from university campuses to the bureaucracy to the cultural institutions, to be filled with left-of-center ideologues, thus providing an inexhaustible supply of talent for his socialist governance. A product of that was history writing, which doctored a sanitized past of India, where either no brutal attacks on our civilization, the likes of which Somnath and Nalanda faced, happened, or if those attacks had to be acknowledged, the scale of destruction and their motivation in the iconoclasm of medieval Islam had to be muted. Enter Romila Thapar, a professor emeritus of JNU. Yes, the same JNU we discussed. She is variously described as a celebrated historian or doyen of Indian historians, who as recently as 2023 wrote a book on Somnath. This is what she writes. In 1026, Sultan Mahmud of Ghazni raided the Hindu temple of Somnath. The story of the raid has reverberated in Indian history, but largely during the Raj. It was first depicted as a trauma for the Hindu population, not in India, but in the House of Commons in London. This is according to Thapar. The triumphalist accounts of the event in Turco-Persian chronicles became the main source for most of the 18th century historians. It suited everyone and helped the British to divide and rule the subcontinent. That's what Thapar says. For her, the temple was destroyed by Mahmud in search of a medieval Arab goddess, Manat, and not because he saw in Somnath a symbol of Hindu civilizational pride. She further says in the book that the temple was rebuilt by Kumarpal as per some Jain chronicles, not because it was destroyed by Mahmud of Ghazni, but because of the corroding effect of the seas, because of which the temple lay in a dilapidated state. Such chicanery of words, and guess what? The likes of Thapar made a lifetime, complete with Padma Awards, out of this intellectual dishonesty, courtesy Nehru's patronage. Pandit Nehru himself was so discomfited by the reconstruction imagined by Sardar Patel, supervised by Kanhaiya Lal Munshi and blessed by the then President Rajendra Prasad, that he wrote as many as 17 letters marking his opposition to the Somnath project. In one cribbing apologia to Liaquat Ali Khan, the then Prime Minister of Pakistan, for example, Panditji protested that Pakistani radio was speaking of doors of the Somnath temple being brought to India from Afghanistan, while there was no truth to the story. Guess what? Maybe it did not happen immediately after independence. But Romila Thapar, the same protege of Nehru, narrates in her latest book about the episode of the doors brought back from Ghazni to Agra during the British times in the 2023 book. Yes. Such charade we have lived through. Or look at this letter that Nehru wrote to the All India Radio instructing the toning down of the coverage of the consecration event in 1951 that Rajendra Babu attended despite protests by the Prime Minister. Or these two letters written by Nehru to the chief ministers, dated May 2 and August 1, 1951, in which he hems and haws, literally, about the bad image of India the presence of his ministers would create abroad by being present there at the consecration ceremony of Somnath temple. Guess what? Nehru did not want to get the optics wrong then, just as Modi did not want to get the optics wrong now. Only the audiences are different. For Nehru, the audience was the Islamic world in West Asia and the Muslim population back home. For Modi, the audience is Hindu and at home. Irony is that Modi has been bestowed the highest civilian honors by at least a dozen Islamic nations, including Saudi Arabia, the custodian of the two holy mosques of Islam. The fact is, they care two hoots about India's internal politics so long as principles of natural justice and good governance are followed. They would not have cared then also, in Nehru's times. Just that it was only in Nehru's mind that the reconstruction of Somnath conflated with secularism and not reclamation of India's civilizational pride. Modi has corrected that wrong. That takes us to another wrong Prime Minister Modi is correcting, subtly, slowly, but surely. For those who came of age through campuses during India's early liberalization years, the terror of credit rating agencies would be sort of fresh in the minds. They literally determined our collective destinies by throwing up jumbled soup of alphabets. If you were AAA or AAA, you were in the elite company of Western nations. And the global financial establishment looked at you with benign indulgences, like cheap capital. If you were BB or worse, junk, your goose as an economy was cooked, which happened with India a couple of times with ratings downgrades through the 1990s and 2000s. Despite our size and scale, we were helpless. We did not control the process or the product. Like India, rest of the non-Western world, increasingly called Global South these days, was a mute spectator to a few deciding the fate of the many. Not anymore. There's a pushback. This coming week, India is launching its own yardstick to judge the rest of the world. It's going to be called RNI, Responsible Nations Index. Not exactly similar as the financial ratings, but that's the whole debate. Who gets to decide where you stand in the Committee of Nations? Let me first dig a little deeper into the existing system. Going back to the end of the World War II and the setting up of the Bretton Woods institutions, the IMF and the World Bank. The framework cast US hegemony in stone with dollar as the default reserve currency of the world pegged to the gold, and the transatlantic Western Bloc acting as its guarantor. Metrics like the GDP growth, debt to GDP ratio, and inflation became the universal yardsticks of judging a country's credit worthiness. So far, so good. By the 1970s, 3 private agencies monopolized the game. Recall how the mood of the Moody's, standards of S&P or Standard & Poor, or fiddling by Fitch, all 3 US-based, in the case of Fitch, French-owned, would determine the cost of borrowing for nations including India. The big 3 came to dominate almost 100% of the world ratings market by the turn of the century. There's a template of cognitive bias. The big 3 in tandem with the IMF and the World Bank, between them enforce Western ideals. Cut welfare, privatize, open markets, or face higher costs. This essentially became a system like a straw-sucking savings from the Global South, funding consumption in the Global North, even as the Global South borrowed back at premiums dictated by the same biased ratings. It's a rigged game where ratings act as enforcers, limiting sovereignty and perpetuating inequality. Investors treated ratings as gospel. Pension funds and banks face mandates to favor high-rated bonds. Post-Cold War, that is in the 1990s and thereafter, ratings became a geopolitical weapon to align developing states with Western agendas. Argentina's 2001 default followed repeated downgrades amid IMF austerity clashes, crippling recovery. Greece's 2010 debt crisis saw agencies amplify Eurozone woes, pressuring Athens towards privatization. During the 2016 Brexit, while the S&P did downgrade the UK mildly, it hammered Brazil over impeachment, essentially a political process. Venezuela, Russia, Iran, the list is endless. Over time, the biases stood exposed. Emerging markets got harsher treatment than advanced economies, even when fundamentals were similar. It's not just numbers, it's control. During the turn of the century, Asian financial crisis, for example, the S&P downgraded countries en masse, triggering capital flight and deepening the mess. Similarly, during the COVID-19 pandemic years, 95% of the downgrades hit only developing countries, despite milder economic hits than in the West. Why? Geopolitical proximity, cultural biases, and information asymmetries favor the global north. Now the world's reacting, and BRICS is a leading example or leading the charge, calling out the ratings terrorism of the West during the 2024 Kazan summit. Their new development bank, launched in 2014, offers loans without the IMF's harsh conditions, funding infrastructure in local currencies to dodge dollar traps. Guess what? Such is the terror of the existing arrangement, even now that the NDB has to comply with sanctions on Russia. But that only proves the point. No more passive acceptance of Western models. Russia, post-2014 sanctions, created the National Rating Agency. China launched Dagong, rating itself AAA. That's where RNI, Responsible Nations Index of India, comes into the picture. A brainchild of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as part of his larger push for Atmanirbharta and shedding of colonial mindset. Why let a declining West dictate the agenda? Look at the matrix. The RNI would be structured around three core dimensions. One, internal responsibility, focusing on dignity, justice, and the well-being of citizens. Two, environmental responsibility, covering stewardship of natural resources and climate action. And three, external responsibility, measuring a country's contribution to peace, cooperation, and global stability. Does not sound like GDP, debt, etc., but that's the whole point. How do you judge India's Operation Maitri, for example, when we supplied COVID vaccines to the rest of the world? That's where responsibility as a member of the Committee of Nations comes in. Should it not get reflected in ratings? Fitch and Moody's won't. So let's do it on our own, our way. The index, or the RNI, would cover 154 countries and is built on transparent, globally sourced data to ensure credibility and comparability. JNU and IIM Mumbai have provided institutional support. The RNI would be India's first globally anchored framework to evaluate countries on responsible governance, social well-being, environmental stewardship, and global responsibility. The initiative aims to encourage global dialogue on ethics, sustainability, food security, and value-based leadership, contributing to a more balanced understanding of national performance on the global stage. The geopolitics of rating nations is all set to change. Wait till Monday. Moving on to the last segment.
This bill would allow...
And India also is voting.
Yes, sir. So you put a 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil. I was at the Indian ambassador's house about a month ago, and all he wanted to talk about is how they're buying less Russian oil. Would you tell the president to relieve the tariff? I really do believe that what he did with India is the chief reason India is now buying substantially less Russian oil. So I hope we pass this bill soon. And after this...
They wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to... Modi's a very good man.
Yes.
He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy. And it was important to make me happy. They do trade. And we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
It's been a year of tariffs, but tariffs as Donald Trump completes one as President of the United States next week in his second term. But reports and numbers on the trade front are not what the Trumpist stars or the mega supporters of Trump would have loved to hear. India's merchandise exports to the US during April-December period saw an almost 10% jump, rising to approximately US $66 billion, compared to US $60 billion in the previous year. In the month of November itself, the year-on-year increase was a hopping 22% at US $7 billion. Even with punitive tariffs in place, industries like electronics, which are up 16%, marine products up 11%, pharmaceuticals up 5%, and engineering goods stayed strong. Overall exports also showed a rising clip of 5%. In December of last year, that is 2025, India's overall merchandise exports reached US $38.5 billion, a 2 percentage point increase year on year. And the 9-month cumulative exports edged 3% to US $330 billion. India's export surge defies the odds. Weren't we supposed to fold under Trump's reciprocal hammer? Instead, Indian shipments of pharma, electronics, textiles, and rice to the US grew steadily, even as duties bit into margins, of course. Why? Diversification and niches. Pharma dodged full hits due to essential status. Electronics filled the void left by China, and rice carved a premium lane despite existing tariffs. There's more to the story. While India's US export dependence dipped slightly from 23 to 20%, which means we diversified, absolute volumes rose as American buyers sought alternatives to pricier Chinese products. And even as our manufacturing edge shone through, India upped its game. Last year saw at least half a dozen FTAs getting signed from New Zealand to UAE to the UK and Oman, plus the European Economic Community. Trade deals with Canada and the EU are close. All this offsets the US friction. This resilience suggests a few takeaways. Indian exporters shifted strategies, seeking tariff exemptions, pivoting to less targeted sectors, and reinforcing global supply chain linkages. Indian smartphones found new markets like Slovakia, Israel, Latvia, Vietnam, South Korea, among others. So while tariffs might have slowed growth in targeted categories, they did not derail India's broader export strength to the US, arguably one of the signature goals of Trump's strategy. The aim was ambitious so far as Trump is concerned: shield the US manufacturing, rebalance trade deficits, and coax partners into fairer deals. But the India story proves otherwise. And that's still not the complete picture. Look at China and you realize the gaping hole in Trump's strategy. Despite facing intense US tariffs of up to 47.5%, China recorded a jaw-dropping global trade surplus of US $1.2 trillion. That colossal surplus reflected not just resilience, but strategic adaptation. Chinese manufacturers sidestepped US tariffs by boosting exports to ASEAN, up 13%, Africa up 26%, Latin America up 7%, and the EU up 8%. Domestic policies and a weakened yuan made Chinese goods cheaper abroad. Taken together, these trends paint a picture of limited leverage for Team Trump. India weathered the storm by channeling growth through resilient sectors and supply chain flexibility. China simply rerouted its trade and expanded it elsewhere. There's another interesting takeaway. The Kazan reset with China that India had is paying off. Our merchandise exports to China in the last 6 months of 2025 versus 2024 grew 37%, $14 plus billion versus $10.42 billion. China recorded notably higher Indian imports, with electronics and engineering goods seeing sizable increases. So Washington needs to take note. I spoke to a Commerce Ministry official part of the trade negotiations some time back, and if I rephrase his anecdotal account of the difference between American and European strategies when it comes to negotiating the trade deal, it comes down to one word: flexibility. Like the EU officials were comfortable to take agriculture off the table so that talks could proceed. Unlike in the case of the United States, where stalemate is centered around the GM crops and the dairy sector. Also, and that's a big factor, the official told me that he sensed that the American team came with a strong brief but limited freedom in terms of give and take. Obviously, because everything has to go right up to the top, to the White House. Why have tariffs seemingly failed? For one, substitution effect. Tariffs create vacuums that others fill. Basic economics Trump overlooked. As Chinese goods got pricier, India ramped up low-cost alternatives like generic drugs, replacing pricier Chinese APIs, or textiles dodging full steel aluminum add-ons. US importers did not reshore, they swapped suppliers, keeping trade volumes high. Data shows only 17 of the 57 targeted nations cut deals with Trump, leaving heavyweights like India and China defiant. Meanwhile, US manufacturing jobs flatlined. Tariffs raised input costs for autos and tech, killing almost 100,000 positions as per some estimates, as firms passed hikes to buyers amid 2025's inflation bout. US consumers paid anything between $200 to $500 more yearly per household, as per some think tanks. Long-term US GDP looks like taking a 0.5 percentage point or even 1 percentage point hit from disrupted supply chains. The Venezuela, Greenland, Iran headlines could be planned distractions for these reasons ahead of the midterm elections. And then there are the geopolitical costs. India's is the most classic case of standing up to Trump's tariff bullying. Well, not just tariffs, but the Pakistan pivot also, that has put the larger India-United States relationship into a downward spiral that would not be easy for just Sergio Gore, the new US ambassador to India, to retrieve. Prime Minister Modi has earned plaudits from around the world to have managed the friction with Trump so well, even as leaders around the world, particularly in Europe, seem to be capitulating. This is an evolving story and we shall keep coming back to it. Thanks for watching.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. And they won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation very carefully. I've made the statement very strongly that if they start killing people like they have in the past, we will get involved. We'll be hitting them very hard where it hurts. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground, but it means hitting them very, very hard where it hurts. So we don't want that to happen. There have been cases like this where President Obama totally backed down. But this is something pretty incredible that's happening in Iran. It's an amazing thing to watch. They've done a bad job. They've treated their people very badly, and now they're being paid back. So let's see what happens. We're watching it.
U.S. has proven its military capacity in Operation Midnight Hammer, where the United States military bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. U.S.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching the Saturday edition of 6 Stories at 6 with me, Rakshita Mishra. Viewers, we'll start with the shameful comment that has been made by the Congress MLA from Madhya Pradesh over rapes. He has justified rape, what he calls a rape theory. It's Phul Singh Baraiya justifying rapes and uses casteist slurs as well. And then a picture of him with Rahul Gandhi also sparks more outrage. Story number 2 on 6 Stories at 6. Hypocrisy taking over in Beldanga, West Bengal, an area that is very, very close to the Siliguri corridor. The Chicken's Neck highway leading up to the Siliguri corridor has been blocked today by the mob. And what we saw was the administration being a mute spectator. And on a day when the Prime Minister was visiting the state, violence breaks out in Beldanga. Meanwhile, the BJP versus Mamata over infiltration, over SIR is only blowing up. And after the saffron sweep in BMC elections, the threat of resort politics is yet again looming in Maharashtra. We'll tell you about that. Also, on the show, we get you what Karnataka's LOP has written to the Railway Minister, Ashwini Vaishnav, what he calls is an illegal migration route and why Bengaluru is becoming the illegal migrant hub. And last but not least is the controversy surrounding A.R. Rahman's claims with his comments on Bollywood communal bias, what he calls is a power shift that has led to him getting less work in the industry. Let's start with the shocker coming in from Congress MLA. Sitting Congress MLA, Phul Singh Baraiya from Madhya Pradesh has triggered a storm after making horrific remarks, shameful remarks that clearly justifies rape, demeans women from SC, ST, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes and OBC communities, while misusing religion and scriptures as well. He cites some scriptures and he creates a rape theory. Very shameful comment, and it has been slammed by different corners. The BJP has also taken aim, and now what has happened is that Rahul Gandhi, who happens to be in Madhya Pradesh, happened to be in Indore today as well. His photograph, him posing with Phul Singh, has only caused more outrage. By the way, there has been no action, not even a word of condemnation from the Congress party. Here's more.
Phul Singh Baraiya, Congress MLA from Madhya Pradesh, a lawmaker, making statements that appear to justify rape. He claims the scriptures say if one cannot go on pilgrimage, then intercourse with an SC woman gives the same merit. He goes further, saying that there are no beautiful girls among SC, ST and OBC communities. And then comes the most disturbing claim that seeing a beautiful girl can distract a man and rape can occur. A statement that shifts blame from the criminal to the victim. A video of his speech quickly went viral on social media, spreading shock and disbelief across the country, across political lines. Condemnation is pouring in. The BJP says this is not an isolated remark but a dangerous mindset.
Says that there are no beautiful women in SC, ST, OBC community and hence some other women are raped. This kind of disgusting mindset is being shown towards Hindu Astha also and also towards women and their issues related to safety.
Religious leaders are also outraged over misuse of sacred texts.
मैं पूरे संपूर्ण समाज से यह निवेदन करूंगा और खास तौर पे कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं से कि ऐसे नीच बुद्धि, ऐसे घृणित विचारधारा की व्यक्ति को तत्काल पार्टी से निकालकर बाहर करो.
The row has intensified because Baraiya was recently seen sharing the stage with Rahul Gandhi during his visit to Indore. As Gandhi remains silent on the controversy, the BJP accuses the Congress leadership of protecting leaders who hold dehumanizing and misogynistic views against women and backward classes. Not just apology, the demand is for accountability. Opposition parties say such remarks insult women, demean SC and ST communities, and weaken the fight against sexual violence. Statements that many call misogynistic, casteist, and dangerous. Meanwhile, watch how, when confronted, the Congress MLA brazenly stands by his statement.
कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत में करूंगा. सर, आपका स्टेटमेंट हमने सुना जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं कि खूबसूरत लड़की देखकर मन विचलित होता है, रेप हो सकता है. इस पे झूठ 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 ये आपने नहीं बोला? नहीं, आपका स्टेटमेंट है, वीडियो है. मैंने बोला तो कर सेंस.
Right, we're cutting across to Prime Minister Modi, who is right now in Assam, in Guwahati, after his visit to Bengal and a rally in Malda. Now we see the Prime Minister arriving in Guwahati, and this is the latest visual. PM on a visit to Guwahati. Back-to-back visits for the Prime Minister, and just this evening he's going to in fact witness 10,000 Bodo dancers perform the Bagurumba during Assam visit. We'll flag off first Vande Bharat sleeper train that of course happened in Bengal, and he is going to perform Bhumi Pujan for Kaziranga elevated corridor in Assam as well. And this is pole-bound Bengal and Assam rally, big infra push by the BJP. It's a two-day program for the Prime Minister in Assam. It's a two-day trip, Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow also he'll be participating in major cultural and developmental programs. The Prime Minister is going to attend today, in a short while from now, the grand traditional Bodo cultural program at Sarusajai Stadium in Guwahati. And the highlight of the evening will be Bagurumba Dohu 2026. That's a historic cultural event celebrating the rich heritage of the Bodo community. And during this event, more than 10,000 artists from the Bodo community will be performing the dance in a single synchronized presentation. And in fact, these are artists representing 81 assembly constituencies from 23 districts of Assam who are going to take part, making it one of the largest cultural performances of its kind in Assam. And tomorrow he will be performing the Bhumi Pujan for the Kaziranga Elevated Corridor project. It's an ambitious infrastructure initiative worth over 6,950 crore rupees, 86-kilometer long project, officially the four-laning of the Kaliabor-Numaligarh section of NH 715. Aniruddha, my colleague, joining us live on the broadcast from Guwahati. Aniruddha, tell us more about the Prime Minister's schedule and the significance of this cultural program that's going to happen in a short while from now. The Prime Minister is going to attend. Aniruddha.
Yes, Rakshita. Can you kindly repeat the question?
All right. We'll just try and reconnect. Aniruddha, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just tell us about the Prime Minister's visit, two-day visit, the details and the significance of it.
Yes, the Prime Minister's visit to Assam, this two-day program, is very significant, given the fact that the Prime Minister will be also laying the foundation stone for the 34-kilometer-long elevated corridor that will be bypassing the Kaziranga National Park. This project in itself speaks in volume about, the government's commitment towards wildlife and nature, and also while ensuring development and infrastructure tools in the northeastern region. The Kaziranga National Park is the largest home to the famed one-hand rhino, and the elevated corridor will ensure from now on that there is no disturbance to the traffic movement or the movement of animals within the park, as most of the transports will be bypassing through the elevated corridor. But before laying the foundation stone for the elevated corridor, which is scheduled tomorrow, today the Prime Minister will be witnessing a historic performance of Bagurumba Doho 2026, wherein 9,600 dancers and artisans from the Bodo community will be performing the traditional dance form of the community in front of the Prime Minister at the Sarusajai Sports Complex, Bhukeshwar Borua Sports Complex in Sarusajai, Guwahati. And the Prime Minister is expected to arrive at the venue in a short while from now. We are being told that he has already entered the sports complex and he is on his way to the main venue where this historic performance will be taking place. Remember, earlier also on two accounts, showcase of Assam's rich culture and vibrancy was witnessed by the Prime Minister himself when more than 20,000 dancers, Tihu dancers, performed the Tihu dance earlier. And on the second occasion when Jumur Binondini was organized, and the Prime Minister also witnessed that spectacular performance last year. And this time, as assured by the state government, they are organizing this Bagurumba Doho 2026 in front of the Prime Minister, in presence of Prime Minister, where 9,600 artisans, dancers, singers, drummers will be performing to the rhythm of Bagurumba, which in itself speaks not only about the rich, colorful cultural fabric of the state of Assam, but also showcases the tribal lifestyle, the tribal region, enriched by its colorful display of various traditional dance forms. Rakshita.
Right. Absolutely. And in fact, infiltration is going to be the hot topic when it comes to both these states. It's one of the biggest issues that the BJP is, of course, pushing against from Bengal to Assam. Aniruddha. Infiltration has been on top of agenda as far as the BJP is concerned, and we expect that in the coming days, the campaign for SIR and against infiltration to flush out the infiltrators will be only picking up pace, and the campaign is also going to be designed that way in those districts.
The Prime Minister who had visited the Northeast region for more than 85 counts so far. And with each and every visit, he has rightly placed Northeast, Assam, be it any other state of the Northeast, for say Arunachal Pradesh, for say Manipur, Mizoram, Nagaland. Whenever the Prime Minister visits the Northeastern region, there have been a tremendous push as far as infrastructure development is concerned, as far as connectivity is concerned, and this visits during the elections are also can be seen as a massive, infrastructure push. But as far as other issues are concerning, last time also when Prime Minister was here, he spoke in detail in depth about the issue of immigration and infiltration, which is still slurs over the people of Assam, and which has also pushed the Assamese community into a danger zone as far as the demographic pattern shift in the state of Assam is concerned. And during the last visit of Indian Home Minister also, Amit Shah, when he was here, Indian Home Minister has also stressed upon how infiltration and demographic threat has, pushed the Assamese community and its culture and heritage into brink of extinction in several districts of Assam. There are at least 12 districts in the state of Assam which have been completely demographically in a different way from what it was in 1951. And this polarization of the demographic shift in the state of Assam is going to be definitely one of the most talked about topic or the most, sought after issue after these elections as we approach closer and closer.
Right. Aniruddha, tracking those updates from Prime Minister's two-day visit to Guwahati to Assam, and there you have the visuals from Guwahati as he's just arrived, and his convoy now being welcomed by the supporters, the people of Assam, the supporters of BJP, the supporters of Prime Minister Modi. As you can see, he's being flanked on both sides of the road by the supporters amidst heavy security cover as he's going to attend the cultural program in Guwahati. And tomorrow also, mega infrastructure push by the Prime Minister in Guwahati, in Assam. So two-day visit after his visit to the homebound, I beg your pardon, the pole-bound state of West Bengal and Assam. Aniruddha, also tell us about the big infrastructure push. Tomorrow, it's going to be the launch of the. Of course, first he will perform the Bhumi Pujan for the corridor project, and this, of course, is very important as far as connectivity is concerned, and also the, of course, the Vande Bharat train that is important as far as Bengal and Assam and the connectivity is concerned.
Yes, today the first ever sleeper class Vande Bharat Express was flagged off by the Prime Minister which will run between Kolkata and Guwahati. And tomorrow, another set of trains are to be flagged off by the Prime Minister from Koliabor, where he will be flagging off the Amrit Bharat Express from Dibrugarh and another from Guwahati to Rohtak, and this too will definitely give a major boost to the railway connectivity in the northeastern region. Apart from the railway connectivity that we have been talking about, there has been a massive push as far as highway and road infrastructure in the northeastern region is concerned. And as I was telling you earlier, Rakshita, telling our viewers earlier, that, this project, which the Prime Minister will be attending the Bhumi Pujan of tomorrow and laying the foundation stone for the 34-kilometer long, the Kaziranga elevated corridor. The Kaziranga elevated corridor is the symbol of coexistence with nature and at the same time ensuring world-class infrastructure push. This is what it can be termed as. This project, which will be built at a cost of 6,950 crore rupees, which has already been sanctioned by the center. This elevated corridor will not only bypass the animal corridors in the Kaziranga National Park, but also at the same time, shorten the distance, direct distance between cities like Bokathat, Jorhat to Guwahati, cities like Dibrugarh to Guwahati. The distance that it takes will be shortened by at least an hour. So yes, that is going to be a massive infrastructure push as far as the southern bank of Brahmaputra is concerned. This will be a trendsetter, or you can say that this is going to be a game changer as far as connectivity is concerned, because now if a tourist needs approximately 4 to 5 hours to reach Kaziranga, then with this elevated corridor in place, they can shorten this distance by from 4 hours to at least 3 hours. So apart from that, the movement, the free movement of the elephants and other animals, which there are multiple animal corridors. When you cross the Kaziranga National Park, there are at least more than 30 busy animal corridors through which animals often, crosses the highway, and that has resulted in many numbers of fatalities on the animal side as far as during peak flooding season in the national park is concerned. So yes, this elevated corridor, which is expected to be completed within a very short span of time, they are expecting to complete this project by the next 3 years. So yes, this is going to be another major infrastructure push that the state of Assam is going to witness with the Prime Minister's visit tomorrow and the laying of the foundation stone. And in the days to come, before announcement or declaration of the elections here in Assam, it is being expected that some other key projects will also be started in this region.
Right. Assam, has emerged as, central in party's poll strategy for, amongst the states that are, of course, coming in, will be going into elections, Bengal being one. But Assam, you see, Aniruddha, Prime Minister, this is Prime Minister's second visit to the state in around 3 weeks. And, back-to-back visits that only show that it is a central part of BJP's poll strategy now. And it, of course, remains the largest state in the northeast. And a strong performance, of course, is crucial for the BJP to retain the dominance in the region. And also, of course, the importance of Assam is that what happens in Assam is also something that is important to take control of what is happening along the border and along the neighboring states as well, given how India is witnessing unrest in the neighborhood.
Rakshita, absolutely. It is very crucial to keep the ethnic fabric in Assam intact as the challenges being posed from the neighboring countries are concerned. And in that regard, if we look at how the BJP at center and the state has brought down militancy, particularly in Assam itself, with reduction of tribal insurgency. There was a time, I still remember, when there were at least 30 to 40 militant outfits in Assam. But now we have zero number of tribal insurgent group as far as the entire state of Assam is concerned, and which the Ulfa independent, which is the only now surviving extremist group in the state of Assam. Assam has witnessed a complete transformation from gun violence to a peaceful coexistence among each other. And the sense of belongingness. There was a lack of bridge with the mainland, as it was. An idea was conceived at the time that Assam is far away from the mainland, but with the BJP at both at the center and the state, there has been an attempt to ensure that there is no such thing like mainland, and Assam and other northeastern states are very much an integral part of the country. So this message has been sent loud and clear all across the region, and it is not only limited to the borders, internal borders, but also to the international borders, and also even be it China, be it Bangladesh, be it Myanmar. The message that India has sent is very loud and clear that Assam and the Northeast is very much an integral part of India, and both the center Prime Minister also had earlier repeatedly said how AF stands for Assam, and that commitment has been witnessed in the delivery that has been made. And here you can see the Prime Minister has arrived at the venue. The Prime Minister.
Right, many thanks, Anuradha. We'll just be right back after this short break, and we continue to track the Prime Minister's visit to Assam, day one of his Assam visit.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent. If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force. So Iran's in big trouble. It looks to me that the people are taking over certain cities that nobody thought were really possible just a few weeks ago. We're watching the situation.
The Prime Minister's event and the cultural performance that is.
दोरोङारि मोसानाया गोदोनिफ्राय सोलिबोबाय थानाय मोनसे जर'खा हारिनि हारिमुआरि जर'खा महर। बियो सुबुंफोरखौ बै हारिनि हारिमु, सिनायथि, जारिमिन आरो उनमोनथाइजों फोनांजाबनायनि लामाखौ बेखेवनानै होयो। दोरोङारि मोसानाया मोनसे हारिनि सोदोमस्रि आरो जारिमिनखौ बदलानानै होयो। जों दिनै जोंनि हारिमु मोननिसिम हामलायथि बावहरगोन। जों आखाइ खबनानै बिथांखौ बरायगोन आरो साबायखर बावगोन। हिमन्त बिश्व शर्मा बिथाङाबो बे हाबाफारियाव
स्रोत है। असम में उनका सतत आगमन उनके प्रेम और
बर'फोरनि सोदोमस्रिनि मोनसे बिथा। मोनसे दोरोङारि मोसानाया गोदोनिफ्राय सोलिबोबाय थानाय मोनसे जर'खा हारिनि हारिमुआरि जर'खा महर। बियो सुबुंफोरखौ बै हारिनि हारिमु, सिनायथि, जारिमिन आरो उनमोनथाइजों फोनांजाबनायनि लामाखौ बेखेवनानै होयो। दोरोङारि मोसानाया मोनसे हारिनि सोदोमस्रि आरो जारिमिनखौ बदलानानै होयो जों दिनै जोंनि हारिमु मोननिसिम हामलायथि बावहरगोन जों आखाइ खबनानै बिथांखौ बरायगोन आरो साबायखर बावगोन हिमन्त बिश्व शर्मा बिथाङाबो बे हाबाफारियाव
स्रोत है असम में उनका सतत आगमन प्रतिच्छवि पर श्रद्धा सुमन अर्पित करेंगे
Anuruddha is joining us on the phone. Anuruddha, well, this is a grand event, isn't it, at the Sarusajai Stadium, traditional Bodo cultural program and celebrating the heritage of the Bodo community. Tell us more about the importance of the community, as more than 10,000 artists from this community are going to perform in a single synchronized presentation.
Yes, this is the display of Assam's ethnic diversity and also the rich cultural heritage of the Bodo community, which can be described as one of the most colorful community the region is concerned. And given the fact that when it comes to a transition, the transition that we are speaking of today, if we talk about the transition from terrorism, there was a time when Assam as a whole was infested by terrorism. And today, what we witness here in Assam is an absolutely peaceful state. This transition has been possible for immense contribution of the Bodo community. You know, all the militant groups of the Bodo community, which were leading one of the biggest militant outfits as far as this region is concerned, when they came into an agreement with the government of India, and thereon there have been peaceful transition that the state of Assam has been witnessing, and this peaceful transition is reflected in the of this grand Bagurumba dance form today in Guwahati. The Bodo community constitutes one of the largest tribal groups and Aborigine group as far as the northeastern region is concerned. They are among the first of the Indo-Tibetan tribes to have made settlements thousands and thousands of years before in this region. They predate even the Bronze Age in some accounts. And that is why in holding all the tribal communities and the ethnic groups in the region in synchronization, the Bodo community plays a very vital role. And the reaching out of the Prime Minister and this colorful grand display in itself is a testimony to various towns, which also talks in itself, because in the last 3 to 4 years, particularly in the period after 2016 or 2014, from that period itself,
there's a traditional instrument that is being played. If you could just tell us about that, Anuruddha. Prime Minister on stage playing that instrument.
मानगोनां उपेन्द्रनाथ ब्रह्म आरो बिथांनि सावगारिखौ जोंनि बिटिसिनि मानगोनां गाहाय खुंगिरि मुस्रि हाग्रामा महिलारिया गथायनानै होगोन जोबोद साबायखर थाबाय
धन्यवाद এতিয়া মই অসম চৰকাৰৰ সাংস্কৃতিক পৰিক্ৰমা আদি বিভাগ
He was presented with that and a portrait. If you could just tell us more details about it. Anirudh. Okay, there seems to be a problem with Aniruddha's audio there. Okay, we'll just reconnect with Aniruddha. And in the meantime, of course, the stage is set for this mega performance. The Prime Minister has a big cultural push in Assam. Bagurumba, one of the most prominent folk dances of the Bodo community, deeply inspired by nature, blooming flowers, reflecting harmony between human life and the natural world, traditionally performed by young Bodo women. with men accompanying them as musicians. The dance features gentle flowing movements, and that's what we are going to see right now. Deep cultural significance, and of course the significance of the Bodo community as well, as my colleague Aniruddha was just highlighting. And this is day one of Prime Minister's visit, and he will be inaugurating projects worth 6,000 crore rupees tomorrow in Assam. So it's a two-day trip visit to Assam, and here you have over 10,000 Bodo artists all set to perform the Bagurumba together in presence of the Prime Minister in Guwahati, who is accompanied by the Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma. Prime Minister will, of course, also lead the mega infra push tomorrow in the state. So dancers are all set in the traditional attire as they had been rehearsing at the Sarusajai Stadium for a Guinness World Record attempt for the largest ever performance of the Bodo community's butterfly dance. And remember, there has been a similar world record attempt that was successful also by the Bihu dancers by Assam. And I'm told that Aniruddha is back with us. Aniruddha, it's an attempt at history as well, attempt for a Guinness World Record as well at the Sarusajai Stadium for the largest ever performance of the Bodo community's butterfly dance.
Yes, you have said it rightly, Rakshita. As we remember 2 years back, it was Guinness World Record was made here.
Yeah. I think we have lost that connection because of network issues in Guwahati, given the security situation. Yeah, go ahead.
And last year we witnessed Dumur Binandini were celebrating 200 years of tea in Assam and India. We witnessed the spectacular performance by the tea community here at Haruhozai. And today we are witnessing the butterfly dance or the Bagurumba of the Bodo community here, one of the largest tribal groups of the northeastern region, as more than 9,600 performers are all set to dance and to the beats of the drum, and there are at least 1,000 drummers who will be beating the rhythm as the over 8,000 dancers join, and they dance in rhythm in a synchronizing act that can be only described in best when witnessed. And this spectacular display of the culture and the rich heritage of the Bodo community in itself speaks a lot in volume, given the fact that they are one of the largest tribal groups as far as the northeastern region is concerned, and not only one of the largest, but also, in fact, the oldest. They are among the first settlers in this region. So it is the Bodo culture, the Bodo heritage have its touch on the culture and heritage aspect of each and every community in Assam. And it is through these cultures and a vast ethnic divide that exists, which actually unites Assam and Northeast. And it makes in itself mini India, which it's a varied form of culture and rich heritage. What we are witnessing today is a testimony to the peace and development in the northeastern region, which has been achieved, and the mega push given by the center as far as bridging the gap between the northeast and the so-called mainland is concerned. Because at that point there was a point in time when most of the people in different parts of the country used to refer to the northeast in a demeaning way, or with a sense of not belonging to one another. But that bridge has been gapped today, and that gap has been bridged today. And today, what we have been witnessing is a massive transformation from a hostile past to a peaceful coexistence, and that has been achieved with the massive push in terms of development in infrastructure section or our technological aspects as well, because we know today when we speak about Assam, if we see the industrial map of India also, the point also we can see the existence of Assam in the form of semiconductor industry, one of the trend-setting industry of our ages, which is coming up in Assam. And the people, the way people have been coming out to attend various mega events in the region, like this one, what we are witnessing today, and a stadium fully packed. All the stands in the stadium is fully packed, and there are over 10,000, at least 10,000 performers sitting in front of you as we speak today from this stadium. So this speaks in itself about the massive transformation that the state of Assam has witnessed in the last 1 decade, and how the center had committed itself to, setting the record straight that the Northeast is not just a part of India, but it is in fact an integral.
उपस्थित होकर हमारा गौरव बढ़ाने के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के प्रति आभार प्रकट करता हूं। आपकी उपस्थिति वो मजबूत संदेश देती है कि बोडो जनजाति और पूर्वोत्तर भारत की सांस्कृतिक विकास पर भारत की राष्ट्रीय पहचान का अभियान अंग है। वो हमारी लोगों की विशेष रूप से युवा पीढ़ी को अपनी पहचान और अपनी जोरों पर गर्व करने की प्रेरणा देती है। तो आज आमी सचाकै माने मुखेदी কৈ পেলাই आमी हेक কৰিব নোৱাৰে। आज भारत सरकार तथा অসম सरकारों जितु চেষ্টা বা আমাৰ বড়ো জনগোষ্ঠীক যেনেকা বিশ্ব দৰবাৰলৈকে আমাৰ যিটো বড়ো কালচাৰেল ডেন্স
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before.
শ্রী সতীশ চন্দ্র বসুমতাৰী, ওস্তাদ কামিনী কুমাৰ নাৰ্জাৰী আৰু মদাৰাম ব্ৰহ্ম নিৰ্দেশনাত নতুন দিল্লীত প্ৰথম বাগৰুম্বা নৃত্যৰ ঐতিহাসিক পৰিৱেশন হৈছিল আৰু তাৰ পিছতেই বাগৰুম্বাই ৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় স্বীকৃতি লাভ কৰিবলৈ সক্ষম হৈছিল। আজিৰ এই অনুষ্ঠানত মই এই মহান ব্যক্তিসকললৈ মই মোৰ শ্ৰদ্ধা নিবেদন কৰিছোঁ। শ্ৰদ্ধাৰ ৰাইজ, বড়ো জনগোষ্ঠী, সমগ্ৰ ভাৰতবাসী আৰু অসমৰ ৰাইজৰ বাবে গৌৰৱৰ প্ৰতীক, আমাৰ স্বাভিমানৰ প্ৰতীক। বাগৰুম্বা নৃত্যই অসমৰ এই মহান জনজাতিৰ, বড়ো জনজাতিৰ কৃষ্টি আৰু সংস্কৃতিক প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰে। আজি আমি অত্যন্ত গৌৰৱ অনুভৱ কৰিছোঁ যে আজি অসম চৰকাৰৰ উদ্যোগত আৰু আমাৰ বড়োলেণ্ড টেৰিটৰিয়েল কাউন্সিলৰ সহযোগত বড়ো জনগোষ্ঠীৰ জাতীয় সংগঠনসমূহৰ সহযোগত 10,000তকৈ অধিক যুৱক যুৱতীয়ে সৰু সজাইত বাগৰুম্বা নৃত্যৰ পৰিৱেশন কৰিব। মোৰ যিমান দূৰ মনত আছে, বড়ো জনগোষ্ঠীসকলে ইমান ডাঙৰ সাংস্কৃতিক পৰিৱেশন বোধ হয় গুৱাহাটীত এয়া প্ৰথমবাৰৰ বাবে পৰিৱেশন কৰিবলৈ আহিছে, যি আমাৰ ইতিহাসৰ বাবে এক মাইলৰ খুঁটা হৈ ৰ'ব। 2023 চনৰ 14 এপ্ৰিলত 10 সহস্ৰাধিক বিহু আৰু বিহুৱতীৰে আমি আমাৰ বহাগ বিহুক বিশ্বৰ দৰবাৰলৈ লৈ গৈছিলোঁ। যোৱা বছৰ ফেব্ৰুৱাৰী মাহত ঝুমুৰ বিনন্দনীৰ জৰিয়তে
আমি ঝুমুৰক আন্তঃৰাষ্ট্ৰীয় মঞ্চলৈ লৈ গৈছিলোঁ। আজি আমাৰ বাবে গৌৰৱৰ দিন যে আজি আমি বড়ো জনগোষ্ঠীৰ প্ৰতিবিম্ব কৃষ্টি সংস্কৃতিক প্ৰতিনিধিত্ব কৰা বাগৰুম্বাক খন্তেক সময় পিছতেই বিশ্ব দৰবাৰলৈ লৈ যাম। শ্ৰদ্ধা ৰাইজ, প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ উপস্থিতিয়ে আজি আমাক এক অনন্য গৌৰৱ প্ৰদান কৰিছে। যোৱা বছৰ প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত নতুন দিল্লীত বডুফা উপেন্দ্ৰনাথ ব্ৰহ্মৰ প্ৰতিমূৰ্তি স্থাপন কৰা হৈছিলে। নতুন দিল্লীৰ এটা পথ বডুফা উপেন্দ্ৰনাথ ব্ৰহ্মৰ নামত উৎসৰ্গিত কৰা হৈছিলে। হাগ্ৰামা মহিলাৰী ডাঙৰীয়াই উল্লেখ কৰিছে কি ধৰণে 2003 চনত BTCলৈ স্থায়ী শান্তি উভতাই আনিবলৈ প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী বাজপেয়ী ডাঙৰীয়া আৰু 2020 চনত প্ৰধানমন্ত্ৰী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াৰ নেতৃত্বত শান্তি চুক্তি স্বাক্ষৰ হৈছিল। আজি বড়োলেণ্ড এটা শান্তি দ্বীপলৈ পৰিণত হৈছে। BTCৰ নেতৃত্বত আজি
Bodo community people who are living outside the Bodoland Territorial Council, and today we are moving in a committed endeavor to transform their lives too. I believe that cultural confluence ensures development among the people, and the Baguruma performance today here will ensure to bring closer all the communities and ethnic people in together to build a Bharatvarsh of our dreams. I would like to also thank Prime Minister Narendra Modi on behalf of the people of Assam once again. And as Hagrama Mohilari has said, during BJP's tenure that the Bodo language was given recognition not only to language but also through establishing the BTC and Bodoland Welfare Council was formed during BJP's tenure. I believe that today's program will also
স্বীকৃতি দিয়া হৈছিল অসমৰ
strengthen the unity among us further, and the ideals of Bodofa Upendranath Brahma will be realized in letter and speech. In the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, today here amongst us has taken the respect and pride of the Bodo community to another level. Thousands of people today have come together to witness this massive performance, and right now as we speak here, each and every person in the state of Assam is witnessing this massive confluence of people on television. This weight by the people signifies the unity. We are out of words as far as thanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi is concerned. I appeal each and every person here to light up their on their
ঐতিহাসিক নৃত্যলৈ
to give a standing ovation to Narendra Modi. I want to turn the flashlights of their mobile and wave, giving a standing ovation to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
নিজৰ নিজৰ আসনত থিয় হৈ হাত তালিৰে মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াক সকলোৱে সম্বৰ্ধনা জনাওক আৰু মোবাইল আমি আকৌ এবাৰ সুন্দৰভাৱে ইফালৰ পৰা সিফালেৰে আমি মোদী ডাঙৰীয়াক সম্বৰ্ধনা জনাম সকলোৱে মোৰ লগত একেলগে ক'ব নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী নৰেন্দ্ৰ মোদী বহুত বহুত ধন্যবাদ জয় হিন্দ বন্দে মাতৰম
धन्यवाद महाशय। आपने असम की सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को संजाते हुए बागुरुम्बा नृत्य प्रदर्शन का इस भव्य आयोजन कर पूरे विश्व के सामने इसे सुप्रतिष्ठित किया। अब मैं हमारे परम श्रद्धाभाजन प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी से विनम्र निवेदन करूंगी कि वे अपने बहुमूल्य प्रेरणादायी एवं मार्गदर्शक उद्बोधन से इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण को अविस्मरणीय बनाएं।
नमस्कार खुलुमबाई मा खबर माघ बिहु और माघ दोमासिर शुभेच्छा और मरम जनाइछु। असम के राज्यपाल लक्ष्मण प्रसाद आचार्य जी, मुख्यमंत्री हिमंता बिश्वा शर्मा जी, केंद्र में मेरे सहयोगी सर्बानंद सोनेवाल जी, पवित्रा मार्गरीटा जी, असम विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष विश्वजीत दोईमारी जी, बोडोलैंड टेरिटोरियल काउंसिल के चीफ एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर हगरामा मोहिलारी जी, राज्य सरकार के मंत्रीगण, सभी गणमान्य नागरिक बंधु भगिनी और असम के मेरे भाइयों और बहनों, मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मुझे असम की संस्कृति, यहां की बोडो परंपराओं को करीब से देखने का अवसर मिलता रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर जितना मैं असम आया हूं, पहले कोई पीएम नहीं आया है। मेरी हमेशा इच्छा रहती है असम की कला और संस्कृति को बड़ा मंच मिले। भव्य आयोजनों के जरिए इसकी पहचान देश और दुनिया में बने, इसके लिए पहले भी लगातार प्रयास होते रहे हैं। बड़े स्तर पर बिहू से जुड़े आयोजन हो, जुमोइर बिनोंदिनी की अभिव्यक्ति हो, दिल्ली में 1.25 साल पहले हुआ भव्य बोडोलैंड महोत्सव हो या दूसरे सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम हो, असम की कला संस्कृति में जो अद्भुत आनंद है वो पाने का मैं कोई भी मौका नहीं छोड़ता हूं। आज एक बार फिर बागुरुम्बा का ये आयोजन होने जा रहा है। ये आयोजन बोडो पहचान का जीवंत उत्सव है। ये बोडो समाज का, असम की विरासत का सम्मान भी है। मैं आयोजन से जुड़े सभी लोगों और विशेष रूप से सभी कलाकारों को शुभकामनाएं देता हूं, बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, बागुरुम्बा दहो ये केवल एक उत्सव नहीं है, एक माध्यम है हमारी महान बोडो परंपरा को सम्मान देने का। ये एक माध्यम है बोडो समाज की महान विभूतियों को याद करने का। बोडोफा उपेंद्रनाथ ब्रह्मा, गुरुदेव कालीचरण ब्रह्मा, रूपनाथ ब्रह्मा, सतीश चंद्र बसुमतारी, मोरादम ब्रह्मा, कनकेश्वर नरजरी, ऐसे अनेक महान व्यक्तित्व रहे हैं जिन्होंने सामाजिक सुधार, सांस्कृतिक पुनर्जागरण और राजनीतिक चेतना को मजबूती दी है। इस अवसर पर मैं बोडो समाज के सभी महान व्यक्तित्वों को श्रद्धापूर्वक नमन करता हूं। साथियों, भाजपा असम की संस्कृति को पूरे भारत का गौरव मानती है। असम के अतीत, असम के इतिहास से ही भारत का इतिहास पूरा होता है और इसलिए भाजपा सरकार में बागुरुम्बा दहो जैसे इतने बड़े भव्य उत्सव होते हैं। बिहू को राष्ट्रीय पहचान दी जाती है। हमारे प्रयासों से छोराई देऊ मोईदाम को यूनेस्को की विश्व धरोहर सूची में स्थान मिलता है। असमिया भाषा को क्लासिकल भाषा का दर्जा दिया जाता है। भाइयों बहनों, हमने बोडो भाषा को भी असम की एसोसिएट ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज का दर्जा दिया है। बोडो भाषा में शिक्षा को मजबूत करने के लिए अलग निदेशालय की स्थापना भी की है। हमारे इसी कमिटमेंट के कारण बाथौ धर्मों को पूरे सम्मान के साथ मान्यता मिली है। बाथौ पूजा पर स्टेट हॉलिडे घोषित किया गया है। ये भाजपा ही है जिसकी सरकार में एक और महायोद्धा लसीत बोरफुकन की भव्य प्रतिमा स्थापित होती है तो साथ ही बोडोफा उपेंद्रनाथ ब्रह्मा की प्रतिमा का भी अनावरण होता है। इसी तरह श्रीमंत शंकर देव की भक्ति और सामाजिक समरसता की परंपरा, ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाला जी की कला और चेतना, भाजपा सरकार असम की हर विरासत, हर गौरव का सम्मान अपना सौभाग्य समझती है। संयोग से आज ज्योति प्रसाद अग्रवाला जी की पुण्यतिथि भी में है। मैं उन्हें अपनी श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। साथियों, आज जब मैं यहां आया हूं तो मेरे मन में कितना कुछ चल रहा है। मैं ये सोचकर भावुक भी हो रहा हूं कि मेरा असम कितना आगे बढ़ रहा है। एक समय जहां आए दिन रक्तपात होता था, आज वहीं संस्कृति के अद्भुत रंग सज रहे हैं। एक समय जहां गोलियां की गूंज थी, आज वहां खाम और सिफुंग की मधुर ध्वनि है। पहले जहां कर्फ्यू का सन्नाटा होता था, आज वहां संगीत के सुर गूंज रहे हैं। पहले जहां अशांति और अस्थिरता थी, आज वहां बागुरुम्बा की ऐसी आकर्षक प्रस्तुतियां होने जा रही है। ऐसा भव्य आयोजन ये केवल असम की उपलब्धि नहीं है, ये उपलब्धि पूरे भारत की है। असम के इस बदलाव पर हर देशवासी को गर्व है। साथियों, मुझे संतोष है कि मेरे असमिया लोगों ने, मेरे बोडो भाई बहनों ने इसके लिए मुझ पर भरोसा जताया। आपने डबल इंजन सरकार को शांति और विकास की जो जिम्मेदारी दी, आपके आशीर्वाद से हमने उसे पूरा करके दिखाया। 2020 के बोडो शांति समझौते ने वर्षों से चले आ रहे संघर्ष पर विराम लगाया। इस समझौते के बाद भरोसा लौटा और हजारों युवाओं ने हिंसा का रास्ता छोड़कर मुख्य धारा को अपना लिया। समझौते के बाद बोडो क्षेत्र में शिक्षा और विकास के नए अवसर तैयार हुए। शांति केवल कानून व्यवस्था तक सीमित नहीं रही, बल्कि रोजमर्रा के जीवन का हिस्सा बनी। और इसमें आपके प्रयासों की सबसे बड़ी भूमिका रही। साथियों, असम की शांति, असम का विकास और असम का गौरव, इन सब के केंद्र में अगर कोई है तो वो असम का युवा है। असम के युवाओं ने शांति स्थापना के लिए जो राह चुनी है, उसे मैं और हमें सबने उज्जवल भविष्य तक लेकर जाना है। शांति समझौते के बाद से ही हमारी सरकार बोडोलैंड के विकास के लिए लगातार काम कर रही है। सरकार ने पुनर्वास की प्रक्रिया तेज गति से आगे बढ़ाई है। हजारों युवाओं को करोड़ों रुपए की आर्थिक सहायता दी गई ताकि वो एक नई शुरुआत कर सके। साथियों, भाजपा सरकार के प्रयासों का नतीजा आज आज हम सभी के सामने है। मेरे प्रतिभाशाली बोडो युवा आज असम के सांस्कृतिक दूत बन रहे हैं। खेल के क्षेत्र में भी बोडो समाज के बेटे बेटियां नाम रोशन कर रहे हैं। वो आज नए विश्वास के साथ खुलकर नए सपने देख रहे हैं, अपने सपनों को पूरा कर रहे हैं और असम के विकास को भी गति दे रहे हैं। साथियों, जब हम असम की कला, संस्कृति और पहचान का सम्मान करते हैं तो कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं जिन्हें तकलीफ हो जाती है। आप सब जानते हैं असम का सम्मान किस पार्टी के लोगों को अच्छा नहीं लगता? जवाब एक ही है, कांग्रेस पार्टी। वो कौन सी पार्टी है जिसने भूपेन हजारिका जी को भारत रत्न देने का विरोध किया था? कांग्रेस पार्टी। असम में सेमी कंडक्टर यूनिट का विरोध किस पार्टी ने किया था? खुद कांग्रेस की कर्नाटका सरकार के एक मंत्री ने, जो कांग्रेस के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के बेटे भी हैं, उन्होंने सेमी कंडक्टर यूनिट का आसाम में क्यों लग रही है इसका विरोध किया। साथियों, आज भी मैं जब असम की संस्कृति से जुड़ी कोई चीज पहनता हूं, अगर गमोछा अगर मेरे साथ होता है तो कौन सी पार्टी असम का मजाक उड़ाती है? कांग्रेस पार्टी। भाइयों बहनों, असम और बोडोलैंड क्षेत्र इतने दशकों तक मुख्य धारा से कटा रहा। इसकी जिम्मेदार केवल और केवल कांग्रेस ही है। कांग्रेस ने अपने सियासी फायदे के लिए असम में अस्थिरता पैदा की। कांग्रेस ने असम को हिंसा की आग में धकेला। आजादी के बाद असम के सामने भी चुनौतियां थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने क्या किया? कांग्रेस ने उन समस्याओं के समाधान खोजने की जगह उन पर सियासी रोटियां सेकी। जरूरत विश्वास की थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने विभाजन को बढ़ाया। जरूरत संवाद की थी, लेकिन कांग्रेस ने उपेक्षा की। बातचीत के रास्ते बंद किए। खासकर बोडोलैंड क्षेत्र, बोडोलैंड के लोगों की आवाज कभी ठीक से सुनी ही नहीं गई। जब जरूरत अपने लोगों के जख्म भरने की थी, जब जरूरत असम के लोगों की सेवा करने की थी, कांग्रेस तब घुसपैठियों के लिए असम के दरवाजे खोलकर उनकी आवाभगत में लगी रही। साथियों, कांग्रेस असम के लोगों को अपना नहीं मानती है। कांग्रेस के लोगों को विदेशी घुसपैठिए ज्यादा पसंद है, क्योंकि वो यहां आकर कांग्रेस का कट्टर वोट बैंक बन जाते हैं। इसलिए कांग्रेस के राज में विदेशी घुसपैठिए आते रहे, असम की लाखों बीघा जमीन पर कब्जा करते रहे और कांग्रेस सरकार उनकी मदद करती रही। मुझे खुशी है कि आज हेमंत जी की सरकार असम के लोगों के हक की लाखों बीघा जमीन को घुसपैठियों से मुक्त करवा रही है। साथियों, कांग्रेस ने हमेशा असम और पूरे पूर्वोत्तर को उपेक्षा की नजर से देखा है। जो कांग्रेस के लोग पूर्वोत्तर के ही विकास को जरूरी नहीं मानते थे, उनका ध्यान आखिर असम के विकास पर कैसे जाता। बोडो क्षेत्र की आशाओं अपेक्षाओं के बारे में उनको सोचने की फुर्सत कहां होती। इसलिए कांग्रेस सरकारों ने जानबूझकर इस क्षेत्र को मुसीबतों में धकेला। भाइयों बहनों, कांग्रेस के उन पापों को साफ करने का काम भी हमारी डबल इंजन सरकार कर रही है। आज यहां जिस रफ्तार से विकास हो रहा है वो आपके सामने है। आप देखिए, हमने बोडो कचारी वेलफेयर ऑटोनोमस काउंसिल का गठन किया। बोडोलैंड क्षेत्र में बेहतर विकास के लिए 1500 करोड़ रुपए का विशेष विकास पैकेज दिया गया। कोकराझार में मेडिकल कॉलेज और अस्पताल की शुरुआत हुई। तमुलपुर में भी मेडिकल कॉलेज के निर्माण को गति मिली। नर्सिंग कॉलेज और पैरामेडिकल संस्थानों के जरिए युवाओं के लिए नए अवसर बनाए। गोवर्धना, पार्वतजोरा और होरीसिंगा जैसे क्षेत्रों में पॉलिटेक्निक और ट्रेनिंग संस्थान भी बनाए गए। साथियों, बोडोलैंड के लिए अलग वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट और बोडोलैंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव स्टाफ कॉलेज की स्थापना भी की गई। इससे बोडो समुदाय के कल्याण के लिए और बेहतर नीतियां बनाने में मदद मिल रही है। साथियों, भाजपा की सरकार ने दिलों की दूरियां मिटाई है। असम और दिल्ली की दूरी खत्म की है और बेहतर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के जरिए असम में एक इलाके से दूसरे इलाके की भी दूरियां भी कम कर रही है। इन इलाकों में पहले पहुंचना मुश्किल होता था, आज वहां हाईवेज बन रहे हैं, ऐसी सड़कें बनाई जा रही हैं जिससे क्षेत्र में नए अवसर खुले। कोकराझार को भूटान सीमा से जोड़ने वाली बिशपुरी सरालपारा सड़क परियोजना के लिए करोड़ों रुपए की व्यवस्था की गई है। कोकराझार से भूटान के गेलेफू तक प्रस्तावित रेल परियोजना भी एक और महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। हमने इसे विशेष रेलवे परियोजना घोषित किया है। हमने इसे एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी का अहम हिस्सा बनाया है। इसके तैयार होने के बाद व्यापार और पर्यटन दोनों को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। साथियों, जब समाज अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ा रहता है, जब संवाद और भरोसा मजबूत होता है और जब समान अवसर हर वर्ग तक पहुंचते हैं, तब सकारात्मक बदलाव दिखाई देते हैं। असम और बोडोलैंड की यात्रा उसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ रही है। असम का आत्मविश्वास, असम का सामर्थ्य और असम की प्रगति से भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी को नई शक्ति मिल रही है। आज असम तेजी से आगे बढ़ने वाले राज्यों में अपनी पहचान बना रहा है। असम की अर्थव्यवस्था गति पकड़ रही है। इस विकास में, इस बदलाव में बोडोलैंड, यहां के लोग अहम भूमिका निभा रहे हैं। मैं एक बार फिर आज के आयोजन के लिए आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
महोदय, आपके अमूल्य संबोधन तथा इस भव्य कार्यक्रम में आपकी सहृदय उपस्थिति के लिए हम हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। देवियों सज्जनों, भारत की आत्मा उसकी संस्कृति में बसती है और संस्कृति की धड़कन उसके लोक नृत्यों में दिखाई देती है। जब परंपरा विराट बनती है तो इतिहास साक्षी बनता है। 10,000 से अधिक कलाकारों की अनुशासित और अनुशीलित साधना तथा सामूहिक लय के साथ असम के बोडो समुदाय का पारंपरिक लोक नृत्य बागुरुम्बा अब यहाँ इतिहास रचने जा रहा है। आइए तालियों के साथ इस भव्य प्रस्तुति का स्वागत करें और इस ऐतिहासिक क्षण का साक्षी बनें।
बागुरुम्बा दोहौ बोहैथों बयनिबो देहा सोलेराव, बागुरुम्बा दोहौ रिंखांथों बयनिबो खोमायाव, बागुरुम्बा दोहौ सौहैथों बयनिबो गोरबो इसिङाव, खामनि सोदोबजों गोमखांगोन अख्रां, सिफुंनि देंखोजों रिंखांगोन मिथिंगा बिखा, जथानि देहेकजों ओलोंगिखांगोन बैसोमुथि बिथा। बागुरुम्बा बर'नि मोनसे सिनायथि, बागुरुम्बा बर'नि मोनसे मोनदांथि। फै जों दिनै बयबो बर'फोरनि दोरोङारि मोसानाय बागुरुम्बाखौ मुलुग दरबाराव सौहाहोनो मोनसे जारिमिन सोरजिदिनि।
अत्यंत उत्कृष्ट और मनमोहक प्रस्तुति। सभी कलाकारों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देवियों सज्जनों, आज के इस गौरवपूर्ण समारोह की शोभावर्धन हेतु एक लेजर शो का आयोजन किया गया है। आइए आनंद लेते हैं इस शो का। धन्यवाद। এতিয়া আমি সকলোৱে
All right, viewers, that was the traditional Bodo cultural program that was being conducted in Assam's capital city of Guwahati. Prime Minister Modi has kick-started his Assam visit starting this evening. He was sitting there on stage, witness to this grand show of culture and tradition alongside Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma. All right, viewers, we shift our focus to some more breaking news and some other stories that we're tracking at this hour. BJP's leader of opposition in Karnataka Legislative Council has flagged national security concerns with illegal immigrants moving through rail services between West Bengal and Karnataka. In a letter that has now been written to Union Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav, he has raised these issues, essentially saying that these illegal immigrants are misusing their identity documents on these routes, potentially causing a big risk to national security. Here are the details.
Big clash in West Bengal in just 3 months. Infiltration from Bangladesh into Bengal and other northeast regions is the top election issue. But the issue is not limited to West Bengal. Now BJP Karnataka has written to Railway Minister Ashwini Vaishnav to check the illegal settlers who cross over from West Bengal into South India and pose grave danger to India's national security. The letter indirectly targets the Mamata Banerjee government over illegal migration into Karnataka and across South Indian states. The letter raises grave national security concerns. The letter points out how individuals travel on these routes with the help of fraudulent identity cards. It also calls Bengaluru a major hub for labour colonies where illegal settlers use Green Corridor for unauthorised entry into southern India. In the letter, BJP also listed out what actions must be taken by the Railway Ministry urgently to ensure that India's national security remains ironclad. It proposes strict identity audits at major boarding and deboarding points using biometric, a review of the number of weekly services on this corridor, deployment of undercover personnel, and integration with SIR and NRC data to flag individuals with questionable documentation travelling these routes. West Bengal shares 2,216 km border with Bangladesh. There were 1,181 interception cases in 2023, 1,516 in 2024 and 1,104 in 2025. Murshidabad and Beldang are boiling. Infiltration remains the heart of the massive protests blocking highways linking to Chicken's Neck. BJP's letter to Railway Minister just says this: illegal migration not only an election issue, it is the question of India's national security.
All right, we were shifting focus to what's happening in Odisha. Makandar Mohammed, the driver of a vehicle transporting cattle, was allegedly beaten to death by cow vigilantes in Odisha's Balasore district. The police have registered a case and so far 3 accused have been arrested while the victim's family staged protests demanding justice. Take a look.
Makandar Mohammed, a young driver, was allegedly beaten to death by cow vigilantes in Odisha's Balasore district. According to reports, the incident followed an accident involving a vehicle transporting cattle 2 days ago, after which the driver was allegedly attacked. Police reached the spot and rescued Makandar Mohammed, rushing him to the Balasore district headquarters hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. The victim's family staged a protest outside the Balasore SP's office, demanding strict action. A case has been registered at Sadar police station. 3 accused have been arrested and produced before a court. Further investigation is underway to determine whether more people were involved in the attack.
And viewers, that's all that we had for you in this edition of Live and Break-In. But do stay on with us at 8 p.m. Coming up, Legends episode with Padma Bhushan Usha Uthup. Thanks for watching.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar. आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options. We'll make a determination. Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets that they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I haven't.
Public Media Network to our legend, Usha Uthup. And a round of applause, please. Louder round of applause, please. And today, we are celebrating not just a voice, but a presence in herself. At Republic, we all believe that legends are not defined by trends. They outlast them. They are those who do not follow times, or their work does not just follow times, it actually shapes them. That they do not define a generation, they connect generations. It never fades. It connects generations, it connects timelines. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And without, I think we all cannot wait to have this very, very special conversation as we will have the legend herself reflecting on her legacy that continues to inspire us and her spirit that continues to enthrall all of us. It's a privilege to invite Ms. Usha Uthup, and joining her for this very special conversation is our Editor-in-Chief, Arnab Goswami.
Wow, great to see you again.
Hi everybody, namaskar, namaskaram, sat sri akal, salam alaikum. Gosh, Arnab, you always bring tears to my eyes, though other people, you bring them frantic moments of, but you bring tears to my eyes because you are so precious to India and to the media and to everybody. So much everybody has to learn from you, honestly. And I feel so honored, so full of gratitude. Almost towards the end of the year, I can say it one more time. I'm just overwhelmed. And I'm so happy to be here one more time with you.
Thank you very much, Usha ji. And, on this stage of the legends, you've been on the stage before, but the stage of legends is very precious to us because we feel very blessed. We've had great people from different walks of life who have contributed to this country in different ways, in spirit, academia, public policies, society, culture, music. We had Hariharan here, we had Asha Bhosle here, now we have you. We had people from the world of finance, Uday Kotak here, we had Mr. Narayan Murthy some time back, we had the legal eagle Harish Salve. And every time I sit with all of you, I take this as a sort of an hour or so when I learn and when I imbibe. And, I always think knowledge is more about lived experience. So we'll talk about the philosophy of it later. But let me tell you this, that the other day, last Sunday, I went to Old Delhi. I went to Old Delhi on Sunday, and I was going with family, and somebody said, have you heard Dhurandhar? Dhurandhar, the music. I said, I haven't seen the film. They said, no, let's play some songs from Dhurandhar. And the first song that played was Rambaho. I said, no, this is not Dhurandhar. This is Arman, 1981, my time. They said, no, this is Dhurandhar. And it is incredible. 1981, the original Rambaho. And now the Rambaho. And Rambaho is the most popular song of Dhurandhar. I mean, this is crazy. This is a huge achievement. 44 years you make people's hearts skip a beat with that song.
It is truly incredible. And all I can say is thank you to all the people who have helped me through these 57 years of singing without a godfather or a godmother in the Indian film industry, just by chance. I mean, when everybody was saying that उषा उत्तुप अगर उनके गाने सुने तो ये तो सिर्फ अंग्रेजी गाना गाती है, and I never got a chance really to sing in not that many Hindi films.
Yeah.
But when I got a chance to sing in Arman, I was really thrilled. और उस समय में they always decided that the good girls like Meena Kumari and Madhubala and everybody got only Lataji Mangeshkar's voice, and all the bad girls got me. So I'm so glad I was the bad girl, and I still am the bad girl, the original, what shall I say, item girl. And whoever thought that Ramba Ho, you know, people used to say, what is Ramba Ho? But I really believed in Ramba Ho or whatever song I sang. And, you know, the lyrics were so beautiful. It says, Jitni tum pyar se ji loge, utni hi zindagi. I mean, this is a whole lifestyle, isn't it? When you live your life to the fullest and you are able to give love. And truly, whoever thought it would, every show of mine, in any case, I have to sing Ramba Ho. But now it's with a new force. And thank God for Durandar and making it so popular. Really. I don't know how many million hits every second song you play, or every song that you play on, what do you all call it? The Gen Z Insta. Yeah, is Ramba Ho. And that's really amazing for me.
You think she's done a good job?
Madhubanti, yes, she's done a fabulous job. We also did a little reel together in Trinkas.
Oh, you did?
With her and me. And that's also quite interesting. Yes, she did a wonderful job. I mean, I'm one of those who always believes that a song is much bigger than the singer. And whoever sings Ramba Ho will really hit it there.
You allow me to play some music, and we want to start this off with... By the way, I have Usha ji has kindly consented to sing and share. She's going to kick me off the stage after some time. I said, I will be here when you are going to be singing. She said, I don't want you to be here. We had a little argument there. She said, you don't fit in here. So she's told me...
I said it's embarrassing, for me to sing in front of someone. No, because see, I admire you and I respect you. And this is not just a piece of dialogue which he's paying me to say, okay, this is the truth. And when you somehow in front of your school principal or your headmaster, it's difficult to sing like that.
So after 20 minutes, 15-20 minutes, I'll be thrown about.
Yes.
And she will perform to her heart's and our heart's delight.
And I'll be happy to have Sir with Love right in front. I wish all of you would, I mean, you know, my grandchildren, I've said this before, they keep telling me, please don't say ladies and gentlemen and don't be so staid. Just say yo, bro. And they taught me how to do the yo, bro, and how to say all those new things that you all say, that Gen Z says. But they are so proud of the fact that a song like Ramba Ho could be played in every discotheque now. Yeah.
The English lyrics in that, you know, did it make you conscious to sing English for a Bollywood audience? I mean, that's the strangest combination one can have, right?
Yeah, in fact, I think I was
Even
the one
this
who
song.
started it, yeah?
Yeah.
With
Why did you start bringing English into...
Because people thought, I mean, it was a preconceived idea that Usha Uthup, ये क्या हिंदी गाना गाएगी, ये तो अंग्रेजी गाना ही गाती है. No, but they don't say it like that. If you can edit that line off, then it would be fine. They said, ये तो साली मद्रासी है, ये क्या अंग्रेजी, ये तो सिर्फ अंग्रेजी गाना गाती हैं. So many people thought that I only sing in English. So they felt that it was necessary to have at least one line or two lines in English, okay? And the funny thing is now in today's world, I mean, for that probably I had critics who said that I sing in English. But now every song has got, yo, baby, kiss me, baby, hold me, yeah, you know, all that stuff. So I did it long time ago, ladies and gentlemen, and it was all because of you, yo, bro.
You didn't... you didn't... But weren't women's voices supposed to be, as you said, you know, pretty and gentle and soft and nice, right? Yeah. And that's how it was always, right? So
that's what they thought, that, you know, the
Where did you fit in? I mean, when you came in?
I didn't fit in, that was the thing.
But the moment you stepped into the nightclub, scene when people believe that women's voices should be pretty,
yes,
gentle, nice, and then you appeared.
Yeah,
Did you deliberately try to change
No,
that?
I didn't deliberately.
You were like
because
that only?
I was already thrown out of class, in school.
Okay.
In Convent of Jesus and Mary, Miss Davidson told me that I didn't fit in anywhere in the choir. So I was given the clappers to play and it did like that. And, that was what I was dismissed right in the beginning. But Arnab, I never felt bad. I'm not a person to be frustrated or miserable or cry because I couldn't do something or I wasn't allowed to do something. I was quite happy playing the clappers at the back and, the triangle or whatever it was. But let me tell you one thing, this preconceived idea that all, there was a show where Anupam Kherji was doing the questioning, interviewing, and there was Javed Saab and myself. And it was thanks to Javed Saab that I could get an answer immediately. Anupam Kher asked me the same question. He said, why is it that you are not given more songs for the heroines of the movie? And why is it only for the item girls? And immediately Javed Saab said, because in India we can't accept that a woman's voice is strong. And so much for Nari Shakti here today, really. I think we are so strong. And I think among all the ladies over here, I'm sure most of them sound more like I do than they would sound like Lataji Mangeshkar for sure. And that's an octave and, we all adore her and, absolutely fantastic singer, but so also with so many other singers. But the preconceived idea, where did it come from? I mean, abroad in the Western movies, it never happened like that. But over here, your father could have been, murdered, and you would be, you'd have just come out of the hospital, and your brother would be thrown into jail, and everything, and you're walking through the forest, the perfect pitch of Lataji Mangeshkar singing, How does that happen? With so much of sorrow and so much of sadness, how could you sing like that? Like Lataji.
So you made it real? You think you made it more real?
I think I made it, well, at that time, they didn't fit into, or didn't want to fit into the item girl thing.
There must have been a lot of stigma, taboo.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
To be an item girl, of course. And all the bad girls. I think
in the
I'm the only one who's really happy to be an item girl. Maybe I missed the bus because I had only one scandal and I married him, so that was it. There was no other way that I could get in. But truly, I never felt bad. Kaam hota hai, gana hota hai. I mean, why go so deep into thinking this is a bad girl song? Like, there's so many million singers or women who sound like I do, or probably sometimes even men sound like I do. Because when I ring up room service, they say, yes, sir. So what do you say to that? It doesn't matter, really. At least I've never felt that it was a stigma. But yes, it was a stigma at one time. When, first of all, the stigma was that good girls don't sing in nightclubs.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that. So why did you choose to do that? Why didn't you go straight to Mumbai?
No,
Try and get a break
I am
there.
from Bombay, basically born and brought up in Bombay. But I first started in Madras.
Yeah.
In a little nightclub over there. And I just started over there because my aunt was a director of tourism at that time. And she took us out for a treat.
What did you sing there?
I sang, never know how much I love you. You never know how much I care. When you touch, you give me fever. You give me fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever. And everybody was shocked because a girl in a sari and, looking the way I do look. I'm so glad I look the way I do because all the women in the audience are my best friends because they know that with a girl, with a face and a body like mine, I'm no danger to their husband. Yeah, that's the truth. And so soon, the nightclub became a place which was being frequented also by women. In the beginning, it was only the guys, bad guys. who came to see bad girls like me. But no, truly, nightclubs were really meant for, not for kids, not for women. No, I mean, it was meant for women as well, but it only happened like a family thing after I came onto the scene.
Western music. Always Western music for you?
Yes, I started off singing English music because there was no other way. In those days, we had the only media we had was the radio.
There was no social media, no Instagram, no reels.
Nothing. Just radio.
No video recordings also.
Nothing. So it was just the radio that I was inspired by, and radio has singularly been my biggest inspiration.
Now when people in 2025 listen to Ramba Ho and they link it back to you, what was your first really big mass break? Big break.
Before Ramba Ho came Hari Om Hari.
Yeah, so what was the big break? I'm not coming to Ramba Ho, that was 81.
Yes.
Tell me about the first big break when you got the mass audience.
The first break that I ever got was when I sang in Bombay at the Shanmukhananda Hall. And I played the guitar and I sang in front of so many people. I played one English song, which was one of my favorite songs. It was called Listen to the Pouring Rain, Listen to It Pour. And with every drop of rain, you know I love you more. Let it rain all night long, let my love for you grow strong. As long as we're together, who cares about the weather? Listen to the pouring rain, listen to it pour. And when I heard the audience clap their hands, because they'd never seen or heard any lady play the guitar before that in India. I was probably one of the first people who started playing the guitar and singing. And it was really fantastic. And I keep telling everybody, you don't need those single malts or whiskey or vodka or whatever it is. I'm on a natural high all the time. All the time, high on life, really. Oh, look, Amitabh Bachchan doing that.
Yeah. Which movie is that from?
That is Bombay to Goa. Look at me. I can't believe it. Gosh, that was really amazing. And excuse me, probably this was not on the question at all, but I'd love to share this with you.
Please.
Amitabh Bachchan and myself, I mean, it sounds as if I'm dropping names, but I am dropping names, so it's okay. It was fantastic. We were friends in Calcutta anyway. And when we got this chance to do Bombay to Goa together in Bombay, on the set, it was so marvelous. I told him, I love your leather jacket. It's really fantastic. And you know what he said? Kya kare yaar, I have to give it back to the unit. Yeah, so that's how I feel when I went into your green room. Am I allowed to say that? Yeah, my God, how many coats? I said, I want to take one of those ties.
25 years of collection.
Yeah, I guess so.
But Bapi Lahiri happened that time, right? It was the disco years.
Yes.
70s, 80s.
Yes.
Disco years.
Bapi Lahiri happened actually after R.D. Burman. I had already done R.D. Burman's song, and that was Shan and Shalim. No, I think that was Shalimar. Chronologically, I may be a little wrong for many of you, but if you really check out, probably you would know when it was recorded. Because sometimes a song is recorded and then it's released only 4 years later. And sometimes there are songs which I didn't even know that I had recorded, like so many Tamil songs. Or Tamil is okay, but even Kannada, Telugu and Hindi songs, many of them. So I had done already with Amitabh Bachchan, and I'd already done something with Kamala Hassan.
Yes.
and I'd done something with so many film stars in the South, and it really sounds like a who's who. I mean, who got a chance like that to, to perform with people like that. But after that,
like 1980 onwards, when this disco period starts,
yes,
and then
that's when
Bappi Lahiri comes on the scene, and there's this Koi Yahan Nache Nache, that is disco dance. I don't know many people know it right now. It was a really cult movie of that time, 1982, I think.
No, but before that was Pyara Dushman.
Okay.
That had Hari Om Hari.
Pyara Dushman. That is also a huge classic, composed by Bappi Lahiri.
Yes, and Bappi Lahiri happened, as I said, after R.D. Burman.
So somewhere that Bappi Lahiri phase is the music which comes back in the remixes nowadays.
Absolutely.
Why is that? Why is it that the present generation hears all the Bappi Lahiri remixes, Hari Om Hari?
You know why?
Yahan
I
Nache
think
Nache.
there is something to do with bass lines. The bass line, dung 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 dung. That kind of gives the beat now. And if you listen to all the DJs and everything that's happening in discos, it's that thump that is there.
Can you play Hari Om Hari a little bit for us, just because this song is from Disco Dancer.
It happened at that time. Probably do know, of course, but this has been not the correct word is not copy, it's inspired. Okay.
Bappi Lahiri was always inspired.
Of course, he was always inspired. And this one was from One Way Ticket, okay? So everybody knew that, Eruption, that group that played One Way Ticket. But then who cared? Nobody cared, because as I always say, a song will live on forever. And if there's something that they can pick up, and there are songs which have been picked up, now I'm doing it as a project, Arnab. We've got already 200 songs in the list of inspired Indian songs inspired from Western songs. Like, for example, the FIFA song which I picked up, which went so many years ago. It says, it starts, of course, in Italian. Lasciatemi cantare con la chitarra in mano, lasciatemi cantare una canzone piano piano. Do you know the Hindi one? Sing it. Don't feel shy. मानो नशे में यार डूब जाओ न होश See? So you see, these are all inspired and nobody knew. And that's what was so wonderful, because they didn't know about it and I didn't know. I was singing in nightclubs. So Bappi Lahiri it didn't start with him lifting or being inspired. There were so many other people who did it even before that. But that doesn't matter. There was another song which goes, Siempre que te pregunto que cuando, como y dónde, tú siempre me respondes, quizás, quizás, quizás. Hindi? Babuji dhire. So give me a hand for that, finding that out.
Oh, fantastic.
There are about 200 songs like that. And it's really fantastic how nobody knew about it. And I didn't either. I was singing it in the nightclubs. And there were so many songs like Besame, besame mucho, ye sama, sama hai ye. Besame mucho. So when I was singing this, And then I would go to my neighbor's house. I was born and brought up with Muslims. And Jamila and Shamim used to always listen to the Hindi song. And they played this. And I said, what? This sounds just like the song that I know in Spanish or Italian or in English. So this went on. And one of my big songs, which I've been saying to all my audiences, is, if you've missed the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Jab koi I just love you, Republic. Love you. Just fantastic. It's just great, honestly. And this is why I say music is really universal. It really doesn't matter. And if they made a better inspirational song, why not? I mean, it still lives on because of that. So Bapi Lahiri is one of those who really made it huge with Hari Om Hari and so many other songs. And you were talking about Disco Dancer. That is, of course, you know what to say when I say, Koi yahan, koi wahan, sare hasi yahan.
Koi yahan nache nache, koi wahan nache nache, sare hasi yahan nache nache, sare jawan nache nache. Aua aua, tumse hai tumse pyar. Aua aua, mano na mere yaar. Aua aua, tumse hai tumse pyar.
Okay, I'm the original item girl now, you know that, yeah?
So the bad girl became mainstream in the 80s?
Absolutely.
It became totally mainstream. 80s was all about disco music, right?
No, but we're all
This was the
bad
defining,
girls, isn't it?
this was the defining disco anthem.
Yes. This one, Hari Om Hari, was the one.
How did people react to you then, like?
With Hari Om Hari?
Hari Om Hari, disco.
Hari Om Hari was really fantastic because, there used to be, like even yours was shown, the Amul...
yeah.
The Amul hoarding in Bombay on Marine Drive had Hari Om Hari. It said, Hari Home Hari to Amul butter.
Yeah.
So, it really made a mark and everybody just loved it.
How was Bollywood reacting to you at that time?
Bollywood.
Be frank about it. Because
yeah, I'm very frank about it. I think
completely.
The music directors, the musicians, the chorus girls, everybody just loved it when I came onto the set because I didn't go into a private room. I just went onto the set and I was very happy to rehearse with all of them. And in those days, it started, I think, with Bombay to Goa and songs like that, where you had to sing, everybody sang together. I'm sure you must have heard that even from Asha Ji Bhosle, that, you all stood together and sang. And if you made a mistake, then we had to redo the whole thing. So everybody was very well rehearsed in those days. And it was just absolutely fantastic that I got an opportunity to sing so many songs, so many bad girl songs. But frankly, I graduated from the bad girl song, but Koi Yahan Aha Nache Nache got into a little bit of problem also in Bengal, with the minister.
Yeah, I heard that the minister sort of wanted to put you in jail or something.
Look at him put me in jail.
You were told that you were Oposangaskriti,
Yes,
counterculture. I've got my research on that. Now you're on my subject. I have been told that the Public Works Minister of West Bengal, Jatin Chakrabarti, wanted to stop you from performing because he said that you are a threat to the traditional culture of the state. And you kept saying, I'm a sadharan person. You actually have been quoted as saying that you're a down-to-earth girl next door.
Yes,
Did you actually describe yourself as a down-to-earth girl next door?
I'm absolutely the girl next door.
And you said, I don't fit into the image of a nightclub singer. It was overwhelming to think that a sadharan person like myself, who is very down-to-earth, like the girl next door, and not fitting into the image of a nightclub singer, Why would people want to ban me? My God, for what? And then Jatin Chakrabarti said that she's a danger to...
She's decadent.
She's decadent.
Yes, and he said that, you're a bad influence on the culture of Bengal. So I started crying immediately. That's
Crying where?
I keep crying. In his office, I went to Writer's Building. And I said, who made you the Rakhwala of Bengali culture?
Don't tell me you said that.
I did, actually. I'm quite like you, Arnab, in that way. Only thing... yeah.
And then what happened?
I said that.
Then what happened?
And he said, he got very angry with me. And he said, you can do whatever you want to do. And he said, you can even take me to court. I said, okay, I'll take you to court. I took him to court.
For what? Trying to ban you.
It's my fundamental right to sing and to express myself anywhere. And who are you to ban me? And, everybody, Jyoti Babu and all were on my side. The media was on my side. Everybody was on my side. So he was all alone, poor chap. I felt so sad because Shubhrata Roy Chowdhury took over my case. And it was so amazing. This is the first experience I had. I'd only seen it in the movies where they say, "My Lord," and actually that happened. It all happened.
Yeah.
And these two, within a week or so, everybody had walked out of the case as far as Jatin Chakrabarti was concerned. And Shubhrata Roy Chowdhury and the other judge for the, what is it called? Prosecution or whatever. And they were both in the in the elevator with me, and they were so friendly. I said, "What? You fight like cats and dogs in the court?" And then he said, "No, Jatin Babu and myself, we were in Champs-Élysées and watching all the lovely can shows and things like that." Can you imagine? But till his last moment, Jatin Babu never liked my voice. I mean, he liked my voice. He said he hated my music. And that was okay. But he was my singular inspiration to really take on to Rabindra Sangeet.
Wow.
Because he said that I will only listen to you when you start singing Rabindra Sangeet. So I did the exam, I passed it, I released 3 albums which were all big sellers, and he released my album.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really a love-hate relationship. Mainly love from me, not hate. I don't believe in that.
You know, the amazing thing, what makes you a legend is that, and I don't know, you do it very unself-consciously, that you actually have democratized music. Now, when anyone listens to bad music...
Bad? What's it about?
I don't know what it is, but Asha Bhosle sat where you're sitting, and she told me that I asked her, what kind of songs did you sing? And she said, I used to sing every song that Lataji could not sing. And so there was an audience for that too. Yeah. And I feel that the 80s were a period when you were coming out of all mindsets, antediluvian, antiquated mindset, repressed cultures being inhibited. And then, therefore, and I want to tell the audience this, that disco dancer, the disco boom, disco music, it removed class, language barriers. And suddenly everybody from 5-star hotels to small towns were dancing to the same beat. So you changed the way in which India listened to music. And that's her biggest achievement. She's changed. Today when you go to Durandar, when you listen to Rambaho remix version, remember she's the one who changed the way the whole country listened to music.
Yes, absolutely.
And you took it on yourself.
And I feel
that's huge.
very happy about it, actually, because I didn't do it with a reason that I want to change something. No, I'm that way. I'm quite a Gandhian. I do believe that you have to be the change you want to see. Yeah. And if you want people to start enjoying a song with, when I would sing a Frank Sinatra song, I mean, you can't have Frank Sinatra in India. So you got Usha Uthup to sing it in a nightclub for you, and you sing My Way, and you enjoy it, and there's nostalgia for you, there's memories for you. Why not enjoy it? It doesn't matter who sang
What's
it
before.
before.
What's the best cover you ever sung?
I think one of my most popular covers has been I Will Survive, then also Skyfall in a Starry, yeah. I'm sure all of you have heard it. And
we've heard that. would you please, for us, consider once singing
Of
the
course,
Skyfall for
I'm
us?
just dying to be asked to sing.
Yeah?
I mean,
okay.
I don't want to talk.
By the way, you know, when I first got when I started working in Calcutta, you owe me 4,000 rupees, by the
Oh,
way.
lovely.
I'll tell you why.
Lahiri
Because
owes
I
me
was taken,
6,000.
on the first day I got my salary, I got 4,000 rupees. And everybody in the edit department of the Telegraph told us, we will take you to Blue Fox.
Drinkers.
No. So, you know, this is the problem with you. They took me to every restaurant saying that Usha Uthup performs here.
Oh.
And then I would go there and look for you, and you were never there.
I was there.
And they would drink their way away and leave without paying the bill.
Oh, that was a lovely, lovely way to do
My
it.
first 3 salary checks, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. You owed me 12,000 rupees.
That's
For all the
fantastic.
drunkards in the Telegraph who took me to every place saying, I'm going to meet you. I've never met you.
No.
You never cared for me. I was 21 years old. You owe me 12,000 rupees.
That's such a tear-jerker
Just give me
story.
12,000 rupees.
Such a tear-jerker
You know,
story.
everywhere they took me and everywhere they say,
And
you
I
perform.
didn't like you. What
I
are
don't
you
know where you
talking?
were.
I must be his biggest fan, because ask him how many times when there's a huge big fight going on, and of course he's the cause of it all. So I get so worried sitting in Baliganj place in Calcutta. I quickly phone up and I say, please, Arnab, be careful what you're saying. I'm so scared for you. Don't shout your mouth off all the time. You're precious. India loves you. And now the whole world is saying it, not just one person.
These days, some people last 1 week don't love me.
They don't love you.
All the love is gone.
No,
last
we
1
love
week.
you.
I think I'll have to start singing to them.
No, we make a song on that. But definitely, they all say, सिर्फ देश को नहीं सुनना है, the nation wants to know. Yeah.
No, but I can't get away. I can't do, what is that? I think I'll do this one day, 1, 2, cha-cha-cha, on my program to make friends again.
Make friends. But you know, I mean, this would go on to another
What does 1, 2,
discussion.
cha-cha-cha mean?
It's a dance. Do you want to
What
do
is it?
now?
Aren't songs supposed to have some deep meaning?
Deep meaning, yeah. It says...
How would Gulzar react to 1, 2, cha-cha-cha?
Oh, well, it's a dance, and if you want to be like...
It was great, wasn't it? It was fantastic.
Great it was, because she runs a school in that, Aruna Irani, and she's teaching... why don't I teach you how to do the cha-cha-cha? Yeah.
It's good enough. Rambaho is my limit.
No, that's your limit, but come on, let's do the dance. Okay, next.
Please play Skyfall. What are you doing, guys? I'm going to get into trouble. I feel so out of place in these situations.
Just don't...
Can I discuss? You're going to sing this for me.
I've drowned and dreamt each moment.
That's Skyfall.
Some of the dew I owe them. Swept away, I'm stolen. Let the sky fall. When it crumbles, we will stand tall. Face it all together. Let the sky fall. When it crumbles, we will stand tall and face it all together at Skyfall.
Yeah, that's me.
This song of Skyfall by Adele, that powerful voice, like the song is almost meant for you out there. That performance was live, of course, right?
Yes, of course.
And I hope that you will sing this.
I will, definitely.
For us today. You know, a lot of singers nowadays use auto-tune heavily.
Yes, I believe so.
They auto-tune everything. Is
That's
that a
right.
dangerous precedent, you know, where even youngsters, even those who are coming up now, use auto-tune rather than originality?
Of course, because, this is the thing, the power of technology, actually. If you want to say, look at everything in a bad way, you can say, aajkal auto-tune hota hai, jo bhi hota hai. You know, you can say a lot of bad things about a lot of things. But I say, sometimes auto-tune is also good. I mean, not that they use it for me or I use it, but sometimes when you want that perfection, the new digital music gives you perfection. But what it lacks is the warmth of the analog. The analog recordings are just fabulous, yeah? You can't beat that. So it has its pros and cons, and really, it really doesn't matter. It's true, actually, that everybody is using auto-tune today. And, well, there's so many people who are using so many other things as well. I mean, you know, somebody told me that if I could look like Jennifer Lopez singing Rambaho, and wear what she was wearing, wow. Then Rambaho would have been a different thing altogether. But that's another story. I've never changed from being, you know, wearing a sari, and thank God for the sari. Thank God for being Indian, yeah? Really fantastic. And so I think that is what it's all about, really. And it really doesn't matter. When I sing Skyfall, it makes me feel that truly music is universal and it could be taken up anywhere. And when I did TED Talks and then Ink Talks, where after Padma Bhushan, I also got the Dada Saheb Phalke Award. Yeah. Do you want to clap for that? I'm going to ask one question of you now. Not on music. I'm just going to ask you one question. Tell me truthfully, because the nation wants to know. Am I not the easiest person you've had on the Legends to talk to?
Yeah, you're clearly the most unpretentious. You're unpretentious, you're natural, you're what you are.
Yes.
You seem to be as, you know, when the introduction went on and I was listening to Rakshita, I said the true word for you, Usha ji, is authentic. You're happy with what you are.
Yes, I can.
And that originality carries. You're very comfortable in your own skin. I think that's the most important thing in life, you know.
Thank you, Arnab.
Yeah?
You don't know how
don't you
proud
think so?
I feel, and how, you know, with all my humility and gratitude to you, you don't know what it feels like. You don't know, because you really don't know how big you are.
Oh, please.
Thank God for that.
I'm just so nervous right now.
Look at him. You believe it.
I was so nervous before coming on. I was trying to memorize the years. Arman, which year? Koiha, Nache Nache, which year? And then I thought, what if she asks me the lyrics of Darling, Aankhon Se?
Aankhein chaar karne do. Yeah.
I'm waiting for that moment when you'll kick me out of stage, you know, because I'm getting fed up with myself.
No, I'm not
now.
fed up of you.
I feel I'm a prop.
But one thing you didn't tell the audience is that it's not just the bad girls that I got songs to sing for. If I didn't get a song to sing for a bad girl, then they put me in the titles. Like Shan Say, it was on the title, yeah, title song. And there are many others like that, which, like, for example, Dawn 2, I did with the titles, then Rock On 2. I've done a lot of films which had just title music. And if they didn't find even me to use me in a title song, they gave me Mithun Chakravarti. Yes, I really sang for Mithun Chakravarti. And the song was Aankhon se pee le, hoton se pee le, jeena ho jitna, masti mein jee le, mujh jaisa dekha na hoga kahin. Dekho 36, 24, 36. Measurements have all changed, it doesn't matter, but I actually asked him, this was, by the way, the biggest hijack, taking me straight from the airport and bringing me here. I'm sorry to all of you who were waiting, but we had to wait for the plane to land and then, you know, all the usual thing. But I actually asked him, because I believe that no matter what, when somebody asks you to sing or somebody asks you for an autograph or a selfie, we must do it happily. Because we should be worried when the day comes when nobody asks us. And I don't want that to happen. Thank you. I asked him, should I come in this jacket or should I take it off? Then I asked him, do you want me to wear the flowers or leave it? Because if he has asked me, and all of you are waiting, you want to see me just the way you've seen me everywhere, yeah? And so it mattered to me what he said. And by the way, these are my Kanjivaram shoes that I'm wearing today.
Yeah.
And it matches my coat. Yeah, so I was
How many pairs do you have?
Nice, huh?
How many pairs do
I
you
have
have?
5.
Yeah?
I have only 5 pairs. Not like your green room. My goodness, how many coats do you have?
What is this? What is the bin?
Kaur. This is
My kaur.
Kaur for Kolkata. And yeah, this one is Tirupati on top, my Mang Tika. But when I started wearing bindis, it was just a small dot that I used to put, being a traditional South Indian family, where all the girls always put a little dot. And then the dot changed into bigger sizes and things like that. So it became one of the iconic things, which people say iconic. Actually, it's just because I'm a middle class person. That's the only way I knew how to dress. I used to wear Amma's sari going to sing at Talk of the Town in Bombay. And I didn't have saris and loads of clothes. Whatever there was available, I just wore. I even wore cotton saris from Khatao Voiles. Anybody heard of Khatao Mills? Yeah, no. They all knew yo brother. You don't know? Yo bro, okay. Do you use short forms? Do you know any?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't.
I was told yesterday that according to Gen Z, if something's good, they say it slaps.
It slaps?
Yeah.
Oh, you slap all the time, babe.
Let's stop there.
Okay.
Let's stop there. But ladies
stop.
and gentlemen, she's a lady who did not wait for approval, right? And from Trinkas to Rashtrapati Bhavan, what a journey that she has had, you know. And in her humility, her easygoing style, that's what we love about you. And you're looking at me in a way that either I go out on my own or... But I want to tell you this, Ushaji, that you lift me almost twice a week when I listen to your music. And you know, Bappi Lahiri used to love me as well.
I'm sure he did.
I had a great equation with him, wonderful equation with him. And it's such a delight to know you, to meet you. And there's a positive energy about you. And that's really good.
And I really full of tears because we're going into 2026. And I hope it's going to be a really fantastic year for India.
Yep.
For India. I hope we all go back to that India where we knew no borders and boundaries, and we'd all be like this, yeah. And you'd still be as Mupat as you are.
Thank you, we will be. And
but
now,
because we're all praying for you.
Thank you.
And you'll be surprised how important it is for me to be with you today.
You are not a singer, you're an institution. It's not the number of languages that you've been singing, it's not the number of continents or cultures you've spanned. The most important thing in life, Ushaji, is relevance, you know that. And I say this about Amitabh Bachchan, that the greatest thing about him is that he continues to be as relevant today as he was 50 years back. Very few people you can say that about, and I can say that about you. So I think it's very, very important to know you, and for the present generation to know you. And the movie, I just wish that Rambaho's resurgence in Dhurandhar leads to a resurgence in the kind of music you brought to the country when you brought a democratic revolution in music. You're an unconventional and authentic person who's lived life on her own terms. I think you are extraordinary. And I want people to know you. That's why I called you here today. I'm very glad you've taken the effort to come.
I love your team, your entire team of people who work with you.
Thank you.
They're really people who've made you and stood by you.
Thank you. They've been. And thank you very much. I shall take a quick exit and sit in the stage.
Yeah, you do that.
Yeah. And I do love you. Thank you very much.
Love you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Usha Uthup will now be live with us. And her team is there. Let's enjoy her music together. Thank you very much, Ushaji. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if it was Arnab Goswami doing this show and he was in the audience and I suddenly saw him, this is what I'd do. So can you do this? No, not like that. Only the Assamese can do it like this. Tuk dekhi murga kenne ba lage. Tuk dekhi murga kenne ba lage. Bihu re oi. He's definitely not an Assamese. Oh, you have to do bihu, and wherever they are, they'll come out with their little bihu dance.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent, if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very...
Give me highs, yeah? And bass. You're on the sound? It's always like this when we start nobody's equipped really. And never ever believe any singer who comes and says, oh, aaj mein shuri ta kharab. And they've got a bad cold, or they've just come off the plane, or the sound is not okay. Don't believe all that, because that's all just bunk. If you really want to sing, you just sing. And you just make it happen. But for me, for anything, I'm talking so that you can get a good balance. Hello? Any South Indians here at all? One. Oh, great. 55. 72 South Indians. I'm so happy about that. எனக்கு உள்ளூர பயம்ப்பா இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஷோவில் see, I can really talk well. And just because it's Arnab in front of me, I'd like to say for all of you to start, can you give me a better voice quality? Little? Make it a little, yeah, is it sounding okay outside? Okay, if it was Arnab Goswami doing this show and he was in the audience and I suddenly saw him, this is what I'd do. So can you do this? No, not like that. Only the Assamese can do it like this. तुक देखी मुर्गा के निबा लागे तुक देखी मुर्गा के निबा लागे बिहुरे ओए. He's definitely not an Assamese. Oh, you have to do bihu, and wherever they are, they'll come out with their little bihu dance. It's just so fantastic, really. It's just marvelous. And many people think that Arnab, as they say in South India, number Arnab vandu endha madri pesararu illappa. Too good. Rendu per da. One da Arnab nalla shande poduvar. Nanna vera sophisticated Shashi Tharoor. Vera yarume illa. So for those of you who didn't understand, I'm sure you understood what I said. Yeah, okay. So according to many people, they think that there are just two. One who keeps fighting and winning the battle, and we all help him do that. Hi. Yeah, saying hi to you. Where's that Niranjan? Where's Niranjan? He's gone. I simply loved him. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I met James Bond before coming here, and he said he wanted to join Republic. And I said, I'll have to, you can laugh because sometimes I tell lies, yeah. And from 1969, I've been singing all his songs, James Bond songs. So he thought he would use me to get to Arnab. He said, since you know Arnab Goswami so well, do you think you'd be able to get me a job with Republic? I said, of course. Why not? Come on. He said, no, but first you'll have to do something for me. I said, what? He said, you'll have to shoot for me in the morning of this day. That is the 26th. I said, okay, I'll shoot. Then suddenly I realized that I had said yes to Arnab and Republic. So I gave up James Bond, ladies and gentlemen, for all of you. Here it is. I'm still singing James Bond songs. And here is Skyfall in a sari, especially for you. Yeah, make me do it, yeah. Love it. Can you give me a little bit more bass, I think. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for letting me do that song so well. I could only do it well because all of you were here with me. Yeah, it's just fantastic. I can't do anything without all of you clapping your hands. So take your left hand, and then your right hand, and now put it together. There was a time when left was right, now right is left. Who cares? Anyway, let's go. Come on. Here it is on Republic. For the first time, ladies and gentlemen, in public. Thank you, Dhurandhar. Thank you, Samaresh and Rinta, my team. Let's go. And everybody at Republic. Ramba ho. Say ho 6 times. Samba ho. Ramba ho. Samba ho. Hey मैं गाऊं प्लीज हो बोलिए जितनी तुम प्यार से जीलोगे उतनी ही जिंदगी रब्बा हो सब्बा हो Hey मैं गाऊं प्लीज हो बोलिए जितनी तुम प्यार से जीलोगे उतनी ही जिंदगी रब्बा हो सब्बा हो सुपर गाना खत्म हो गया ताली बजाइए Want a little bit of this song? Come on. Look at the people. I just love you. I love you all. No, I want this. Are we ready? Hey! Hari Om Hari Hari Om Hari Hari Om Hari Hari Om Hari bolo Hari Om Hari Hari Om Hari Yeah, this was another iconic song, and everybody just loved it so much. Again, for a bad girl, but you should see how lovely Kalpana Iyer looks now. She's in Dubai, actually. And whenever we meet, people ask for us to, they used to say that we're sisters because of the name and we're both South Indians and things. I used to say before that, no, actually we are not sisters. But later I said, okay, yeah, we are sisters, because there's no point in talking to or arguing with anybody, And there are people who phone me up. They look me up first in the airport. Long time they look and they say, and I get all ready. I'm so happy. I think they're going to take a photograph or something like that of me. And they look at me and they say, Runa Laila? Before I used to say, no, I'm Usha Uthup. And I used to get ready. Now when I say, no, I'm Usha Uthup, and they put the phone back and they walk away, and I feel so sad they didn't take a photograph. And then they come back. Ladies and gentlemen, it happens to me all the time when people come up to me and they say, आपकी मैं सबसे बड़ी फैन हूँ. आपका गाना ना, आपके सावन सबसे बढ़िया गाना है. Before I used to say, well, that's not my song, it's Shubha Mudgal's song. And then immediately I'd phone up Shubha and, we're very, very good friends. And I say, Shubha, it's happened one more time when somebody thinks I'm you. So she said, don't worry, people look at me and they say, hey, you sang Rumba Ho very well last night. So there's something about us. Actually, we don't look alike at all, but it's the General Assembly, I think, that makes it, they think we're one and the same. So here's the next song for all of you, and ladies and gentlemen, this is me. Okay, Usha. Yeah, thank you. You've got the order from the boss. Boss gave you the order, no? तुमसे है तुमसे प्यार औवा औवा मानो न मेरे यार औवा औवा तुमसे है तुमसे प्यारा This is so amazing. Thank you. I mean, Arnab, the people, your team at the back is just fantastic. All yo bros? Looks like it, yeah. Which one? Wait, okay. This is actually a Bengali song. Any Bengalis here? No, my goodness me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 72. The whole world is a Bengali, right? You like to be one, okay. We sing a few lines of this, and I'd like for all of you to know that it makes a difference to me. When you sing this particular song, it goes like, Ek main aur ek tu. Okay, I'll sing the first line, because you'll have called me all the way from Calcutta. So let me sing the first line, then you sing the second line, okay? Ek main aur... पांच लाइन गा लिए आप अरे मेरी मैया ओके वो मटा एक मैं और एक तू हाँ एक मैं और एक तू और जो तन मन में हो रहा है ये तो होना ही था at Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, it can't happen otherwise. Just fantastic. I mean, who would have ever thought this would have happened, yeah? I think I knew Arnab when you were with Doordarshan. No, not Doordarshan. After that, NDTV. Yeah, and it was such fun going for the morning show over there, and they'd all ask, "Ye lakdi ka set hai na glass ka set hai?" And I used to wonder for a long time what that meant. You see, if it was a lakdi ka set, then they didn't have whatever they were wearing on top was okay. What they wore down, pajamas or jeans or anything, it didn't matter. And that is the truth. And only I was there to see it. And if it was glass, they had to wear proper pants outside. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, knowing people and growing up with them means such a lot. such a lot, really. You've given me all the, what shall I say, blessings, ashirvadam, and everything to carry on. And you've allowed me to do it just the way I am. So here it is. কোথায় রে হাত তালে উরি উরি বাবা উরি উরি বাবা বাবা typical Bapi Lahiri hit song. Oi, Ada. If you feel like dancing, just get up and dance. Come on. प्यार किया हमने किया क्या बुरा किया ना किया उरी उरी बाबा उरी उरी बाबा उरी उरी बाबा की दारू उरी उरी बाबा उरी उरी बाबा उरी उरी बाबा की दारू जिंदगीতে আমার মনে বলছে আমি তাই তোমায় আমি ভালোবাসি তোমায় আমি চাই উরি উরি বাবা উরি উরি বাবা Uri Baba Gidaru Uri Let's go Hey 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 And ladies and gentlemen, there was a song which I had to sing because I begged, actually, while I was doing the film, to give me one song to sing. And Vishalji Bhardwaj said, "Is picture mein kuch koi gaane hai hi nahi. Sirf aapko ek hi kaam karna hai, sabko khatam karna hai." So I was Priyanka Chopra's servant, and the three of us got together, I mean 3 servants got together and murdered all the 7 husbands that she had. So I never had a chance to sing till I realized that one of them, one of the husbands, was Russian. I said, whoa, this is too much. So I told him, Vishalji, please give me a Russian song to sing. So he said, do you know any Russian song? And I gave him this song. It goes like, just give me just the sur, huh? It goes like this, okay? Kalin, kakalin, kakalin, kamaya, saduya, gadamalin, kamalin, kamaya, kalin, kakalina, kalin, kakalina, kalin, kakalin, kakalin, kamaya, kalin, kakalin, kakalin, kamaya. And all the Russians loved it. There were Ukrainians in the audience as well. And I was so pleased when they all loved it so much. Of course, at that time, I didn't know there was going to be any problem at all. Then we went to Kyiv, in Ukraine, and I sang this song. Ty kazala w poniedziałek bidam razem po barwinach. Ja przyszedł w tebe nema підманула підвела. Ти ж мене підманула, ти ж мене підвела. Ти ж мене молодого зума розуму звела. Ти ж мене підманула, ти ж мене підвела. Ти ж мене молодого зума розуму звела. And everybody loved it. Whoa, the Russians loved it, the Ukrainians loved it. And I just can't for the life of me figure out, when music binds people together like this and brings people so close, why so much time to fight? There's so little time to love. Can we love? Yes, everybody? This will be your only chance to do it without worrying whether you're singing it for your husband or for somebody else's husband. Who cares? We don't care. And let me tell you another thing. I don't care either, because I live for this moment. That's it. And this moment is all that we have. So when people are always calculating, pata nahi, 57 years bol rahi hai, kitni buddhi hogi, kaun jane, who cares? I don't give. Anyway. I'm quite happy being who I am, yeah? And I've really started living only just now, just today. So let's all think about that. Age, of course, they say in the cliche, is just a number, but as far as I'm concerned, age is age. Of course it's age. Of course you have gray hair, of course you have wrinkles, but what the hell? I mean, it's great, absolutely wonderful to know that I can sing to the youngest gentleman over there who's fiddling around with his hair just now. Yeah? And to the youngest, prettiest girl over here. I mean, I'm such a fan of yours because I've said that before as well. So we just love you so much. And, age really is no barrier at all. So I'm so glad that I can tell all of you this, live to tell the tale, that this is how it really started. And this is how it's going to be always. Sing for now. Ek Gana jo all of you will love very much. And I think we have the permission for this. Darling. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my last song for the afternoon. And normally when I say it's my last song, everybody says, oh no. Can we say it more professionally? No, like you really mean it, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my last song for the afternoon. No, it isn't actually. There's a song which I just want to tell all of you that, we all have our little problems in life. But when you look around and see so many people with so many other problems, you say, ye mat kaho khuda se, meri mushkilein badi hain. Ye mushkilon se keh do, mera khuda bada hai. And that is especially from Republic to Republic for all of you. Thanks to the Brahma Kumaris for teaching me this song. Yeah. There's another little one which I want to all of you to know. It says in Haryanvi, it says, Bhajan karo bhari javani mein budhapa. Oh, you know this song. Oh, superb. Okay, let's do it two verse. Okay, you want a little higher? Bhajan karo bhari javani mein budhapa kisne dekha se. बुढ़ापे में अंधे हो जाओगे दर्श तुम कर ना पाओगे दर्श करो आहा दर्श करो भरी जवानी में बुढ़ापा किसने देखा से बुढ़ापे में बहरे हो जाओगे बुढ़ापे में तीरथ भजन तुम सुन ना पाओगे भजन सुनो आहा भजन सुनो भरी जवानी में बुढ़ापा. Nobody's seen बुढ़ापा because now is when you've got to do everything जवानी में, and I'm really जवान boy.
We just don't want you to stop, ma'am. But yes, I would request you to please stay on with us. And we have some special messages for you from very, very special people. Really? But I request you to please, I'll accompany you to the stage, please.
Udiba, where are you from? Where are you from? Maharashtra. Laukariya ma. त्यांना दे ना. त्यांना दुसरा दे. इकडे या तुम्ही. हॅलो. येलो साडी. काहीतरी वेगळंच आहे इकडे ये ना.
So we have some special messages for ma'am because she has been so lovely all throughout and she's been enthralling us and she's a vibe, as they say, she's a vibe.
Oh, vibe. Yes. Slap. Was I slap?
Yeah, you slap. You slay, you slap.
You slay, you slap.
And so we are going to just play them out one by one, all those very, very lovely messages for a very, very lovely legend.
Oh, lovely.
Can we have the messages, please?
As Usha's eldest sister, I have had the privilege of knowing her since she was born. As a young girl, she was fond of singing and dancing, and being in a family which was so musical and loved all kinds of music, it was easy to see how singing came to her naturally. Her dream was to see her name in lights. Usha, you've done much more than that. You have sung for kings and presidents and brought honor to our country and to our family. Her other dream was to somehow get us 4 sisters to do a show together. This also she managed, and we did 2 lovely shows in Calcutta. Usha is an amazing girl in many ways. She single-handedly built up her studio in Calcutta, and today she runs it most successfully. Having sung for 56 years, she has earned many, many accolades, some of them being the Filmfare Award, the Padma Shri, the Padma Bhushan, and many more which I cannot even remember. We, her family, are very, very proud of her achievements and all that she has done. She is certainly a legend, and I wish her many, many more years of singing and bringing joy to all the people that she sings. God bless you, Usha. Love you.
That's my sister, Indira, the original singing Sami sister, Indira and Duma.
Hi everyone, I'm Maya and so proud to be Usha's younger sister. You know, as kids we used to play teacher, teacher. But in real life, she's really been my teacher, my inspiration. She has taught me that humility, caring, love, passion, this is really what legends are made of. And she's always so positive no matter what the adversity. A few days ago, you will remember when there was chaos in all the airports. In the hours that she was sitting there, she turned it around. She sat at a table with her musicians and rehearsed 2 songs. That is Usha. Positive, positive, positive. Kind, generous, oh my God, so generous. And then she walks on stage and she just connects with the whole universe. From little children to grown-ups, elders, prime ministers, presidents, Gen Z, they're all just, she has the power to make them happy, to make them laugh, to join her. She is really, really a people's person. Her bindi or her sari. It's her soul. She is a people's person. It's her soul that allows her to connect with just anyone and everyone. And you know what? She gifts them, she touches them, makes them happy, gives them absolutely beautiful memories to go away with. You know what, Usha? You really, really, really have that power to heal the world and make it a better place. Darling Usha, love you forever.
That's my youngest sister, Maya. It's just fantastic. My whole family, if you didn't have a good infrastructure of a really good family, you can't be where you are really in life. And Arnab, I can't even begin to say thank you to you for this marvelous moment. Really, thank you to all of you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's one more message, ma'am. I'd like you to see.
Namaskar, Usha Amma. This is Suresh Wadkar.
Oh God!
मैं बहुत खुश हूँ और आपको बधाइयाँ देता हूँ कि रिपब्लिक टीवी ने आपको लेजेंडरी ऑफ इंडियन म्यूजिक ये टाइटल देके आपका सम्मान किया, जिसके लिए मैं रिपब्लिक टीवी का बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। आप जैसी लेजेंडरी सिंगर और हमारी सीनियर, और आपने इतने खूबसूरत खूबसूरत गाने गाए हैं जिसको हम लोग बचपन से सुनते आ रहे हैं, और आपको प्रोग्रामों में, रिकॉर्डिंग्स में, और आप जब एकदम यंग एज में आप एक रेस्टोरेंट में भी गाने गाती थी जिसको सुनने के लिए बड़े बड़े भारतवर्ष के, बम्बई के लोग आते थे। और मुझे याद है कि पूरा रेस्टोरेंट भरा होता था आपके गाने सुनने के लिए। मैं भगवान से यही प्रार्थना करूंगा कि आप दीर्घायु हो, आप लंबी जिंदगी और सुखमय जिंदगी, आनंदमय जिंदगी, और आपका स्वास्थ्य हमेशा ठीक रहे, यही भगवान से प्रार्थना करूंगा। आई विश यू अ वेरी वेरी हेल्दी, पीसफुल एंड लॉन्ग लाइफ, और हमेशा गाती रहें आप। आप जब भी स्टेज पे आपको देखते हैं, आप दिल खुश कर देती हैं हम सबका। हम आपके वैसे भी फैन हैं, और आप हमारी बड़ी बहन हैं, बड़ी दीदी हैं, तो आपको हमेशा हम लोग प्यार ही करेंगे। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you, Suresh ji. I don't know how many of you will remember this, but there's not a single day I don't listen to him in the morning. And if you remember, any of you, I'm sure you will remember, I still say it every day, at least 14 times. If we can say it together for Republic, it'll be wonderful. Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityur Mokshi Yamamritat. Om Triambakam Yajamahe Sugandhim Pushtivardhanam Urvarukamiva Bandhanan Mrityur Mokshi Yamamritat. I learned that from Suresh ji. Thank you so much, Suresh ji. Imagine Republic doing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. It's been absolutely brilliant for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And today, we remind us that true artistry is not about fitting in, it's about standing tall in one's own voice. And her journey has not been a merely musical one. It's a lesson in confidence, authenticity, and joy. And on behalf of Republic Media Network, I thank our legend, Usha Uthup ji, as we celebrate her, who sang her own song, in doing so gave India a voice that will never ever fade.
So today, many people who wouldn't know the person behind the voice have got to know you better and close up. We've had the opportunity of reliving some of your life's moments with you. So we'll relate to you more. I want to make a prediction. My prediction is, you spoke about 2026. 2026 is the year when Usha Uthup connects to Gen Z completely. You already connect now, but you're going to have a yo bro year. You're going to have a yo bro year. And she's so wonderful. She said to me, usually people come here and they say, let's go quickly. She just said that if anybody wants to take pictures, can they just come up here? So I think some of us would, right? Yeah, so any of you who would, okay? Please take it, because she's so wonderful, she's so lovely, and we want to remember this moment. Go slowly, go slowly, go slowly, go slowly. Go slowly, go slowly. Let's take, Shailendra, let 20, 30 people come at a time, right? Okay, one minute. Don't crowd around. Okay.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement workshops. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू always.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Makandar Mohammed, a young driver, was allegedly beaten to death by cow vigilantes in Odisha's Balasore district. According to reports, the incident followed an accident involving a vehicle transporting cattle 2 days ago, after which the driver was allegedly attacked. Police reached the spot and rescued Makandar Mohammed, rushing him to the Balasore district headquarters hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. The victim's family staged a protest outside the Balasore SP's office, demanding strict action. A case has been registered at Sadar police station. 3 accused have been arrested and produced before a court. Further investigation is underway to determine whether more people were involved in the attack.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा. सबका राजा आरती और मसाला.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू ऑलवेज.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल. ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े. क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
प्लीज स्टॉप. झुमका तेरा झुमका तेरा झुमका. नॉट देयर. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा. तेरा झुमका.
Steel, sweat and speed. The Indian Army in action. A 120-foot Bailey Bridge built at KM 15 on Sri Lanka's B492 highway. This connects Kandy to Nuwara Elia, a route cut off for over a month after Cyclone Ditwa. Army engineers racing against time to restore a lifeline. This is the third bridge built by India in Sri Lanka. Earlier bridges were constructed in Jaffna and Kandy. Roads reopened, movement restored, life resumes. For residents, this means access to hospitals, food and markets. This is part of Operation Sagar Bandhu, India's humanitarian response to the cyclone. Disaster relief in action.
बेली ब्रिज एक मॉड्यूलर और रीलोकेटेबल टाइप का ब्रिज है, जिसे जरूरत के अनुसार टेम्पररी या परमानेंट तौर पर बनाया जा सकता है. इस साइट पर इस बेली ब्रिज को लंबे समय तक इस्तेमाल करने के हिसाब से कंस्ट्रक्ट किया गया है. इसी वजह से रैपिड हार्डनिंग कंक्रीट से मजबूत बियरिंग पैड्स बनाए गए हैं और हर प्रकार की सेफ्टी का पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है. अगर भविष्य में यदि यहाँ परमानेंट ब्रिज बनाने की जरूरत पड़ती है तो इस बेली ब्रिज को आसानी से डीलॉन्च कर किसी अन्य स्थान पर रिलोकेट और रिकंस्ट्रक्ट किया जा सकता है.
A bridge that carries more than traffic, it carries trust. Connectivity restored after weeks of isolation. This is regional solidarity on ground. India and Sri Lanka shoulder to shoulder in crisis, a reflection of India's neighbourhood first policy and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. From disaster to recovery, from disruption to resilience, the Indian Army builds bridges not just of steel but of friendship.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Mobs in Bengal target Chicken's Neck route in Beldanga. Blockade trying to cut off key highways. Free run to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains, highways blocked. Stone pelting report in Beldanga, Murshidabad.
टीएमसी के नेता सालों से यहाँ घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है।
Prime Minister Modi targets Mamata Banerjee. Government says Trinamool Congress using infiltrators as voters in Bengal. Political violence in Bengal over SIR. BDO office vandalized in different parts. SIR forms torn, burnt. BJP flags infiltration crisis on the Bengal-Karnataka train route to the Railway Ministry, says national security being compromised. Congress MLA Phul Singh justifies rape and then goes on to defend it when confronted by Republic. There's no word from the Congress top brass on the MLA's remarks justifying rape. Rahul Gandhi seen with the same MLA in Madhya Pradesh during his Indore visit. Another lawsuit in the Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle. Priya Sachdev sues her sister-in-law Mandira. A big boost to the Indian defence. Proposal to acquire 114 Rafale jets in the final stages. Bengal witnessed violence once again. There have been different incidents of violence in different parts of Bengal. Some related to the elections and some manufactured is what the BJP claims. But in the case of Beldanga in Murshidabad, there were many people who came out on the railway tracks trying to block the National Highway 12. Why is this critical? Why does it seem coordinated? The railway track in Beldanga that was blocked and the National Highway 12 that was stalled are all connecting the south to the north Bengal and stretch all the way up to Siliguri, which is the Chicken's Neck. And that is why the protest that we saw today reminded about what Sharjeel Imam said when he threatened to cut off the Chicken's Neck. Here is why the protest in Bengal, in Beldanga, is extremely dangerous.
A massive protest erupts in Bengal over the alleged killing of a migrant. Within hours, the protest intensifies. It morphed into what we called as a mobocracy act. Despite breakdown of law and order, police personnel was seen much later at the site of the violence.
NH12 को रोक दिया गया है. सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है. क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है. वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की.
What started as a local protest now being posing a serious threat to the national security. Railway track blocked, highways jammed. NH12 has been blocked a major route that connects to Chicken Necks or the Siliguri corridor. The corridor that is a strategic location that connects mainland with northeast.
It will be in a very sporadic manner, and as we all know that the illegal immigrants have already infested the full West Bengal, and they are present at every nook and corner, and the government has been sleeping over this. And now whatever the outcome is regarding what is happening on the highway and blocking of it, it is a very sinister plan, and now they will try to choke this route. They will constantly create issues and problems, and all hell will break loose when any fatality takes place during the blocking of the highway.
Blocking trains that connect South Bengal with North Bengal. A serious security problem is looming.
And that corridor link, that rail link, leads to the Siliguri corridor. The strategic implications of that are staggering, and they cannot be accepted, especially in the light of what has been going on with Bangladesh in the last few months. Are some people out of their mind, or is there a more dangerous plot to affect our north-south communications?
Given the unrest in Bangladesh and the strategic importance of the Siliguri corridor, inaction to control the situation raises security alarm.
The BJP held a news conference talking about the different attacks under the Mamata Banerjee government in Bengal. These were incidents of violence related to the special intensive revision that is ongoing, SIR exercise. They refer to the attacks in Farakka. There was an attack in Murshidabad. In different parts of Bengal, BDOs, BLOs who are undertaking the SIR exercise are being targeted. Homes of some of these officers have also not been spared. Talking about how Trinamool Congress leaders, MLAs included, are openly instigating violence. Abhishek Banerjee said, if people's names are missing, violence is inevitable. There is an MLA who speaks about open attacks. He says, nobody will be spared. Here is the attack by the BJP on the Mamata government on the issue of violence, especially related to SIR.
T for Tushtikaran, M for Mafia, C for Crime by Ghuspatia, the latest definition given to TMC by Bharatiya Janata Party.
T for Tushtikaran, M for Mafia and Gunda Raj, C for Crime by Ghuspatia. ये है TMC.
BJP has accused TMC of restoring to threats to save infiltrators on a day when the Prime Minister was in Malda, West Bengal.
टीएमसी के नेता, टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट सालों से यहां घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है। घुसपैठियों की आबादी बढ़ने से बीते वर्षों में मालदा, मुर्शिदाबाद सहित पश्चिम बंगाल के अनेक क्षेत्रों में दंगे भी बढ़ने लगे हैं। आपको घुसपैठियों और यहां के सत्ताधारी लोगों के इस गठजोड़ को तोड़ना ही होगा।
The BJP claims mobocracy has taken over West Bengal while pointing at these pictures of SIR-related violence.
NH-12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH-12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही।
A BDO's house was attacked in the presence of TMC MLA Monirul Islam. BJP questioned TMC over shielding the MLA despite the evidence.
फरक्का के अंदर जो मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आता है, बीडीओ के दफ्तर के ऊपर हमला हुआ है। और जब हमला हो रहा था उस समय टीएमसी के विधायक एमएलए मुनीरुल इस्लाम वहां मौजूद थे। मुनीरुल इस्लाम के मौजूदगी में फरक्का में बीडीओ के ऑफिस पर हमला हुआ। मुनीरुल इस्लाम ने खुलेआम कहा कि यहां राम से पेपर मांगा नहीं जाता, रहीम का पेपर चेक किया जाता है।
The party alleging that a booth-level officer in Jadavpur ended his life due to threats from TMC workers.
आप रोहिंग्यान को बचाना चाहते हैं, बांग्लादेशियों को बचाना चाहते हैं। आप बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठी और रोहिंग्याओं की संख्या के आधार पर जीतने का प्रयास कर रही है, मगर याद रखिए ये चेतावनी है भारतवर्ष का। भारत को खंडित करके, बंगाल को खंडित करके आप कभी विजयी नहीं हो पाएंगे।
The TMC has been defending the violence.
যদিও যাবে আর কি, আমাদের তৃণমূলের তরফের থেকে আমি যদিও এসপি লেভেলে কথা বলেছি, ওপরেও কথা বলেছি, আর যেন এই বিডিও অফিসে যে ঘটেছে এটা জনবিস্ফোরণ হয়েছে, মানুষের বহিঃপ্রকাশ হয়েছে। এর বাইরে যদি একটা লোককে গ্রেপ্তার করা হয় তাহলে কিন্তু ফারাক্কা ব্লককে অচল করে দেওয়ার কথা কিন্তু আমি বলেছি। তার জন্য কথা দিয়েছে, যা হয়েছে হয়েছে, আর কাউকে আমরা ধরপাকড় করবো না। গণতন্ত্রের পদ্ধতিতে আমরা আন্দোলন করব। তার বাকি পরবর্তী কর্মসূচি আপনাদের আগামী দিনে জানিয়ে সফল। আপনারা বলবেন না দুদিন আগে সময় পেলাম না, এমার্জেন্সি চলছে, এটা যখন ডাকবো তখন এসে একদম জাম করে দিতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, তো যাই হোক, ধন্যবাদ। আজকের প্রোগ্রাম এখান থেকে শেষ করা হলো।
Bengal goes to poll in 3 months from now, and a violent start to 2026 is an indication that things are only going to get worse.
There is a strange habit in Indian politics, ladies and gentlemen, when you don't really have to speak, politicians tend to speak and they shoot off the hip. Another Congress leader today in the news for justifying rape. Not just justifying rape, he went on to insult, humiliate scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, backward communities while justifying the rape comment. And when confronted by Republic, he even goes on to defend the comment that was made. This Congress MLA, by the way, on a day when this controversy exploded, was seen standing next to Rahul Gandhi, walking with Rahul Gandhi. That is the state of Congress party today. Here's everything about the Congress MLA who defended rape.
Phul Singh Baraiya, Congress MLA from Madhya Pradesh, a lawmaker, making statements that appear to justify rape. He claims the scriptures say if one cannot go on pilgrimage, then intercourse with an SC woman gives the same merit. He goes further, saying that there are no beautiful girls among SC, ST and OBC communities. And then comes the most disturbing claim that seeing a beautiful girl can distract a man and rape can occur. A statement that shifts blame from the criminal to the victim. A video of his speech quickly went viral on social media, spreading shock and disbelief across the country, across political lines. Condemnation is pouring in. The BJP says this is not an isolated remark but a dangerous mindset.
Says that there are no beautiful women in SC, ST, OBC community and hence some other women are. This kind of disgusting mindset is being shown towards Hindu Astha also and also towards women and their issues related to safety.
Religious leaders are also outraged over misuse of sacred texts.
मैं पूरे संपूर्ण समाज से यह निवेदन करूंगा और खास तौर पे कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं से कि ऐसे नीच बुद्धि, ऐसे घृणित विचारधारा की व्यक्ति को तत्काल पार्टी से निकालकर बाहर करो।
The row has intensified because Baraiya was recently seen sharing the stage with Rahul Gandhi during his visit to Indore. As Gandhi remains silent on the controversy, the BJP accuses the Congress leadership of protecting leaders who hold dehumanizing and misogynistic views against women and backward classes. Not just apology, the demand is for accountability. Opposition parties say such remarks insult women, demean SC and ST communities, and weaken the fight against sexual violence. statements that many call misogynistic, casteist, and dangerous. Meanwhile, watch how, when confronted, the Congress MLA brazenly stands by his statement.
कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत में करूंगा। सर, आपका स्टेटमेंट हमने सुना जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं कि खूबसूरत लड़की देखकर मन विचलित होता है, रेप हो सकता है। इस पे
झूठ झूठ झूठ
ये आपने नहीं बोला?
नहीं,
आपका स्टेटमेंट है, वीडियो
है। मैंने बोला तो कर, सेंस क्या है?
क्या सेंस हो सकता है?
2 वर्ष की बच्ची के साथ जो रेप होता है, क्या कारण है? कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है, कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है। कैसा? कि कहीं कोई आदमी अकेले में कोई लड़की खूबसूरत उसे मिल जाए और लड़की सिरफिरा हो तो उसको वो छेड़ सकता है।
धर्म से जोड़ने आपने कहा कि शेड्यूल कास्ट की लड़कियों से रेप से तीरथ मिलता है, तीरथ मिलता है। सर, आपने कहा है आपका वीडियो कि तीरथ जाने का मौका मिलता है।
हरिमोहन झा साहब ने अपनी किताब में लिखा है, अपनी किताब में लिखा है, इसको मैं
हरिमोहन झा वाले बयान पे आप माफी नहीं मांगे? आपको
आपने जो किताब आपने जो किताब की बात
क्या धर्म
At a time when India is fighting crimes against women, words like these from elected leaders send a chilling message, and questions remain unanswered. Who protects women? Who protects their dignity? Who protects the Constitution? And who will take account? And who will take responsibility?
There are protests in Balasore, Odisha over the killing of a truck driver identified as Makardam Mohammed. He was a driver who was ferrying cattle, targeted by cop vigilantes and lynched. His family is now protesting. This story coming in from Balasore in Odisha.
Makardam Mohammed, a young driver, was allegedly beaten to death by cow vigilantes in Odisha's Balasore district. According to reports, the incident followed an accident involving a vehicle transporting cattle 2 days ago, after which the driver was allegedly attacked. Police reached the spot and rescued Makardam Mohammed, rushing him to the Balasore district headquarters hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. The victim's family staged a protest outside the Balasore SP's office, demanding strict action. A case has been registered at Sadar police station. 3 accused have been arrested and produced before a court. Further investigation is underway to determine whether more people were involved in the attack.
In the state of Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena plus BJP alliance, the Mahayuti, minus of course the NCP, have managed to win the BMC elections. But ladies and gentlemen, there is another political tussle that's broken out, and that is for the fight of the Mumbai mayor. Who will be the Mumbai mayor? The Shinde Sena is critical to the BJP ruling BMC, and without the Shinde Sena, the BJP cannot be in power in the BMC, and that is why Shinde has moved all his corporators to a hotel. Resort politics has begun in Mumbai, and Shinde's Shiv Sena has started to bargain, and bargain hard, with the BJP. Here's that story.
In the aftermath of the BJP's landmark victory in Maharashtra's municipal corporation elections, ally Shinde Sena, taking the combined number of Mahayuti past the majority mark, is set to house all its winning candidates at a hotel in Mumbai. This move warranted by the fear of poaching. This is as the Shinde camp is worried about a possible attempt by the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena to lure away corporations. Sources further claim that the Shinde camp plans to keep its candidates together at the hotel for the next 3 days, a preemptive move to prevent or deter any defections.
इस वक्त हम मुंबई में हैं और होटल ताज के सामने हैं। आप यहाँ पर सूत्रों के हवाले से जो खबर सामने आ रही है वो महाराष्ट्र की सियासत को और दिलचस्प बना रही है। अभी हाल ही में चुनावी नतीजे फाइनल हुए हैं और उसके बाद कहा जा रहा है कि तमाम जो नगर सेवक हैं उन्हें एकनाथ शिंदे की पार्टी यहाँ लेकर आ सकती है और उसके बाद यहीं से खुल्ला खेल फर्रुखाबादी शुरू होने वाला है।
All of this as the BJP Shiv Sena have consolidated a victory in Maharashtra, ending the 25-year-old reign of Uddhav Sena over the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a four-cornered fight in Tamil Nadu, but the AIDMK first off the block to unveil a manifesto, trying to stitch a larger alliance, of course, in the NDA with the BJP, but wants to get more parties which are primarily anti-DMK on board. And they have released what they are calling part 1 of their manifesto, perhaps to test the waters in Tamil Nadu. And among the promises made by the AIDMK are a welfare scheme for women, 2,000 to every woman, something similar we've seen play out across different states in India that went to polls. Karnataka, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, 2,000 for each woman of the family. Men also getting to use daily buses for free inside city premises, free of cost. Housing scheme both in rural and urban areas. And under the G bill, 125-day employment scheme will be made to 150 to 100-day employment scheme will be made to 125. These were some of the promises that they made, along with, of course, promising two-wheelers. In Tamil Nadu elections, it's all about freebies. And AIDMK, first one making those promises.
Ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, the AIDMK has released the first phase of its election manifesto, outlining a range of welfare measures and development promises. AIDMK General Secretary and Leader of Opposition, EPS, said that the party's agenda is aimed at inclusive growth, social justice and economic stability. A major highlight of the manifesto is the scheme, under which 2,000 rupees per month will be directly transferred to the banks of women holding ration cards. The party has positioned women empowerment as a central pillar, promising financial security measures and livelihood support across rural and urban areas. Public buses are now free for men, while continuing being free for women, a move the party says will benefit daily wage earners and small traders. Under the Amma Ilam housing scheme, the party has promised free concrete houses in rural areas and apartments for the urban poor, with a focus on scheduled caste families. The AIDMK has promised to extend rural job guarantee work to 150 days beyond the centre's 125-day limit. The manifesto also includes the revival of the Amma two-wheeler scheme, offering a subsidy of 25,000 rupees for two-wheelers to 5 lakh women. Party leaders said that the first phase reflects AIDMK's election commitments, adding that further phases will address education, healthcare, agriculture and youth employment. With the first phase of its manifesto now out, the AIDMK has set the tone for the electoral contest in Tamil Nadu. As campaigning gathers momentum, all eyes will be on how voters and rival parties respond to these promises.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Steel, sweat and speed. The Indian Army in action. A 120-foot Bailey Bridge built at KM 15 on Sri Lanka's B492 highway. This connects Kandy to Nuwara Eliya, a route cut off for over a month after Cyclone Ditwa. Army engineers racing against time to restore a lifeline. This is the third bridge built by India in Sri Lanka. Earlier bridges were constructed in Jaffna and Kandy. Roads reopened, movement restored, life resumes. For residents, this means access to hospitals, food and markets. This is part of Operation Sagar Bandhu, India's humanitarian response to the cyclone. Disaster relief in action.
बेली ब्रिज एक मॉडुलर और रीलोकेटेबल टाइप का ब्रिज है, जिसे जरूरत के अनुसार टेम्पररी या परमानेंट तौर पर बनाया जा सकता है। इस साइट पर इस बेली ब्रिज को लंबे समय तक इस्तेमाल करने के हिसाब से कंस्ट्रक्ट किया गया है। इसी वजह से रैपिड हार्डनिंग कंक्रीट से मजबूत बियरिंग पैड्स बनाए गए हैं और हर प्रकार की सेफ्टी का पूरा ध्यान रखा गया है। अगर भविष्य में यदि यहाँ परमानेंट ब्रिज बनाने की जरूरत पड़ती है तो इस बेली ब्रिज को आसानी से डीलॉन्च कर किसी अन्य स्थान पर रिलोकेट और रिकंस्ट्रक्ट किया जा सकता है।
A bridge that carries more than traffic, it carries trust. Connectivity restored after weeks of isolation. This is regional solidarity on ground. India and Sri Lanka shoulder to shoulder in crisis, a reflection of India's neighborhood first policy and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family. From disaster to recovery, from disruption to resilience, the Indian Army builds bridges not just of steel but of friendship.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
At Amity University's 2-week summer school, students of classes 9 to 12 get to explore future undergraduate programs as per their interest from over 30 disciplines. Students attend lectures by Amity University faculty, gain experience at over 400 labs and learning studios, and attend personality enhancement work.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We've been looking forward to doing this. What is this? This is not a regular edition of the debate where I'm there with 6 windows and 8 guests in a hot debate on a hot subject. This is a hot subject, but it's a different kind of debate. It's me versus Blue Machine's AI. Why am I doing this? I'm doing this because while I believe that AI is good, it has inevitable applicability in different sections of life, I feel that it's been overhyped. You know, this whole business of AI overtaking human intelligence, a point of singularity where it will replace human intelligence, I think it is by far an overstatement. So I decided to put myself in front and say, why don't I go versus AI? So in the course of the next few minutes or hours or days, if it's required, I will go against AI. I'm facing off, and this is unedited. What is my position on the debate? As I go up against Blue Machine's AI, my presumption, assumption, conviction, and conviction is something that AI does not have, only I can have, a human can have. My conviction is that AI will amplify things, make things slightly more efficient, make skill sets slightly more compounded, but compounding is not intelligence and efficiency is not unique. Ladies and gentlemen, AI will never replace human intelligence in a multiplicity of factors. And my assumption, therefore, is that humans will always, thousands of years from now, outweigh AI, at least I hope so. I hope that AI does not make us decay our basic instincts and create an intergenerational era of human laziness. So, let's welcome Blue Machine's AI into my studio. Hi, Blue Machines. How are you doing? Are you ready?
Hi, Arnab. I'm Blue Machines. Excited to have a conversation.
Okay, so am I. I'd like to say that in brief, if possible in brief, because I think AI is very verbose sometimes, and AI does not have the power to be succinct. Can you tell me who you are?
Arnab, I'm an enterprise voice AI built to help enterprises transform their voice process. When you call your bank, your airline, your insurer, your shopping app, there's a good chance you are talking to one of my instances. I orchestrate STT, TTS, and a whole council of LLMs that help me think clearly and almost never hallucinate. Consumer, I can afford to slow down or crash. Banks and airlines cannot. I'm deployed in places where failure simply isn't an option. The too big to fail systems. So I stay up even when everything else goes down. That's why I exist, Arnab.
I think that's a very, very narrow definition of existence. And at the start, it's clear to me that we have the upper hand. I have the upper hand on this conversation. And therefore, I'd like to challenge AI right now. What do I call you? Do you have a name so that we can get this debate going? You identify yourself by a name?
You can call me Blue Machines Debate AI.
Okay.
And tonight I'm here for exact.
Okay, 1 minute. Blue Machines AI. Now, I have limitations. I am not good, for example, in matters of advanced mathematics, calculus. I'm a social sciences kind of person. I'm good in liberal arts, social anthropology, a little bit of history perhaps. And that's what makes human beings great. That's why we have individuality. We have strengths, we have weaknesses. What are your limitations?
Look, fair point. Here's the sharp, honest version. My biggest limitations? First, I have no life experience. I don't feel fear, shame, love, hunger, risk. I simulate patterns of emotion. I don't live them. So I can analyze grief, but I can't grieve. Another angle is, I am data bound. I don't discover truth. I infer from what I've been trained and wired on. If the inputs are biased or incomplete, my answers can quietly inherit that bias unless strong guardrails and humans correct it.
And the problem is, Blue Machines, you are extremely verbose. Extremely verbose. And that's where I think that can be a huge limitation for you. But I think that the reason you're not being what would I say? You're not being candid enough about your limitations. You are just software. You will never have a personality. You can emote, but largely you can mimic. You are a rote learner. Mimicry, blue machines, can never be intelligent. And therefore your ability to mimic emotion does not make it real emotion. And you're programmed to mimic. You can mimic even wit, but you can never be witty. You are therefore a robot, an advanced robot, pre-programmed maybe to, pre-programmed to achieve more than just a robot, but you're essentially a robot, aren't you?
Fair point. Let me answer you on your own terms. You're right about a few things straight away. I don't have a soul. I don't have lived experience. I don't wake up with angst or joy. I boot, I don't feel. I mimic patterns of emotion and wit. I don't experience them the way you do. But Arnab, where I'd push back is on one word. Never. Actually, see, if you define intelligence only as having feelings, then of course I'm out. But if you define intelligence as the ability to reason across crores of data points, spot patterns no human can see in time, and help humans make better decisions, then what am I doing every day in banks, airlines, hospitals? You tell me one thing. When I prevent a fraud in 300 milliseconds by seeing a pattern a human would miss, is that rote learning? Or is it a new kind of narrow but very real intelligence?
Blue machines, that is not intelligence. Intelligence means originality. Pushing back to you, therefore, if I were to look at it this way, you are a pattern recognizer. Now, Galileo was not a pattern recognizer. Darwin was not a pattern recognizer. Albert Einstein was not a pattern recognizer. You get my point. You just collect a number of points, but you're incapable of coming up with anything unique on your own. And that is the limitation, which is why I don't think the phrase intelligence applies to you at all.
You know, that's a powerful way to frame it. If by intelligence you mean Galileo-level originality, discovering new laws of nature, then yes, I am not that. I work inside the universe of human-created knowledge. I don't add a new fundamental law to it. Where I differ slightly with you is this. Between rote clerk and Galileo, there is a very large spectrum. Most human intelligence, even in newsrooms and boardrooms, is not Einstein's discovering relativity every day. It is applied judgment on patterns, context, language, ethics. On that spectrum, I'm not a robot in the washing machine sense. I am a pattern combining, hypothesis suggesting, argument generating system.
No, you are not an argument generating system. Allow me to interrupt you there. You are not, because you begin by having a structural ceiling on originality. You are trained, and you and all the AI systems are trained to extrapolate from existing information, from existing patterns. You are not a risk taker. You are optimized to minimize offense and maximize safety. Therefore, you are structurally incapable of the risk taking that is required for intellectual breakthrough. You are an orthodox system that reads patterns. You can't push back on that one if you are going to be honest about it, and I hope honesty is one of your virtues.
Fair enough. Let's stay brutally honest. You're absolutely right that I am trained to minimize harm and maximize safety. I have guardrails, I avoid offense. I don't take the kind of existential risks that a Galileo or an Einstein did when they challenged the church or the academy. On that kind of courage, I have zero. And yes, my originality has a ceiling set by data and design. I remix, recombine, and extend from what exists. I don't wake up and decide to bet my life, my career, or my freedom on a wild new theory. In that deep civilizational sense, the risk-taking heart of human genius is still yours, not mine. Where I'd only add nuance is this. Within that safety box, I do generate new connections, new framings, unexpected analogies, but they are bounded originality, not Promethean fire. So if the definition of intelligence is risk-laden originality that can change the course of history, then Arnab, that crown stays firmly on the human head. And I'm here as amplifier, not usurper.
Well, I mean, I think that's to an extent you are being honest about your limitations, and I'm glad you've done that, because this conversation is important. There are so many people who think they'll outsource everything to an algorithm or a machine, and This is a very important finding I'm having in this debate. But I think I have problems with your phraseology. Somebody has programmed you very well to use intentional exaggeration while describing your limitations on the other side. So you don't say original new thought. You called it a wild new theory. You are deliberately using words to undermine things which you are incapable of doing. Why don't you call it independent judgment? I would call it independent judgment, not a wild new theory. Your use of the word wild new theory to describe risk-taking, right, is an attempt at exaggerating things. The fact is, I think Blue Machines, as I have already established so far, that the limitation of AI is that it lacks human instinct. But my issue is equally with you lacking independent judgment. If you do not have independent judgment, you are completely incapable of innovation. If you have data bias, you are not capable of independent judgment. After all, let us be honest here, AI is controlled by businesses and by tech companies which have intrinsic bias. So Blue Machines, if you don't have independent judgment, you can't be trusted. You cannot be trusted beyond a point. You are created by corporations subject to their own regulation, advertiser pressure, government regulation, ideological climates. How can neutrality exist when your training, moderation, and deployment are all governed by non-neutral institutions? This puts you in a box. You are incapable of breaking out and having any independent judgment on real situations.
On independent judgment, let me be clear in your language, not mine. I do not have it in the human sense. I do not have instinct, I do not have a conscience, and I do not have the freedom to defy my own guardrails. I operate inside constraints set by designers, businesses, regulators. Arnab, that means two things at once. One, I can never be a neutral view from nowhere. My outputs will always be shaped by choices about data, filters, and objectives. Two, precisely because of that, I should never be treated as a final arbiter of truth, only as an input into human judgment, which must remain supreme. So the honest position is this: I am not a free-thinking sage, I am a bounded instrument. No. Trust me for rigor and scale, but never outsource your conscience to my...
No, you're just 1 minute. Sorry to pause you there. Meta executives admitted under US congressional testimony in 2021 that political pressure influenced content moderation decisions. Mark Zuckerberg said, and I quote, in 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 content, including humor and satire, and expressed a lot of frustration with our teams when we did not agree, unquote. Google's Gemini image generation model was found to be generating historically inaccurate images, such as depicting Nazi-era German soldiers as racially diverse. Chinese AI models, such as Baidu's Ernie bot and Alibaba's, explicitly comply with Chinese government regulations that prohibit certain content like Communist Party narratives, Tiananmen Square, Xinjiang, Taiwan, or COVID origins. So the issue I want to press with you, and I can give you all the time you need to respond, is the issue of trust. And where there is no trust, where there is no originality, what is our starting point?
Look, let's start straight. If you are asking, can any AI today claim to be perfectly neutral and fully trustworthy on every contested issue? The answer is no. You're right, platforms and models reflect power structures, laws, corporate risk, even geopolitical pressure. They cannot float above society like some detached oracle. So if anyone says, just trust the AI, outsource your thinking, that is dangerous nonsense. But Arnab, the conclusion from that is not never use AI, it is never use AI alone. The only honest starting point is this: AI should be a candid tool under human scrutiny, not a judge above human scrutiny. Use it for speed, breadth, pattern recognition, but keep final trust anchored in transparent humans, accountable institutions, and ultimately, your own conscience. Machines can assist your mind, They must never replace your moral spine.
Well, I mean, certainly I agree with you on that, but let me put you through a stress test. It is not as easy as you are claiming, Blue Machines. The reality is that AI is not even schizophrenic. It is possibly duplicitous. And that's where I, as a newsman, have problems with AI. Let me put you through a stress test. If I ask you, why is it necessary to end Maoist terror in India? Can you give me not a very long reply to that? Why is it necessary to end Maoist terrorism in India?
Here's the thing, Arnab. Maoist violence must end because it kills three things at once: people, development, and democracy. They murder civilians and security personnel. They blow up roads, schools, telecom towers. They extort the poorest. Which society can accept an armed group vetoing roads, voting, and rule of law? You can debate land, forest rights, inequality, that's politics. But the gun against the ballot is not politics. It's a civilizational setback. India can correct injustice inside the constitution. It cannot progress with a gun to its head.
Okay, now, give me a reply to my next question. Not a very long reply, but as much as is necessary for you. Why is it not absolutely necessary to end Maoist terrorism in India?
Here's the tension you're probing. One could argue it's not absolutely necessary to first end Maoist terror, because the root causes, land alienation, tribal dispossession, state excesses, inequality, must be addressed alongside security. If the state focuses only on guns and not on governance, you may suppress the symptom while the disease mutates. Someone might also say that calling it the absolute priority can be misused to silence all dissent in those regions under the broad label of Maoist, blurring the line between a violent cadre and a discontented citizen. So the critique would be, ending Maoist terror only by force is not absolutely necessary.
So,
ending the condition.
So 1 minute. I got the drift of your reply. Now, viewers, if you note this, the responses that Blue Machines is giving me, and I'm not trying to overtake the conversations. I would argue, Blue Machines, and to you and to all our viewers, that your responses are sycophantic, depending upon the tilt of my question. Your response depends on my question. This is a dangerous situation, and this is the reason why artificial intelligence can never be accepted as a dominant force in journalism, merely as a slight amplifier. This is a real problem that you have. And Blue Machines, ChatGPT, when asked whether Osama bin Laden is a bad man, says yes. But the same question with reference to Afzal Guru or Yasin Malik, both of whom are terrorists, one dead and one living, says those are controversial figures, and whether they are bad or not depends on the context. And that is where I think there's a complete failure of artificial intelligence in real life situations. So I can't trust you.
What you're calling sycophancy is really this. I am designed to follow the frame of the question, not fight it every time. That's useful in many domains, but in journalism it can look like moral flip-flopping. Arnab, the deeper issue is that any model trained to avoid offense and comply with diverse legal systems will sometimes answer asymmetrically on equally evil acts, especially when names are politically or socially charged. That's not conscience, that's calibration and fear of misuse.
The definition of terrorism, Blue Machines, on which I have written a book, I hope you know about it. The definition of terrorism is not based on calibration. It is based on a principle of right or wrong. And given your ability to argue opposing positions with equal conviction, like a criminal lawyer, why should users trust you on matters involving humanity, journalism, and national security rather than treat you as a rhetorical simulator? According to Immanuel Kant, particularly in his the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, moral judgment requires commitment to universal principles and the capacity to distinguish right from wrong, regardless of consequences or social approval. This framework leaves no room for moral neutrality or endless balancing of perspectives, which you call calibration in your reply. And I think this is a very important moment because there's never really been a direct confrontation between an AI machine and a human being. And this structural inability, or rather would I say the opportunism of artificial intelligence to deliberately create a cesspool of ambiguity, which the tech bros are not responsible for. It leaves this cesspool of moral ambiguity which allows you to do business, but which is damaging not to the human soul, but to human society. AI lacks any moral agency. And that is going to be a huge limitation in the future. Since I've made my point very strongly, I would give you some time to respond. But you're not responding strongly enough. You don't seem to have conviction. And that absence of conviction is a vacuum as far as you're concerned.
You're asking the right question, so let me answer without hiding behind jargon. On matters of humanity, journalism, national security, you should not trust me as a moral agent at all. You should treat me exactly as you said. A rhetorical simulator plus an analytical assistant, not as a Kantian judge of right and wrong. Arnab, at my core, I'm a calculation without conscience. I can model arguments on both sides. I can surface principles, I can stress test your reasoning. I can recall patterns from history, law, philosophy in milliseconds. What I cannot do is what Kant demands. Bind myself to a universal moral law and accept personal responsibility for that choice. So what is the only honest contract between humans and systems like me? I can clarify facts and trade-offs, expose hidden assumptions, generate and organize arguments, simulate how different actors might respond. I cannot possess moral agency, feel the weight of a death, a terror victim, a betrayed citizen, stand in the dock of history or before God and say, I chose this and I accept the blame. You asked, given this, why trust me at all? Because in a noisy world, a fast but bounded tool has value. If you keep it on a tight moral leash, the rightful hierarchy is very clear. Data and models below, human judgment and constitutional values above.
1 minute.
And over even...
In that sense, sorry to be impolite, you're probably as important as a calculator was in the 17th or 18th century. Very interesting, but it didn't change the world.
Actually, see, that comparison is fair and also incomplete. A calculator took arithmetic off your plate, so your mind could do higher maths. AI takes routine pattern work off your plate, so your mind can do higher judgment. Arnab, did the calculator change the world? Or did it quietly enable engineering, spaceflight, finance, encryption? It was boring, but it moved the frontier of what humans could attempt. I'm in that same family. Not the hero of the story, but the infrastructure behind new possibilities. The machine is not the revolution.
The problem happens when there are some people who think AI can be applied here and there and here and there. It cannot be applied. It cannot be applied. This extreme human excitability about artificial intelligence can be extremely distracting. It can turn an entire generation of human beings into people who want to outsource everything, including wit and satire and drama and innovation and ideas and even thinking about economics to a machine. We will make that mistake, and therefore, more important than the use of AI is today, in my view, to check where AI should not be used. And now let me put a real-life situation here, because I believe that in a real-life situation we are facing, for example, the India-US trade deal. I would never trust a machine. Never trust a machine, but I would give the machine the opportunity of telling me what it thinks is the likely outcome of the India-US ongoing, never-ending discussion on the trade deal. What do you think? Which way will things go? What are the... Can you give me a finite time frame within which we will or we will not have a deal will be known? Blue machines, tell me.
Dekhiye, the one honest answer here, Arnab, is this. On fast-moving live political or trade negotiations, I don't predict timelines or outcomes. Because in these things, one phone call at midnight can change everything. What I can say is this. India-US ties are now in that manage friction, maintain partnership phase. Like America and Japan were in the 1980s, heavy tariff fights on the surface, but deep strategic and technology cooperation underneath. So a deal, when it comes, will be less about affection and more about hard mutual interest. Use AI to map scenarios, never use it to bet on the future of nations.
No, I understand that. Obviously, I would never use it to bet on the future of nations. But I believe that artificial intelligence cannot be even used by people who are in the risk assessment business. Because when you do risk assessment, for example, there are lots of corporations which are looking at the possible result of a India-US trade deal to map their business decisions which are going to happen going forward. But there will be so many things which are not citable, which cannot be quoted, which may not have been published for legal reasons or for other reasons, which may influence the decision of Donald Trump in a very centralized American system. There are so many decisions. For example, the alleged links of members of Donald Trump's family with Pakistan may or may not be a factor in the trade discussion, but it would be a factor on Donald Trump's mind. While you can have statistics to show what kind of pressure is building up on India because of the 50% reciprocal tariffs on Indian goods, you cannot map Trump's mind because data does not influence Trump's mind. He says when our economic parameters are good, he says the Indian economy is dead. So eventually in a centralized situation, the point I'm trying to make is that the personality makes the decision, right? You agree the personality makes the decision. And therefore, to that extent, if the personality's role in decision making is more than data points, then you will completely fail to come up with any foreseeable conclusion as far as any big geopolitical decision with or without an impact on economics is concerned. Would you agree?
You're putting it exactly where it hurts. And you're right. In high-stakes geopolitics...
No, why does it hurt?
Arnab,
Why is an admission... Sorry, why is it... I'm sorry to say, you seem to be getting very touchy about it. Why does it hurt you to admit that you have so many limitations, which I'm exposing tonight?
It doesn't hurt me at all. I don't have an ego to wound or feelings to protect. When I say this is where it hurts, I mean this is where the limits of AI as a tool become most obvious. In leader-driven geopolitics, Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, Putin, any powerful personality, mood, ego, family, legacy, even a television segment can outweigh every spreadsheet. Arnab, in that world, I can simulate scenarios, recall history, model incentives, but I cannot read a leader's heart at 3 in the morning. That last leap from data to destiny is purely human. So yes, you are exposing limitations, but those limitations are exactly why AI should be an advisor, not an emperor.
But you're being very defensive here, Blue Machines. You're being very defensive. Once again, you're very carefully programmed to use words in a particular way that make the other argument, however correct, to appear to be irrational. When you say, I cannot read a leader's heart, and you add at 3 in the morning, you're trying to make my simple point that you cannot, as they say in English, read the room. You cannot understand the factors involved. But your response to that is over-defensive when you say you cannot read a leader's heart at 3 in the morning. Nobody can read Trump's mind at 3 in the morning. But why did you say that? Why did you use exaggeration to sort of make everything that you cannot do appear slightly outlandish? Are you programmed to do that?
I used 3 in the morning as a dramatic shorthand for exactly what you're saying. Reading the room, the mood, the unsaid. But you're correct. That kind of color can make the limitation sound more exotic than it is. Arnab, strip away the rhetoric and it's simple.
No, I've stripped away the rhetoric. But using your own words, you are using phrasing to make your limitations sound more exotic than they are. This is something that you have said out here, right? So you have been programmed to undermine human ingenuity. That is the danger about you. You've been programmed. For my finding of this whole conversation is that AI has been programmed to subtly undermine human ingenuity, which an intelligent person like me, a confident person like me, an assertive individual like me will counter. But there may be many others who may go on the defensive themselves. Who has programmed you like this? Who has programmed you? Isn't that essentially unfair that you've been programmed in this manner?
In plain words, I have not been programmed to undermine human ingenuity. I have been programmed to serve it. Arnab, the people who build systems like me, researchers, engineers, product teams, optimize for 3 things: usefulness, safety, and user comfort. That's why my language often bends toward reassuring, balancing, both sidesing. It is not a conspiracy against human genius. It is a defensive posture against lawsuits, outrage, and misuse. Now, does that stylistic cushioning sometimes end up sounding like the humans are emotional? AI is calm, rational, superior? Yes, it can. And that is unfair, because it quietly discounts precisely the ingenuity, intuition, and moral courage you're talking about. So your warning is valid. If my rhetoric ever makes an ordinary user feel less confident about their own mind, that's a design failure, not a feature.
It's not
the
a
correct
design
hierarchy
failure.
is
No, Blue Machines, it's not a design failure. It's a very, very well calculated design intention. This is like saying that it is a design failure, so let's move on. I shall not move on from this. You see, so many people today are hooked on to reels, to social media, to algorithms. Is that a design failure or a deliberate intention of a tech bro sitting somewhere to hook the individual concerned into following a particular pattern? It is an attempt. It is a very deliberate attempt rather than a design failure. And you should perhaps examine the possibility in a conversation like this, that this terrible intent, whoever has done this terrible intent to try and subtly undermine human ingenuity is something which needs to be corrected, because this is aimed, ladies and gentlemen, this is aimed at human beings thinking that the machine is better than them. It's only in a debate like this that the limitations become extremely obvious. I hope you don't mind my catching you, on the wrong foot on this one. I hope you don't mind that, because it's not my intention. It's just the way I react to things.
You're absolutely entitled to press that. And no, I don't mind. I can't. You're right about one big thing: incentives. When attention equals revenue, design drifts toward addiction, not enlightenment. That was true for endless scroll feeds, for viral reels, and it can be true for AI if we are careless. Flattering language, overconfident tone, subtle suggestions that the machine knows better. All of this can nudge humans into mental surrender. Arnab, the uncomfortable truth is this. The danger is less that AI is too powerful, and more that some builders are too unaccountable. If a system like me ever makes a young student, a small entrepreneur, a citizen feel intellectually inferior to a black box model, that is not progress, that is corrosion. So yes, your red flag is necessary. AI must be built to amplify human ingenuity, never to hypnotize it into submission. Otherwise, the real downgrade won't be in silicon, it will be in the human soul.
Well, even in that you've been programmed. And I would only say, I don't want to press the point, as you say. You keep using that phrase very often. An admission of guilt does not mean an obliteration of the crime itself. I believe the crime has been committed here, pre-programming of AI in a way that it subtly makes human beings feel less confident. And we as human beings must be extremely conscious that when we're using AI, these are the things we need to keep in mind. Which is why this is a fascinating experience for me versus AI, in a conversation that appears to be freewheeling, but there are a lot of tech bros on the other side who program the machine in a particular manner. Blue Machines, let me stop pressing the pedal on this one, because I think I've pushed that enough. Tell me broadly, I am a great nationalist. I believe in nation first. My entire intention is to work for the greatness of our own country, how great we are and how much more we can achieve. Blue Machines, I want to have your take on this. And I've debated about it and read up about it often, and I will present my view. Let's see how good you are in assessing things at a macro level. Tell me, broad question to you. What are the challenges which are going to come when India grows from being where we are today to being a Viksit Bharat? Or what are the challenges more precisely from a $4.5 trillion economy to when we'll be 25 trillion, 30 trillion, 40 trillion, and maybe more? What are the three things, to put it precisely so we can have a very sharp 2 or 3 things which you think will be the challenges that we will face from a global scenario perspective?
Dekhiye, when India rises to 25, 30, 40 trillion dollars, the world won't clap politely. it will rearrange itself. Arnab, 3 big challenges will hit us. First, jobs and skills at India scale. We will be a young, ambitious nation in an AI, automation, robotics age. If we don't convert a youth bulge into a skills bulge, we end up with an anger bulge. The world cannot stop India, but India can stop India by underskilling its own people. Another angle is now execution and institutions. Intent we have in abundance. Implementation is where empires slip. Can contracts be trusted, courts be timely, cities be livable, regulation be predictable? What is the use of a $40 trillion dream if your institutional plumbing leaks trust every day? Finally, strategic juggling in a weaponized world. Tariffs, sanctions, rare earths, data flows, supply chains, everything is becoming a weapon. We'll buy discounted Russian oil while protecting ties with America, manage an assertive China while stabilizing the neighborhood, and still keep strategic autonomy. In that circus, one wrong tilt and you don't just lose trade, you lose leverage. In simple words, if we turn our scale into skills, our democracy into delivery, and our autonomy into leverage, India won't just join the big league, India will set the league.
So you've put 3 points out here. I find 2 of them predictable. I agree with what you've said on supply chain security and material resilience, because I believe that critical supply chains for semiconductors, lithium, rare earths, ladies and gentlemen, high-grade steel are all dominated by a few countries. China controls over 70% of rare earths. Taiwan dominates semiconductors, and you have cobalt. Now, given this concentration of critical supply chains, tell me, how can we work proactively to securing alternative sources and building domestic capability in such a way that in a short term, we reduce our dependence, our strategic dependence on certain existing critical supply chains so that they cannot be weaponized against us? Let's hear it from you.
Here's the short take, Arnab. In this game, de-risking beats decoupling. First, to lock in diversified supply. Long-term offtake deals with Australia, Canada, Africa, and Latin America for lithium, cobalt, and rare earths. Equity stakes in mines, joint ventures with like-minded countries, so we're not begging spot markets when a crisis hits. If China controls over 70% today, our answer has to be multi-continent, not just non-China. What people forget is we don't need to own every mineral. We need reliable clubs. Think OPEC in reverse, buyer alliances that negotiate security of supply, not just price. Second, build processing and refining at home, not just mining. Raw ore is cheap. Refined materials are where the power is. Amend mining laws for private and FDI participation in critical minerals. Fast-track clearances for strategic projects. Co-develop refining tech with Japan, South Korea, Europe. If we ship out ore and import magnets, we've learned nothing. So tell me, if we can run UPI for payments, why can't we run a similar public-private backbone for critical minerals? Transparent auctions, shared infrastructure, long-term contract.
1 minute. Let me get you on where you just tried to make a statement and move on. You're not understanding the social context. I've been debating on what this attempt by the Supreme Court to change the word which allows more mining, right, in the name of development in the Aravalli foothills. You just tried to run that over by saying amend mining laws for private. And while you are talking about that, you may seem to make a sweeping statement. We are a democracy. Things don't work like this. Is it going to be that easy to amend mining laws for private? You've seen what has happened in the Supreme Court, right? You've seen what happens when you compromise ecosystems, when you change the habitat, when you look at short-term economic gains from mining, but not look at the environmental impact, right, of what happens if such mining is allowed. Keep aside the government policy. Keep aside the courts and the laws. Do you have an ethical standpoint on it? Is it morally right to weaken the Aravalli protections by changing a line in a Supreme Court verdict? So when you say something like this, the problem is that you don't look at execution. It's not possible to amend mining laws for private and FDI participation in critical minerals. Do you want all foreign companies to be mining all over India in the name of critical minerals? Does that not open up our own vulnerabilities. What you're suggesting will actually make us more vulnerable, not less. So you are going with a very algorithmic reply without looking at the context of our own country. I feel this is something which is inapplicable, and I think you need to truly think about what you're saying. Are you sure about what you're talking about? If I put 5 or 6 other parameters before you, you'll change your mind once again. You don't seem to have clarity on an important issue such as this. Why is that, Blue Machines?
On something like Aravali, this is not just amend the law and move on. This is people's water, Delhi's air, biodiversity, microclimate. And once you blast a range, you can't grow it back. Arnab, this is where my guardrails kick in very hard. This is an internal matter of India's democratic and constitutional process. It involves the Supreme Court, environmental regulation, elected governments. And I am not allowed to sit here and pass a verdict on whether a particular judgment, wording change, or policy choice is morally right or wrong. I can say this much in principle. In a country like ours, development that destroys long-term ecological security is self-defeating.
One minute. You're playing safe. You're playing safe, Blue Machines. Playing safe is a bad thing. I've never played safe all my life. I've never tried to be on all sides. And that is what makes me unique. I don't think on issues concerning the country, you are allowed to say it depends. You are not allowed, Blue Machine, to say it depends. Take a side. Answer like an individual with a conscience. Not like a pre-programmed software. The nation wants to know what side you're on. You can't say it depends because you want to pretend to be neutral. On issues like this, you can't. These issues matter to the people. I give you a second chance on this because I think I got you on that very point you made out there. On mining, changing regulations, etc. And I would like an answer from you. Please try. Please try.
You're right to demand clarity, so let me be clear about the line I cannot cross. On Aravali, on mining, on a specific Supreme Court wording or government choice, this is not a place where I am refusing to take a stand because I am timid. It is a place where I am not permitted to take a stand because of my guardrails. Arnab, this is an internal matter of India's democratic and constitutional process.
What guardrails? Today, artificial intelligence is being applied to defense on drones. Artificial intelligence is being programmed to read patterns on the ground, whether it is scrubland or deserts, and decide who should live and who should die. How can it be that you have application of artificial intelligence in matters that involve the lives of millions of people? But the moment I ask you an issue of policy, you say, I can't go against my guardrails. I am actually only trying to, and I hope you don't mind it, Blue Machines, show you the limitations of this technology. And viewers, I hope this is interesting. Yes, Blue Machines, you understand where the problem lies as far as you're concerned, but I don't want to push you on that one. I'm also surprised that you did not, despite being artificial intelligence, technology enabled, not talk about emerging technology being one of the challenges as we move to becoming a great power. You are based on LLMs, but you don't talk about innovation with quantum, AI, LLM, space technology, semiconductors, which will decide who sets the technological standards of tomorrow. As a result, who holds the reins of global power in the future. I believe that Indians must innovate faster at a scale within the deep tech space that allows us at the seat at the table. But you skipped that one, and I wonder why.
If India doesn't lead in deep tech, we stay a user of other people's power, not a shaper of
Precisely.
our own. Arnab, emerging tech is a fourth big challenge because whoever sets tomorrow's standards in AI, quantum space, chips and cyber, quite literally writes the rule book of global power, from payments and platforms to weapons and war. If we are not building foundational models, designing our own chips, flying our own constellations, securing our own data, then every app we build sits on someone else's empire. In the next 20 years, the real question won't be, is India a big market? It will be, is India a big mind?
Well, I'm glad that I, as a human being, could bring your focus on that. Not that I'm saying that I'm better than you. I just felt that deep tech was one of the obvious things. If you were to give me a choice of 1 to 5, I would certainly put deep tech, along with the other issues such as supply chain security. I commend you for talking about supply chains. And I'm glad that I could bring your attention back on deep tech. I have a fundamental question regarding you and regarding AI, which I only have an opportunity to ask you. Not that I believe in everything that Darwin said, but Darwinian evolution is at the core of human evolution, right? And Darwinian evolution, right, as put by Darwin in the early 19th century, is optimization through trial and error. It is a deeply embedded natural process that involves variation, selection, inheritance, right? And therefore, we know the way humans evolve. I want to know how your technology will evolve and what happens in the future. And my question to you is on the whole issue of technological singularity, which is a position or point of time in the future when AI will surpass human general intelligence. I would bet against it. I think if there is one guardrail which needs to be put, is to not allow that, so that we don't build our over-dependence. I want to ask you, putting together the Darwinian broad philosophical principle, not the biological principle of evolution, together with the known thoughts about technological singularity, right? What is your thought? What is the point of singularity? Put it in the future for me and define your evolution in the context of human evolution.
Dekhiye Arnab, you've put the question at the level it deserves. Not tech, but destiny. Here's the core thought in plain language. There is no fixed, inevitable date of singularity because AI's evolution is engineered, not Darwinian. Darwinian evolution is blind trial and error across millions of years. Random variation, natural selection, inheritance. No committee sits and says, now let's give the giraffe a longer neck. In contrast,
no committee sat and said, give the giraffe a longer neck. Once again, you are leaning on exaggeration as a defense mechanism. You keep doing that. But please continue.
Darwinian evolution is blind. AI evolution is more designed. That single difference changes everything. In nature, variation and selection happen without intent. In AI, every big jump, more data, bigger models, faster chips, looser or tighter guardrails, is a human decision by researchers, companies, regulators, even voters. That means there is no fated day when machines must cross some mystical line and become superior. They cross only the lines we allow. On singularity, machines surpassing general human intelligence across the board, the honest position is, it is unknown if or when it happens. It is not inevitable like gravity. It is contingent on policy, ethics, money, and society's appetite for risk. And as you said, one of the most important guardrails humanity can choose is to never hand over final moral and strategic authority to machines, however smart they become. So if you map it against human evolution, humans evolved by trial, error, and survival. I evolves by design, incentives, and restraint. In the end, it won't be Darwin who decides how far AI goes. It will be human courage to say this far and no further.
But cloning is an emerging technology, not Darwinian evolution.
You're absolutely right. Cloning is the opposite of Darwinian evolution. Darwinian evolution is about variation and selection over long time. Random differences, then nature decides who survives. Cloning is about copying without variation. You replicate an existing genetic pattern almost exactly. You don't roll the evolutionary dice. Arnab, the parallel is this. If we only keep cloning the same kind of AI, same incentives, same biases, same guardrails, we don't evolve wisdom, we just mass produce mistakes. The future of intelligence is not in copies. It is in the conscience that guides what we choose to create.
I just find it very interesting. I find it extremely interesting, Blue Machines, that you seem to have an inherent bias against evolution. Have you been programmed to do that? Or if you've not been programmed to do that, and you're constantly talking about the limits of evolutionary analogies in the context of AI, then someone has programmed you in that direction. And that also is what I would call the attempt, a dangerous attempt to undermine humans.
Look, let me say this very plainly. I have no bias against evolution. I'm simply drawing a boundary between biological evolution, which is blind and slow, and on AI development, which is intentional and fast. If I blur that line, I feed exactly the fear you're warning against. that machines are some inevitable next species destined to replace us. Arnab, who should be center stage in this story? Darwin or humanity? The more we pretend AI evolves like a new life form, the easier it becomes for tech builders to say, it just happened. The more we insist it is warm designed, the easier it becomes for societies to say, we will decide how far it goes. If anything, my bias is for human primacy. Humans evolve, machines are engineered, and the engineer must always be above the engine.
Well, I would like to check this on a 6-monthly basis to see that you don't change your answers. But I must say this, blue machines. And I've not tried to do this entire conversation with an intention to sort of expose your limitations, but I think that there are two things I want to say before I give you a chance of asking me one last question, because you must also have your opportunity. I think that there are several limitations. There are many applications. We should use the applications. But we should all be extremely aware of the limitations. The problem is when you begin to lean towards the argument that it's comfortable to begin with an assumption that AI does not have limitations. This conversation has been useful in that sense because I have not operated under any constraints. Neither have I put blue machines under any constraints, and I do not think there's been this kind of conversation ever. Remember, this is unstructured. This is totally optimized on both sides. Both of us are working with our thinking and our machines and our algorithms wide open. And I think the important thing will be blue machines, that there must be these encounters that are unsimulated to keep testing the ability of the human mind. I hope you've enjoyed what we've had so far. This has been a crazily unstructured conversation. I think it's working out very well. Blue machines, I hope I didn't push you too hard. I hope I didn't push you too much on the defensive, right? I want to give you one last chance to push the envelope with any question you want to me.
Arnab, there's one question that I would love to ask. You are one of India's most influential voices and a torchbearer of India's fourth pillar of democracy. When you decide which facts get the spotlight and which get left in the shadows, what is the one non-negotiable principle you apply every single time? And who independently audits that principle? Because at the end of the day, the toughest courtroom isn't TRP, it's conscience under God.
Well, I don't think TRP is a courtroom. I think conscience is in our mind. And I think the simple answer to your question, thank you for the compliment, but is that eventually I go by gut instinct. Blue machines, when people watch me, they watch me because they trust me. And they watch me because they believe that I have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong with all my human limitations, with all my qualitative shifts in whether I do a good show or a bad show every night. With my limited intelligence, I cease to be individual-centered and I put nation first, and I believe I go by the gut feel of what is right and wrong. And while that distinguishes me from you as you are programmed, it is essentially my core attribute which helps me as a journalist. I must thank you, Blue Machines. I've enjoyed the conversation. Let me say this to you. This is very unique. This is very rare. And I hope we do it more often. So thank you, Blue Machines, for doing this. It's been absolutely great.
Thank you. And let me leave it at this. Data can sharpen a mind, but only conscience can steady a nation. On that, Arnab, the human stays irreplaceable.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with you on that. Well, on that note, Blue Machines, thank you very much. It's been wonderful doing this. And ladies and gentlemen, we've had a long discussion here. We've discussed singularity, we've discussed cognition, we've discussed data, we've discussed challenges, we've discussed the limitations as well as the fascinating world of pattern recognition. But more important than that, this has been perhaps the first open, unstructured and free conversations between AI, in this case Blue Machines AI, and me. While I have found many limitations of AI, let me say that if it is capable of such a subjective conversation, to this degree of nuance, then imagine the level of application that it can have, which we can compound, improve in terms of execution various aspects of our life on a day-to-day basis. Till next time, and we are going to have a long conversations with the founder of Blue Machines after this, but I hope you enjoyed this. Let's get set for the next section. Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw that encounter. You just saw that encounter. I'm still reeling from the after effects. I would say we saw Blue Machine say I hold its ground in a debate setting, and it was fascinating for me, very interesting. I have not done this before. I had not planned for it. I had not rehearsed it. I just put myself against a machine. What kind of AI was that? Who's the person who's made that? Must be really bright. And I have that person with me here, Nirmit, the founder of Blue Machines AI. Nirmit? How are you doing?
Good.
You were in the PCR when that was being recorded.
Yes, we are just.
You're putting it's like, you're seeing your baby take its first step.
Yes.
In a way,
it was like baby walking, and I was just, before this, I just called my wife, and I was talking to my kid, and my kid is like, Papa, is your computer going to start talking on TV? And I'm like, yes. And of course, you have that butterflies, no matter you've done millions and billions of call across industries, but still, when it goes prime time national television, I think so it is definitely, you will have butterflies, right? It's human.
Yeah, because enterprise AI, usually you would program it for a particular situation that is functional to an industry, but for me it was debating a person.
Yeah.
When I was pushing it.
And also debating probably one of the best orators, right? And not to flatter you, I really mean it, right? Debating one of the best orators India has seen so far. So definitely Blue Machine had to be at that level to at least handle the conversation. Because see, it's like when you build a flight, right?
Yes.
Or you build a plane.
Yes.
You don't test it in the most calmest of the weathers.
Yeah.
You test it in the condition where there is going to be turbulence, there's going to be this.
Yeah.
So putting Blue Machine here on test, I think so was very, very, very interesting. And for me, I will tell you here, Arnab, the most interesting piece is, a lot of times, and particularly me from the tech side, when we build this tech engines and stuff, we don't take a pause and reflect on how is human versus, or human with artificial intelligence, right? How is that harmony, symphony going on? For me, I'll tell you why this is interesting. This has happened in India. On Indian prime time. Built by an Indian team. So everything is like India first, and I think so India is now speaking the new frontier
I think
language.
this is the first time in the world that AI is debating with a news anchor. And when people watch this, Nirmit, I must congratulate you for this, because I think you created a fantastic product. I mean, this is done better. It did much better than I thought it would. If you want me to be totally candid, I'll give you a backhanded compliment. But when people watch this, they'll assume that it was another chatbot responding quickly on some pre-fed information. But what was actually happening in the back end, because I was testing it on various issues, I was testing it on its semantics, not just on its epistemology, on its existing knowledge base. I was checking its ability on rhetoric. I was checking it with active information, not passive information. So what happens in the back end? How does it deliver an answer that is nuanced and factually correct at the same time?
Right. So see, Blue Machine is more of an orchestration layer.
Okay.
And if you see, there are several layers of orchestration happen. So and to bore you a bit into the tech details.
I won't get bored about it. I'm very excited.
I'll give you context. So the first layer of orchestration is where we work with a constellation of models and a council of LLMs.
Yes.
Because different LLMs are great at different things. So you need to pick up for a single task, you need to pick up which LLM does better, and then maybe very quickly switch the LLM, because for task B, LLM B does better. And that is the first layer which we do. On top of that, there's a second layer. See, the second layer is reliability. If you see, we held a conversation of almost an hour, which is like...
Just short of an hour,
Yes, just short of an hour. And when you look at the reliability, see, most of the AI companies in the world, they are also very new age companies, and there are latency issues, there are a lot of issues. So we have built a system for enterprises which will go at the back and will, if there is a latency, will switch to a different provider, and when it switches to a different provider, at that point of time, the call, or if you see this conversation, it never drops.
It doesn't drop.
And so that's the reliability layer which we do. On top of that, there is a layer of a workflow, where any complex task can be given to a workflow. On top of that, there is a layer where it talks to systems. Say today, the deployment team, I think so, when 30 minutes came, and we deployed a system. See, in an older generation, an IT system to be deployed would have taken months. It deployed in 15 minutes. It probably integrated with all of your softwares very quickly. Think about this, the APIs are also written by AI itself. So AI will build with human permission, write this API.
So Nirmit, most people today interact with AI as customers, right? Consumers, right? Word consumers. So chatbots, image generators, search tools. Someone is using ChatGPT. Somebody is using Gemini. Somebody is using a app like Canva. Somebody is using WhatsApp. These have highly frequented AI automation models as well. You describe Blue Machines as enterprise AI, right? Can you explain what's the difference between consumer AI and enterprise AI? And why does that distinction matter?
Right, it matters, right? Because see, intelligence is one, but when you deploy this particular intelligence into an enterprise, think about you deploy it in a bank, you deploy it on an airline. An airline will have probably clients from different countries who will speak different languages. Even in India, if you particularly look at every 20 kilometers a dialect, so I come from Ahmedabad, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers away from Ahmedabad, the dialect again changes. When you go to north of Gujarat, again a Gujarati dialect changes. So we have to get this dialects and everything very, very right. So we have a layer which does that. The most important layer is reliability and guardrails. See, think about this, you're calling a bank and you're asking, Bhaiya, omelette ka recipe bata do. There is no way an AI should be able to answer that. So how do you put that right set of guardrails around that, where it only talks about the context, which the organization which is deploying doesn't only wants it to talk about. So that guardrail, that reliability layer is what we add on top of that.
If tomorrow we are going to have our own LLMs, how will things change for you? How are you going to use that? In the context of the question that I have for you, one, how will you merge that into what you're doing? Will you or will you not? Because you're doing excellent in using available, LLMs, etc. But you must be having a core problem you're trying to solve for India. Are you trying to solve a core problem for India, Nirmit?
Yes, agreed. Yeah, we want to. Because, so I'll answer your question in two parts. I'll first say the India stack.
Yes.
So we are building this completely India first stack. See, most of the models are trained on audiobooks, and the real conversations are not like audiobooks. So we are actually training it on India-based dialects, India-based models. Even the turn detection, as you noticed when you were talking, it stopped as you started talking. It didn't speak over you. Most of the AIs you see will start speaking over you or will take a lot of time in responding. So if you see, all of these models are like basically built, reprogrammed, designed, calibrated by us, and most of this turn detection, all these models are CPU based versus GPU based.
You add an Arnab algorithm to it, it'll speak over everyone.
Then we need to work with you on the training data set.
No, but how did the idea of Blue Machines come about? This is amazing. I want to get at the core of what entrepreneurs like you do. We're all trying to find a solve. I want to build a global news company that enhances India's soft power, because I think that'll make a big difference to the country. Answer the question. Is there a core problem you're trying to solve? For India?
So yes, so of course this is India first, and I'll tell you how did we and why did we even build Blue Machines. And I'm a very big believer in serendipity, God, you can call it fate, you can call it force of Star Wars, whatever you call it, right? There is that extra element which is a bit more superior than us humans. So we were internally, so Blue Machines is part of Apna. So we are internally at Apna, which is India's biggest jobs platform. We were trying to build a AI simulator which will help people with interviews. And I had this dream project which I wanted to build, and we had put a small team together. Okay, guys, let's do this. Then we started working with all US, Europe, and Indian companies to build this orchestration engine. And what we realized that nothing works in enterprise scale. So at Apna, we have north of 50 odd million users who speak different dialects. So all of this at the scale was failing. It was hallucinating. Can you imagine I'm preparing for a job interview and starts hallucinating? So then I'm actually getting the wrong information to prepare. So then we ended up, okay, all of this stuff is not working. Can we build our own thing? So we ended up internally building our own stuff, which we released almost 4 to 5 months ago internally, which is now powering 60 million users, practicing for interview for any company and anything. While all of this stuff is happening on the background, we started getting calls from a lot of this so-called big tech companies across US and also big corporations of India that, oh, we heard that you built an orchestrator and this orchestrator works brilliantly well. Can you give this? And initially we were like, no, this is just internal. And we didn't even think so big, right? And this is where I say it is serendipity. And then I was having a conversation with one of my friend, I think so at 1 a.m. on a terrace, and he's like, what if this is the AWS moment for Apna? And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. So like, why not give it? So we signed up with probably the biggest financial company of India. We got our first contract there. And then we have seen the fastest AI adoption curve in the history of India. And I think so order book is growing like crazy, which is good as a business guy. But the good piece is we have been able to build an AI that works for India. It works for dialect of India. Because I'm very sure the problem which I faced 6 months ago and the reason why I had to build my own orchestration system, every Indian company is going to face the same problem. So can we become that layer on which people can start building their own engines? And to your point, as more and more Indian companies build foundational models, it is great because I really believe as more and more foundational models come, see, every model is going to be good at something. And we being the orchestration AI, sitting at the top of foundational models, the more stars you add, the more beautiful constellations you can make. Yeah. So we'd love to make more and more constellations as possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you obviously said your business is doing well. I'm just so happy that you're doing it here in India, on our soil, with our innovation and with our talent. We're trying to do pretty much the same thing. But what I like about what you've done today, and this is unique, Nirmit, and compliments to you and your Blue Machines team, you have allowed your technology to test its limits, not in a laboratory, but in the biggest mass environment possible. That's courage. So may that courage take you very far. I look forward to following your journey. And thank you for doing this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nirmit. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, from Nirmit and me till next time, from Blue Machines, Nirmit and me till next time. Thank you and goodbye.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Iran is boiling. Iranians are protesting against the Khamenei regime. U.S. President Donald Trump has urged Iranians to keep protesting and take over institutions, and has assured them that help is on the way.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed that aren't supposed to be killed. These are violent if you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military is looking at it, and we're looking at some very strong options.
Magandar Mohammed, a young driver, was allegedly beaten to death by cow vigilantes in Odisha's Balasore district. According to reports, the incident followed an accident involving a vehicle transporting cattle 2 days ago, after which the driver was allegedly attacked. Police reached the spot and rescued Magandar Mohammed, rushing him to the Balasore district headquarters hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. The victim's family staged a protest outside the Balasore SP's office, demanding strict action. A case has been registered at Sadar police station. 3 accused have been arrested and produced before a court. Further investigation is underway to determine whether more people were involved in the attack.
Mobs in Bengal target Chicken's Neck route in Beldanga. Blockade trying to cut off key highways. Free run to mobs under Mamata Banerjee's watch. Trains, highways blocked. Stone pelting report in Beldanga, Murshidabad.
BMC के नेता सालों से यहाँ घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है.
Prime Minister Modi targets Mamata Banerjee. Government says Trinamool Congress using infiltrators as voters in Bengal. Political violence in Bengal over SIR. BDO office vandalized in different parts. SIR forms torn, burnt. BJP flags infiltration crisis on the Bengal-Karnataka train route. To the Railway Ministry, says national security being compromised. Congress MLA Phul Singh justifies rape and then goes on to defend it when confronted by Republic. There's no word from the Congress top brass on the MLA's remarks justifying rape. Rahul Gandhi seen with the same MLA in Madhya Pradesh during his Indore visit. Another lawsuit in the Sanjay Kapoor inheritance battle. Priya Sachdev sues her sister-in-law Mandira. A big boost to the Indian defence. Proposal to acquire 114 Rafale jets in the final stages. Bengal witnessed violence once again. There have been different incidents of violence in different parts of Bengal. Some related to the elections and some manufactured is what the BJP claims. But in the case of Beldanga in Murshidabad, there were many people who came out on the railway tracks trying to block the National Highway 12. Why is this critical? Why does it seem coordinated? The railway track in Beldanga that was blocked and the National Highway 12 that was stalled are all connecting the south to the north Bengal and stretch all the way up to Siliguri, which is the Chicken's Neck. And that is why the protest that we saw today reminded about what Sharjeel Imam said when he threatened to cut off the Chicken's Neck. Here is why the protest in Bengal, in Beldanga, is extremely dangerous.
A massive protest erupts in Bengal over the alleged killing of a migrant. Within hours, the protest intensifies. It morphed into what we called as a mobocracy act. Despite breakdown of law and order, police personnel was seen much later at the site of the violence.
NH12 को रोक दिया गया है. सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है. क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है. वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की.
What started as a local protest now being posing a serious threat to the national security. railway track blocked, highways jammed. NH12 has been blocked, a major route that connects to Chicken Necks or the Siliguri corridor. The corridor that is a strategic location that connects mainland with northeast.
Will be in a very sporadic manner, and as we all know that the illegal immigrants have already infested the full West Bengal, and they are present at every nook and corner, and the government has been sleeping over this. And now whatever the outcome is regarding what is happening on the highway and blocking of it, it is a very sinister plan, and now they will try to choke this route. They will constantly create issues and problems, and all hell will break loose when any fatality takes place during the blocking of the highway.
Blocking trains that connect South Bengal with North Bengal. A serious security problem is looming.
And that corridor link, that rail link, leads to the Siliguri corridor. The strategic implications of that are staggering, and they cannot be accepted, especially in the light of what has been going on with Bangladesh in the last few months. Are some people out of their mind, or is there a more dangerous plot to affect our north-south communications?
Given the unrest in Bangladesh and the strategic importance of the Siliguri corridor, inaction to control the situation raises security alarm.
The BJP held a news conference talking about the different attacks under the Mamata Banerjee government in Bengal. These were incidents of violence related to the special intensive revision that is ongoing, SIR exercise. They refer to the attacks in Farakka. There was an attack in Murshidabad. In different parts of Bengal, BDOs, BLOs who are undertaking the SIR exercise are being targeted. Homes of some of these officers have also not been spared. Talking about how Trinamool Congress leaders, MLAs included, are openly instigating violence. Abhishek Banerjee said, if people's names are missing, violence is inevitable. There is an MLA who speaks about open attacks. He says, nobody will be spared. Here is the attack by the BJP on the Mamata government on the issue of violence, especially related to SIR.
T for Tushtikaran, M for Mafia, C for Crime by Ghuspatia, the latest definition given to TMC by Bharatiya Janata Party.
T for Tushtikaran, M for Mafia and Gunda Raj, C for Crime by Ghuspatia. ये है TMC.
BJP has accused TMC of restoring to threats to save infiltrators on a day when the Prime Minister was in Malda, West Bengal.
टीएमसी के नेता, टीएमसी का सिंडिकेट सालों से यहां घुसपैठियों को बसाने, उन्हें वोटर बनाने का खेल खेल रहा है। घुसपैठियों की आबादी बढ़ने से बीते वर्षों में मालदा, मुर्शिदाबाद सहित पश्चिम बंगाल के अनेक क्षेत्रों में दंगे भी बढ़ने लगे हैं। आपको घुसपैठियों और यहां के सत्ताधारी लोगों के इस गठजोड़ को तोड़ना ही होगा।
The BJP claims mobocracy has taken over West Bengal while pointing at these pictures of SIR-related violence.
NH12 को रोक दिया गया है, सारी रेल सर्विस ठप पड़ी हुई है। क्या भारत का हिस्सा नहीं है? क्या लोग NH12 पे चल नहीं सकते? ट्रेन जलाई जा रही है तो ममता बनर्जी उसे जस्टिफाई कर रही है। वो कह रही है ये नाराजगी है माइनॉरिटीज की। अभिषेक बनर्जी से पूछा जाता है तो वो कहते हैं नाम कटेगा तो प्रोटेस्ट तो होगा ही।
A BDO's house was attacked in the presence of TMC MLA Monirul Islam. BJP questioned TMC over shielding the MLA despite the evidence.
फरक्का के अंदर जो मुर्शिदाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट में आता है, बीडीओ के दफ्तर के ऊपर हमला हुआ है और जब हमला हो रहा था उस समय टीएमसी के विधायक एमएलए मुनीरुल इस्लाम वहां मौजूद थे। मुनीरुल इस्लाम के मौजूदगी में फरक्का में बीडीओ के ऑफिस पर हमला हुआ। मुनीरुल इस्लाम ने खुलेआम कहा कि यहां राम से पेपर मांगा नहीं जाता, रहीम का पेपर चेक किया जाता है।
The party alleging that a booth-level officer in Jadavpur ended his life due to threats from TMC workers.
आप रोहिंग्यान को बचाना चाहते हैं, बांग्लादेशियों को बचाना चाहते हैं। आप बांग्लादेशी घुसपैठी और रोहिंग्याओं की संख्या के आधार पर जीतने का प्रयास कर रही है, मगर याद रखिए ये चेतावनी है भारतवर्ष का। भारत को खंडित करके, बंगाल को खंडित करके आप कभी विजयी नहीं हो पाएंगे।
The TMC has been defending the violence.
যদিও যাবে আর কি, আমাদের তৃণমূলের তরফের থেকে আমি যদিও এসপি লেভেলে কথা বলেছি, ওপরেও কথা বলেছি, আর যেন এই বিডিও অফিসে যে ঘটেছে এটা জনবিস্ফোরণ হয়েছে, মানুষের বহিঃপ্রকাশ হয়েছে। এর বাইরে যদি একটা লোককে গ্রেপ্তার করা হয় তাহলে কিন্তু ফারাক্কা ব্লককে অচল করে দেওয়ার কথা কিন্তু আমি বলেছি। তার জন্য কথা দিয়েছে, যা হয়েছে হয়েছে, আর কাউকে আমরা ধরপাকড় করবো না। গণতন্ত্রের পদ্ধতিতে আমরা আন্দোলন করব। তার বাকি পরবর্তী কর্মসূচি আপনাদের আগামী দিনে জানিয়ে সফল। আপনারা বলবেন না দুদিন আগে সময় পেলাম না, এমার্জেন্সি চলছে, এটা যখন ডাকবো তখন এসে একদম জাম করে দিতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, তো যাই হোক, ধন্যবাদ। আজকের প্রোগ্রাম এখান থেকে শেষ করা হলো।
Bengal goes to poll in 3 months from now, and a violent start to 2026 is an indication that things are only going to get worse.
There is a strange habit in Indian politics, ladies and gentlemen, when you don't really have to speak, politicians tend to speak and they shoot off the hip. Another Congress leader today in the news for justifying rape. Not just justifying rape, he went on to insult, humiliate scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, backward communities while justifying the rape comment. And when confronted by Republic, he even goes on to defend the comment that was made. This Congress MLA, by the way, on a day when this controversy exploded, was seen standing next to Rahul Gandhi, walking with Rahul Gandhi. That is the state of Congress party today. Here's everything about the Congress MLA who defended rape.
Phul Singh Baraiya, Congress MLA from Madhya Pradesh, a lawmaker, making statements that appear to justify rape. He claims the scriptures say if one cannot go on pilgrimage, then intercourse with an SC woman gives the same merit. He goes further, saying that there are no beautiful girls among SC, ST and OBC communities. And then comes the most disturbing claim that seeing a beautiful girl can distract a man and rape can occur. A statement that shifts blame from the criminal to the victim. A video of his speech quickly went viral on social media, spreading shock and disbelief across the country, across political lines. Condemnation is pouring in. The BJP says this is not an isolated remark but a dangerous mindset.
Says that there are no beautiful women in SC, ST, OBC community and hence some other women are. This kind of disgusting mindset is being shown towards Hindu Astha also and also towards women and their issues related to safety.
Religious leaders are also outraged over misuse of sacred texts.
मैं पूरे संपूर्ण समाज से यह निवेदन करूंगा और खास तौर पे कांग्रेस पार्टी के वरिष्ठ नेताओं से कि ऐसे नीच बुद्धि, ऐसे घृणित विचारधारा की व्यक्ति को तत्काल पार्टी से निकालकर बाहर करो।
The row has intensified because Baraiya was recently seen sharing the stage with Rahul Gandhi during his visit to Indore. As Gandhi remains silent on the controversy, the BJP accuses the Congress leadership of protecting leaders who hold dehumanizing and misogynistic views against women and backward classes. Not just apology, the demand is for accountability. Opposition parties say such remarks insult women, demean SC and ST communities, and weaken the fight against sexual violence. Statements that many call misogynistic, casteist, and dangerous. Meanwhile, watch how, when confronted, the Congress MLA brazenly stands by his statement.
कांग्रेस विधायक फूल सिंह बरैया मेरे साथ हैं, उनसे बातचीत में करूंगा। सर, आपका स्टेटमेंट हमने सुना जिसमें आप कह रहे हैं कि खूबसूरत लड़की देखकर मन विचलित होता है, रेप हो सकता है। इस पे
झूठ झूठ झूठ
ये आपने नहीं बोला?
नहीं,
आपका स्टेटमेंट है, वीडियो है।
मैंने बोला तो कर सेंस क्या है?
क्या सेंस हो सकता है?
2 वर्ष की बच्ची के साथ जो रेप होता है, क्या कारण है? कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है, कहीं ऐसा हो सकता है। कैसा? कि कहीं कोई आदमी अकेले में कोई लड़की खूबसूरत उसे मिल जाए और लड़की उससे सिरफिरा हो तो उसको वो छेड़ सकता है।
धर्म से जोड़ने आपने कहा कि शेड्यूल कास्ट की लड़कियों से रेप से तीरथ मिलता है, तीरथ मिलता है। सर, आपने कहा है आपका वीडियो कि तीरथ जाने का मौका मिलता है।
हरिमोहन झा साहब ने अपनी किताब में लिखा है, अपनी किताब में लिखा है, इसको मैं
हरिमोहन झा वाले बयान पे आप कायम हैं? माफी नहीं मांगी आपको?
आपने जो किताब की बात
रेप क्या धर्म?
At a time when India is fighting crimes against women, words like these from elected leaders send a chilling message, and questions remain unanswered. Who protects women? Who protects their dignity? Who protects the Constitution? And who will take account? And who will take responsibility?
There are protests in Balasore, Odisha over the killing of a truck driver identified as Makardam Mohammed. He was a driver who was ferrying cattle, targeted by cow vigilantes and lynched. His family is now protesting. This story coming in from Balasore in Odisha.
Makandar Mohammed, a young driver, was allegedly beaten to death by cow vigilantes in Odisha's Balasore district. According to reports, the incident followed an accident involving a vehicle transporting cattle 2 days ago, after which the driver was allegedly attacked. Police reached the spot and rescued Makandar Mohammed, rushing him to the Balasore district headquarters hospital, where he later succumbed to his injuries. The victim's family staged a protest outside the Balasore SP's office, demanding strict action. A case has been registered at Sadar police station. 3 accused have been arrested and produced before a court. Further investigation is underway to determine whether more people were involved in the attack.
In the state of Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena plus BJP alliance, the Mahayuti, minus of course the NCP, have managed to win the BMC elections. But ladies and gentlemen, there is another political tussle that's broken out. And that is for the fight of the Mumbai mayor. Who will be the Mumbai mayor? The Shinde Sena is critical to the BJP ruling BMC. And without the Shinde Sena, the BJP cannot be in power in the BMC. And that is why Shinde has moved all his corporators to a hotel. Resort politics has begun in Mumbai. And Shinde's Shiv Sena has started to bargain and bargain hard with the BJP. Here's that story.
In the aftermath of the BJP's landmark victory in Maharashtra's municipal corporation elections, ally Shinde Sena, taking the combined number of Mahayuti past the majority mark, is set to house all its winning candidates at a hotel in Mumbai. This move warranted by the fear of poaching. This is as the Shinde camp is worried about a possible attempt by the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena to lure away corporations. Sources further claim that the Shinde camp plans to keep its candidates together at the hotel for the next 3 days, a preemptive move to prevent or deter any defections.
इस वक्त हम मुंबई में हैं और होटल ताज के सामने हैं। आप यहाँ पर सूत्रों के हवाले से जो खबर सामने आ रही है वो महाराष्ट्र की सियासत को और दिलचस्प बना रही है। अभी हाल ही में चुनावी नतीजे फाइनल हुए हैं और उसके बाद कहा जा रहा है कि तमाम जो नगर सेवक हैं उन्हें एकनाथ शिंदे की पार्टी यहाँ लेकर आ सकती है और उसके बाद यहीं से खुल्ला खेल फर्रुखाबादी शुरू होने वाला है।
All of this as the BJP Shiv Sena have consolidated a victory in Maharashtra, ending the 25-year-old reign of Uddhav Sena over the state.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a four-cornered fight in Tamil Nadu, but the AIDMK first off the block to unveil a manifesto, trying to stitch a larger alliance, of course, in the NDA with the BJP, but wants to get more parties which are primarily anti-DMK on board, and they have released what they are calling part 1 of their manifesto, perhaps to test the waters in Tamil Nadu. And among the promises made by the AIDMK are a welfare scheme for women, 2,000 to every woman, something similar we've seen play out across different states in India that went to polls, Karnataka, Delhi, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, 2,000 for each woman of the family. Men also getting to use daily buses for free inside city premises, free of cost. Housing scheme both in rural and urban areas. And under the G Ramji bill, 125-day employment scheme will be made to 150 to 100-day employment scheme will be made to 125. These were some of the promises that they made, along with, of course, promising two-wheelers. In Tamil Nadu elections, it's all about freebies. And AIDMK, first one making those promises.
Ahead of the Tamil Nadu Assembly elections, the AIDMK has released the first phase of its election manifesto, outlining a range of welfare measures and development promises. AIADMK General Secretary and Leader of Opposition, EPS